人生にはあまたの選択肢があるわ。それを前にして。
I'm certain she sensed death when her soul left the body. Chaos begets chaotic life, yet the attempt to unravel it becomes a ludicrous theater of absurdity. I must find somewhere far away from the world and the sun. Once the soul and mind can be calculated with accuracy, they can be separated from the body and roam the world. I grabbed onto this last straw amid those ramblings of madness. Like an alien creature possessing my body and covering my skin. In the mirror and under the shadows. My body becomes its vessel.
The true key is often hidden behind the door of absurdity. Tonight's story is about to begin.
Do not forget, my dove. Never open the seventh door.
Rare flowers, brilliant gems, and exotic secrets. They should be free.
Only the most precious are kept under lock. Only the purest fear the cover of dust. My dove, slumber with them and become an eternal treasure of mine.
It's a pity that a trap set for prey would one day trap the hunter.
Me vois danser parmi les étincelles. Je danse, je danse dans ce monde étincelant, un amour qui vit et je m'ennuie. Mon cœur nostalgique pleure sous le poids de mes diamants. Par des désirs je m'écarte, car j'étais reine pour rêve fini et défier le destin aigri. Je voudrais te retrouver. toute ma vie. Mais la flamme du passé est toujours enlacée dans les plis de ma robe portée. Car j'étais reine avant fini qui défiait les destins aigris. Je voudrais t'en retrouver mon innocence. Car j'étais reine avant fini qui défiait les destins aigris. Aujourd'hui, je caresse mes plumes déchues. Car j'étais reine et je danse. Je me vois danser parmi les étincelles. Je danse, je danse.
A great peace. Ornaments, ascending octave scales, broad range and strings crescendo. In an instant, the stars fell from the sky, and the musical notes sprinkled to the ground. We are going to find out
Close.
who wrote the rest note.
Here we are.
Is this mycelium?
This is finally.
The so-called glory. It's just fool's opinionatedness. In the quest for the unknown, we may have a glimpse of the brave new world. The rest note is announcing the advent of the greatest masterpiece.
Hello everyone, I'm Eli O, an English caster from the NAEU region.
Hi, I'm Chocho.
This is COAVII coming at you from the NAU region. Hey folks, Botch Spice here from the SEA region.
Hello everyone,
I'm Nello Mello, a commentator for the NAEU region.
With the recent COAVII qualifiers in NAU finally coming to a close, we're left with 2 victorious teams to rule them all, those being Omni and B4U.
So we all know B4U as one of the best representatives of Identity 5 in the NAEU region.
The team B4U has some incredible survivor chemistry as their survivors have been playing together for many, many seasons, and they also have a very strong hunter side as well.
There is no doubt that their presence will leave rumbles for their opponents on the stage.
I'm excited to see what they have to offer in the big stage.
Along with them comes Omni. Their new appearance adds a wild card to the table.
Since their performance in IVT 2023 to the qualifiers, they have grown a lot, and sky is definitely the limit for this team.
So we should expect to see some good things from them in this upcoming global event.
So for those of you guys that are watching that want to support Team B4U, that wants to support Team Omni, or even the whole NAEU region,
make sure to come out and show support for your favorite NAU team as they come out to compete for the ultimate test of glory.
And for the people who's coming for the offline China event, do remember to book your tickets.
Your support is the greatest power to make them stronger and keep moving on. So don't go anywhere. I'll see you.
We shall see who shall be the reigning champion for COA7 global stages this time round.
Thank you guys, and I will see you all in the manor.
See you guys.
Hello สวัสดีครับโมบิดิกนะครับ
สวัสดีค่ะจุ๊บโลว่านะคะ
สวัสดีค่ะเลดี้โซลัน
สวัสดีครับผมเจ2 S นะครับผมแคสเตอร์จากโซนเซาท์อีสต์เอเชียใน COAVII 7 ในครั้งนี้ครับ
ปีนี้ต้องบอกเลยว่าการแข่งขันรอบคัดเลือก Call of the Abyss 7 ในโซนเซาท์อีสต์เอเชียสูสีและก็ดุเดือดกันมากครับ
และบอกเลยว่าทุกทีมนี่จัดเต็มกันสุดๆเลยค่ะ
นะแต่ว่ามีเพียงแค่1ทีมเท่านั้นค่ะที่ได้เข้าสู่รอบของ Global Final นั่นก็คือทีม GH ค่ะ
ตามทางด้านของ FT Future ที่ก่อนหน้านี้ได้ตั๋วการันตีเข้ารอบไปจากการเป็นแชมป์ IVC นั่นเองครับ
ก็บอกเลยนะว่าถึงแม้ปีนี้กูแล้วฟันของเรานะคะจะมีการเปลี่ยนไลน์อัพภายในทีมสมาชิกกันไปแต่พวกเขาเนี่ยก็สามารถเตรียมพร้อมเผชิญในศึกครั้งนี้อย่าง Call of the Abyss 7 ค่ะ
ทำให้รูปแบบแผนต่างๆของการเล่นมีความหลากหลายมากขึ้นแล้วก็ส่งผลให้ทีมของเขามีความแข็งแกร่งมากขึ้นกว่าเดิมนั่นเองครับ
รวมไปถึงค่ะทีม FT ด้วยนะคะที่เรียกได้ว่าปีนี้เนี่ยมาแรงเลยเพราะว่าเป็นถึงแชมป์ของ IVC 2023 เลยค่ะ
ก็แน่นอนว่า SCA ของเราในปีนี้นี่ต้องบอกเลยว่าได้ลุ้นแน่นอนนะ
อยากให้ทุกคนเนี่ยเข้ามาดูไลฟ์ถ่ายทอดสดของเราไปด้วยกันนะคะเพราะว่าในปีนี้บอกเลยนะดูเด็ดเผ็ดมันกันจริง
ๆต้องฝากทุกคนนะครับผมช่วยเป็นกำลังใจให้ทั้ง2ทีมด้วยเนาะ GS กับ FT นะครับผมในการเข้าแข่งขัน COA ครั้งนี้นะครับ
เพราะทุกแรงใจแรงเชียร์จะมีค่ามหาศาลกับพวกเขาแน่นอน
ไปนะมาร่วมให้กำลังใจสนับสนุนกันเยอะๆค่ะเย้
สู้ๆไปด้วยกันนะคะ
คว้าแชมป์ไปด้วยกันฮะ
Hello， 大家好，我是 FD 战队的阿弟选手。
我是东南亚赛区聚会战队的苗白。
안녕하세요. 이번 시면에서 아임스 오보요라는 닉네임을 사용한 캡팀의 오보요 선수라고 합니다.
大家好，我是成都狼队的崇爱。
我是阿弟的 CY。
Hi, I'm Pistoppers. I'm the hunter of Omni, the team on the COAVII NAU qualifier.
私は COA7 日本地区で出場するスカーズのしなみと申します。
我是来自于成都之际的求生者PV3。
Zeta Division の亀津です。
Hello, I am B4U Sprinter。
相信大家对我们也不陌生了，已经是一支老队伍了。
我们队伍刚从2023秋季赛总决赛之中拿到了不错的成绩。
どのチームでも結構自信を持って戦えるんじゃないかなって思います。
即将参与 COA 选手组男赛和其他赛区的选手互面。我的心情是非常激动的，因为很久没有打比赛了，也很想和他们切磋切磋。
다른 것보다는 아무래도 중국 선수분들을 처음 뵙는 자리이기 때문에 굉장히 떨리고 또 들뜬 마음이라고 말할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
とてもワクワクします。
最想遇到的战队的话，应该是泽塔。
NRC 战队的小陈选手，因为小陈选手真的太可爱了。
3チームほどあって、MRC と、GG と あと FPX.ZQ.
While I'm there, I would like to take photos with other teams and other players, such as Rebo's Hunter Alex, because my teammate Schmitty has shaken his hand in COA2, and I would like to do the same in COA7.
自分が相手チームは GG です。なぜなら、自分は日本代表として IBS で出たんですけど、やっぱりその決勝で当たったシャーマン選手とかだったり、そういうなんだろうな、昔から見てたやっぱすごい上手い選手なので、いざやっぱ目の前で見てみたいですね。
487 선수분을 굉장히 만나 뵙고 싶다고 말할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
之前没有去过中国，我对中国的汉服挺感兴趣的。
I've never been to China, and I know that food is a big part of their culture. The variety is intriguing, and I would love to try it.
勝利稽古習いたいです。おっす！
推荐一道美食的话，应该就是武汉的一个早餐了，就是无论是热干面啊，豆皮都是非常好吃的。
应该是西红柿炒蛋饼。
小时候曾经和家人来了一次中国的桂林，这次去杭州，希望大家可以多多介绍杭州的旅游景点和美食给我们。
중국에 방문하는 것은 이번이 처음이고 제가 평소에 차 마시는 것을 굉장히 좋아하기 때문에 중국이 차 문화에 대해 굉장히 관심이 많다고 말할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
よく分かってないんですけど、その食文化とかちょっと興味あって、どんな美味しい食べ物あるのかなっていうのが興味あります。
我听很多人说西湖的风景非常美，所以我想要去西湖拍组风景照。
Some goals I'm very excited to achieve is going to certain places that I've been wanting to see for a while, such as the Great Wall of China and certain lakes and monuments in the area, as well as being top 12 during this core global finals.
はい、やっぱり食べ物がやっぱすごい自分食べるの好きなんですけど、中国って言ったら火鍋、辛いもの食べてヒーヒー言いたいです。
大家好，我是成都GG的枯草。
大家好，我是 GR 战队的吴昕。
对阵 GR 还是非常紧张的，因为 GR 战队很强啊。然后第一场碰到，虽然说侥幸拿了主场的优势，但是怎么说呢，就还是很紧张。
对战 GG 的话，压力还是很大，但是我相信嘛，老朋友肯定会手下留情的。
因为都是玩救人位的嘛，吴昕的救人就是我心中的梦中情救。我觉得他会的，他都会，他居然还会玩前锋，人救的还那么好，可惜不是我的队友。
我觉得就是，虽然我们有某些角色值很像，但是我不会的他都会啊。我觉得比我强，比如除了救人位以外，其他玩的都比我好。因为叫枯草嘛，从个食草动物来形容嘛，可能是个食草动物，可能是个马。因为羊的话太柔弱了，牛的话又太壮了，只能挑一个中间，取个中间值啊。
我刚好是属马的，真强。不行，吴昕肯定是那种属于那种沉稳型的，就是很靠谱的。有什么动物是很靠谱的？我想想，狗，就是平时可能就是话不太多，但是就很靠谱。 爱的公牛，好吧？脑子里怎么突然出现这首歌？
我第一时间脑子里可能想的是《甜蜜蜜》，因为感觉刚见面的时候有点害羞啊，感觉这氛围有点怪。
那到我问了，明天第2局选什么图？
你们给我们选什么图，我们高低不选哪个图。
OK。比赛加油！后面比赛加油！
比赛加油，让我们赢吧，谢谢。
比赛加油！比赛加油！
我是第5人格赛事官方解说慵懒兔，今年的话24岁，还在上大学。我的座右铭是热爱自己的热爱，勇于挑战。
没心跳，没心跳，进医院了，进医院了，杰克，确定进医院了，进医院了。
与第5人格这款游戏结缘的话，大概是在第7赛季吧。上大学和舍友一起玩的，感觉和宿舍的兄弟一起打游戏还是挺开心的。 我是从2020年开始做解说的，当时是 IBL 的秋季赛，也是我解说的第1个赛季。
我拉球，但是被雕像夹了，打断了，你没有位移能力，再接一个雕像。
当时的话也是在官网上看到了 IBL 赛事招募解说的公告，就抱着试一试的心态啊来投递了简历，然后就 一直成为了我们的联赛官方解说。做解说这么久以来啊，感觉印象最深刻的比赛应该是深渊4的那场 ALPS 对阵 CPG 的比赛。
但是狐狸已经拉球过去了。
哇，这是直接拉球和狗赛跑吗？但是
那场比赛过后的话，我觉得就是解说突然就有了一些新的感悟。我感觉解说其实不仅要有专业性，还要非常的有意思，才可以更加的去吸引大家。刚来当解说的时候，其实也是给自己下了一个目标嘛，就是想去拿到我们的进步最快解说奖。那不仅是台上大家看到的解说的一部分，那其实到了台下的话呢，也会回去复盘自己的解说，然后会去写一些文字，去把当时那场比赛的自己解说的失误点去记录下来，然后在第2场比赛的话呢，去尽量不犯同样的错误。这样日积月累的话，其实才有了比较精彩的这种解说的时刻吧。职业赛场上解说是绿叶的角色，那职业选手的话，其实是我们需要去衬托的红花。绿叶是配角，但是对于我来说，能够解说好每一场比赛，能够让观众对于我解说的每一场比赛都满意，就是最大的成功了。
我是来自于成都积极俱乐部的求人者选手毕玉山。我觉得年轻人的本色就是不服输，因为为了自己热爱的一个事情去努力和奋斗，是一件很酷的事情。第5人格这款游戏比较吸引人的点是在于它的一个非对称性，还有很强的一个竞技性。第一次参加 COAVII 比赛的话还是比较难忘的嘛，会有各种不同赛区的一些选手，然后你也会见到很多不一样的打法。
四抓的呀，皮箱太强了，恭喜奇迹战队拿下2021第5人格深渊岛4全球总决赛冠军。
当时夺冠的第一反应的话，其实是在想，这难道真的不是一场梦吗？拿到冠军，它其实并不是终点，它只是你那个阶段性的终点，说明你那个阶段做得很好，但它还有很多不同的阶段。从监管者转到了求人者阵营，其实是我职业生涯中最大的一次转折。对于我来说，可能是更想进行一个尝试，进行一个突破，在求人者阵营看看能不能拿到比较高的一个荣耀。我会用乐观积极的心态去面对困难，不断的去提升自己的水平。我知道胜利是努力和汗水的勋章，我会在每一场的比赛里付出我最大的努力。
Day2 ディビジョンのドリスです。そうですね、まず自分が第5人格大好きなんで、そもそもゲームやして楽しいっていうのと、今いるメンバーの仲間たちと一緒にやるのがやっぱ自分にとっては楽しくできる理由で、そうですね、僕にとっての COA は勝った思い出もあるそういう場ですね。去年の COA6 での GW 戦で自分の大きなミスが結構試合に響いちゃって負けたのがとても悔しくて、この COA7 までめちゃくちゃ練習してきました。データで結構チームメンバーが変わったりとかいろいろあったんですけど、 COA へ向けての調整はブートキャンプをしてきたので、事務所で練習することによってたくさんの練習時間を確保することができるので、そこでみんなで一緒に話したり考え合ったりして対策を練ってきました。このためにみんなと一緒に日々いっぱい練習頑張ってきたので、それを全力で発揮できるようにと、自分も悔いを残さぬように全力で戦ってきます。
我还是要感谢一下我自己，当初的话自己鼓起勇气去投递简历成为一名解说，现在回头想来的话，觉得还是要感谢一下当时那么勇敢的自己。
我知道人生是一场马拉松，冠军其实对于我来说并不是终点，而是一个新的起点。在 COA 的舞台上，我们一路同行，我们会不断的挑战极限，再次创造传奇。
今度こそ世界一を取るために優勝することです。この COA という場に立てて再出発
Hey, welcome to day number 2 of the COA group stages. I'm Nello Mello, and joining me is the one and only Eli O. How are you doing today, Eli?
A little bit better than last night. I was able to sleep through the majority of today. So I came from Thailand to America, changed my sleep schedule to American time zone, and then I changed it back to Thailand, even though I'm currently in America, because of COA. But it's okay, because it's always worth it for COA. But yeah, definitely doing a little bit better now. I was able to get some sleep and caffeinated tea as well. So, hanging in there.
Yeah, I mean, change of time zone is always something hard to deal with, right? But hey, anything for COA, right? Because Call of the Abyss 7 is only once in a year. Call of Abyss is always the annual event that we all look forward to. And speaking of which, I would just like to welcome everyone to the live stream today. We're gonna have a lot of matches. I see Erica in the chat, Olivia as well, 487's wife, so a fan of Wolves. Evelyn, Ed Ryan, Dr. Dubs, Zero, Kim. Hope you guys are having a great day. Maney as well, Erica as well. So hope you guys are going to enjoy this as much as we are going to today. So stay still, stay put, get ready, all the things you need to stay in front of the monitor for an extended time, because we have 4 matches today, and based on yesterday, it's gonna be a long and interesting day, I would say. But first up, Omni versus HHDG. So what do you think about this matchup, Eli?
Well, obviously, Omni, the team being from the NAU region, going against a Chinese mainland team, but HHDG is actually not a professional level team. They're a team that qualified through the qualifier tournament for mainland China, and it's usually always professional teams. This is the first Call of Abyss that we've actually seen a non-professional team qualify from the mainland Chinese division. We also have the group stage viewing guide. So during the global finals, visitors of course can join in real-time discussion on official X, which is Twitter/X, with the hashtag COA7 Global Finals. Live check-in as well. Players are invited to share their live experiences by posting check-in photos on SNS with tag hashtag COA7, hashtag twice, and hashtag COA7 support. And also during the COA7 Global Finals, visitors can join the Discord channel, hashtag COA7-discussion, to discuss live competition events and also just discuss any IDV related things in general.
There's just a lot of things going on, right? So we really look forward to your support. And speaking of which, please do participate. And how can you do that? Just post your content on X, like what Eli has mentioned, X/Twitter, with the topic hashtag COA7-support to submit. That's very important, the hashtags. Your submission can be anything: illustration, crafts, memes, videos, etc. Show off your COA7 support. And you know what? You might get featured on the live stream as well. So outstanding support works may have the chance to be featured. And not only that, for all the participants, we will randomly draw 10 support essence, season 10 essence, to send to all the randomly drawn participants, right? So, but of course, the final interpretation belongs to the Identity 5 event officials. And of course, please do not forget to comment with your ID and server. Very important, guys. Don't forget your ID, your server, to win a potential season essence. 10 of them to go.
Absolutely. Yeah, and we do have the rankings, the different groups here. There, you saw that right there. But we do have today's matches. HHDG, as we mentioned, versus Omni in the first one. Cat, the Korean team, versus Wolves from mainland China. FPX.ZQ from mainland China versus AWG from Japan. And GG and GR, both from China, going in match number 4. And, we talked about, how some of these matches yesterday were very, very close, back and forth, best of 3 in all of them. Potentially, statistically speaking, these matches could be a little bit more one-sided. Although, of course, HHDG, similar to Omni, does lack that competitive experience, right? Because they are non-professional. They did have to go through the qualifying stage, and we do have the HHDG lineup here. We have Ayan, Jushuza, TZYM, King H, Pat Egg, and D King.
Yeah, that's just a lot of names that we have to try and pronounce. But hey, for Omnis, I think we can safely pronounce every single name. One thing that's different from the previous Omni, we have WWY. But why? Yes, that actually joined the team. And as a matter of fact, for all of you who have not watched the NAEU qualifiers, WWY was actually he was very outstanding. Like, he kited the opera singer, which we deemed was a really hard thing to do. And so I really look forward to WWY's performance. And of course, not forgetting Pitstopper as well, was very dominating towards the NAEUC in that competition. So in the global stage itself, hopefully we can see a very intense and interesting matchup against HHDG. But before all of that, the teams are coming out, and I see a girl boss right in the first, actually, Eli.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm actually interested to see.
Nice hair.
Yeah, I'm interested to see for HHDG how many fans that they have will show up, because usually a lot of these professional teams are well known. This is a team that's kind of come out of nowhere. This is not on anybody's radar. They really just have come out to perform in this Call of Abyss event. So definitely a newcomer here. Similar to Omni, we did see Omni last year, but a lot of changes to their roster as well. And of course, Omni also a team with newer to the competitive scene, in addition to HHDG. So yeah, two non-professional teams who are newer to competitive going at it here. So in theory, could definitely be a close matchup, but HHDG, of course, going to do the mainland China qualifier. So challenging. You have to get through all these professional level IVL teams now. Definitely not an easy task.
Definitely not. But you know what? I think, wait, look at WWY. Really excited to be here. And we are all excited to be here as well. Just further shout outs to Junie as well, Estelle, Esme, and of course, Vanessa. We won't forget your guinea pig, Baki, Basi, I guess Bachi. I'm not really sure how to pronounce that. But so glad that you guys are here to join us with the viewings today, because it's really important, especially if you're from the NAEU region, right? It's really important because Omni is fighting today. But before all of that, a little bit of interview going on.
My name is UKJ, and I'm a hunter for Team Omni. I have experience facing NA teams, and I'm looking forward to the opportunity to get more experience facing the more professional teams to see how far our hard work has been paid off. I am more excited to face Z King, and I heard that he is one of their better kiters overall, and I hope that he can bring a good challenge to me and see how far I have come.
Haters, not fighters, but yeah. But yeah, anyways, yeah, definitely we see.
Okay, I think wrong genre. We get how he's saying.
That's what I heard at
all,
least, but I don't know.
Yeah. They're all fighters in their own rights, right? They managed to fight their way all the way to the global stage, and it is really important that you guys, if you guys are, especially if you guys are from NAEU as well, not only is this Omni's chance, this is actually what we deem as the group of like in the whole group. So this is the chance, if Omni wants to do it, this is the chance for them to go for it, because right now we're introducing you to HHDG's first player, D King. I'm not sure what D King is. I'm thinking Duck, but that's just me. Plays the cheerleader, the perfumer, all the girl boss characters. I love it. Cheerleader, definitely. But for Vera though, how, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much would you like a perfumer over a gardener against opera singer?
Well, we saw it yesterday. We also saw it banned yesterday as well. So a lot of these teams definitely have it on their radar as a possibility. I personally prefer gardener, but perfumer is also not too bad as well. Can double as not only a kiter, as also can be a rescuer as well. So that's definitely a lot of versatility. We also have Egg, on the Survivor side as well here. Escape rate only 26%. Average containment time, though, is pretty high here. 81 seconds per game, which is pretty impressive overall. I'm not too sure about the win rates for HHDG. I think they're all at around 6%, which I'd imagine is not actually an accurate... I'd imagine it's not an accurate display of their skill. It must be from a small sample size.
Yeah, kind of weird though, right? 6%. That's like you only win 6 games out of 100.
Yeah, which means I don't think you rank up, right? Like,
yeah, probably stay puffy, but I don't know, man. Next up, Su Zi. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Because yeah, Su Zi. Okay, thank you. I definitely need some Mandarin lessons here. But hey, another fellow teammate with 6.7% win rate. You know what? Yeah. Win together, lose together, eat together, sleep together, practice together, hang out together. And there they are together here. And of course, he has support characters such as Barmate and a very good kiter. Yeah, I think Acrobat is really, really good. It's just, I thought yesterday we saw a lot of Acrobats and there were a few hiccups. There were great Acrobats. There were a little bit of a short kite Acrobat, but overall a really good support character to have / kiter in the team.
Yep.
Next up,
Xing was on I believe it was on an IVL team before, no? Looks like a familiar
name for sure.
Do you recall which team that was? I'm not sure.
I can't really recall, but I do know Xing. This player is definitely a part of IVL. If any of you guys have info on, please do let us know in the chat where Xing used to play. But yeah, definitely a very valuable asset, especially for HHDG if you manage to pick up Xing. Oh, wait!
Pitstoppers is not playing Hunter.
No data. And that's
no data.
Secret weapon, like, UKJ, he's there for the experience, and I think Omni's just like, hey, that's our BO1 Hunter, we'll go for the experience, we'll take it from there, from BO2 and above. But yeah, have you seen UKJ in action before, Eli?
I have not, but I do know that they play Hermit is their main hunter. Besides that, I'm not too sure. I think potentially something like Wax Artist, but I think Hermit might be their main hunter. This is really curious. Pitstoppers is definitely the main hunter for Omni, so we're not too sure the approach here with UKGA being the hunter. We usually see Pitstoppers play first here, but yeah, maybe Omni has something prepared that I guess we're not really too clear on. So yeah, so from what we know about UKJ, they are known to be, have Hermit as one of their main characters. Besides that, though, I don't know of too much about them besides that Hermit character.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's all part of the experience, right? Maybe they just want him to get the experience needed on the global stage. And there's the coach as well, Anton from Omni, giving probably last-minute advices, preparations. Coaches of even Hang H. I feel like they are ex-MRC. Hang H, so. Right? Yeah. And Hang H, Xing H. I guess they're really out to provide tutelage to this new team, right? HHDG. If I'm not mistaken, I saw someone in the chat earlier on saying it's Hang Di Guo. So they have it. I'm not sure what it means, but I know what Hang is. Okay, 6% win rate. Just seeing it on the chat now, 6% win rate. Yeah, that's insane, right? So if 6% win rate can get you to the global stage, you guys definitely should push for a champion. A little bit of encouragement coming here. So.
I feel like that has to be. I'm not sure what the sample size is. Like, it must be a very small sample or something. I'm not really sure.
Probably 67%, right? Probably 67.
Yeah. You don't get 6.7 from a small sample, so yeah, of course you can. It just depends on. Yeah. Anyways, doesn't matter. Point is, we will see in this match if that 6% is actually accurate or not, based off of how well they're able to play here with a player such as Xing, which obviously former IVL player. I would expect some good things, right? And of course, we're gonna have the map selection. It's like gonna be Moonlit River Park here. So Omni actually banned Arms Factory, which I think does make sense. If we do see a potential harm from UKJ, you don't really want a map that's easy to avoid the shocks, because Arm Factory, many walls which you can hide behind, avoid the stuns. Moonlit River Park, obviously, I think he doesn't mind this as well, but it was chosen by the Survivor side here, so let's see what they're able to do.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely love their Uber rides, right? So, probably something to do with the utility, the big maps. Definitely the coaster is going to be an additional strategy that can implement in this game. But have you been to China before, Eli?
I don't.
Yeah, if you've
Unfortunately,
been there, oh my God, yeah.
Unfortunately, Americans don't really travel. We kind of just do nothing.
Yeah, but the public transportation there is insane, and even the taxis, from what I heard, they have self-driving taxis. So that's crazy, right?
Wow, yeah.
Fully automated taxis without drivers.
Yeah.
So
it's like the autopilot Tesla.
Yeah, autopilot Tesla. Yeah, and even then, I mean, I don't know, man. I don't trust no AIs to drive me.
Yeah, technology doesn't always work. And if you're going down the highway at whatever kilometers per hour, and it's like, oh, well, there goes the battery on my AI.
It's like he's gauging. Okay, this is not fast enough. What is fast? Right?
Exactly.
Yeah. But of course, that aside, they're definitely preparing last minute here. I don't see no hand powders here. Probably not sweating yet. They'll probably need it in the later rounds. But UKJ, I'm really looking forward to seeing how he plays, because based off the info from an audience, thank you so much, he is/was an S-Batch Ripper. So, you think we might see a Ripper here?
Yeah. I mean, Ripper's not really a great hunter, so
yeah. Well, we've seen
pretty unlikely.
Yeah. Have you seen those cool videos where they make the Ripper throws a foggy blade from Station 4 and it reaches Station 1 and hits someone?
No, I didn't even know that. I've seen one where they throw the foggy blade and then it hits the wall on red church, right? And it hits the breakable wall, and then the foggy hits the survivor, hits the breakable wall, and the breakable wall also hits the survivor. So then they all just die.
Oh my God, that's sick.
They basically all just die. Yeah, they just die at full health.
That's sick. That definitely should belong in a highlight video somewhere. But yeah. Oh, HChai875. Thank you for the translation. Hang H Empire. Oh, Hang Empire, Hang H Empire. So maybe that's why Hang H was the coach. So wow, a direct tribute to the coach. Hang H Empire.
Definitely a long team name. I think one of the longer abbreviations that we've seen. I usually don't see them go past the 3 letters, but in this case it is the 4 letters. But we need to get into our band pick here. It's gonna be HHDG, right? There we go. Okay, okay. Usually I don't have a problem remembering this, but when it gets to 4 letters, then things get a little bit more confusing. The 3 letters, if it's 3 letters, it's like, okay, that's fine. And once you're at the 4th letter, it's like, wait a minute, what's the 4th letter? I don't know.
HHDG, yeah. It's like, KFC and McD, all the great names, right? With just 3 letters. But yeah, I mean, we're gonna get used to it as time goes. Oh, look at this dude. He's like stretching. I think he came from the American time zone as well. Trying to adapt. Yeah. But while he's stretching, and it's really important for the teams to be really well prepared, probably training up till late night. I mean, it is a very important event, and they need to fight for the top 2 spots in the group stages, ladies and gentlemen. FT has already won yesterday against RD. So today, Omni. Let's see if Omni will be able to pull off a victory, right, against HHDG here. Because I mean, I don't know, man. I'm sort of rooting for this guy. He looks really nice. UKJ.
Yeah, let's see Wildling as well here as the last character being picked. Interesting bands here. So if he was gonna play Hermit, I feel like he would go over the different band pick. I think this is actually gonna be a potential opera singer from UKJ, maybe. I'm not really sure. But yeah, we do know that, of course. Again, Hermit's the only character that I know about that he could play, but definitely could play opera singer here. And we have seen Pitstoppers play opera singer in the past, but it's not been a hunter he's comfortable with. He's had a bit of a difficult time performing well with the opera singer. So maybe it could be that the strategy for Omni is that UKJ will start in the round 1 situation, play the Opera Singer, and then Pit Stoppers will play in the later rounds. That could definitely be the strategy. It could be that UKG is more comfortable potentially with Opera Singer than Pit Stoppers would be. Now, something to keep in mind, Moon River Park, it's not really a great map for Opera Singer, just due to the fact that because it's very open, it can be difficult to dash in some places. Obviously, you like those confined areas, those narrow areas where you can dash around very quickly. Moon River Park is not one of them. No, it's actually going to be the Hermit. So this is what we talked about before, Hermit being his main hunter. Interesting we see this set of bans, though, right? Because if you're going to be playing Hermit, you wouldn't really ban Perfumer, I think, because Perfumer is like, okay, well, I can just stun the Perfumer, she can't use her Perfume. You can technically Perfume a chip hit to help another survivor, but in reality, it's not too beneficial. At that point, you'd rather just play something like Psychologist.
Games, bro. All about the mind games.
Yeah,
Making them think he's going OS. I mean, this lineup pretty much says, yeah, we're preparing for an OS, right?
Yep.
Yeah, probably that's why. But against this lineup, what do you think are the chances of Alva? You think he has a good chance here?
Well, looking at the spawn, this spawn is, they don't have any actual, they don't have any direct counters to the Hermit, and they also have a pretty good chase target first, the Hunter side does, going straight into the potential Gardener here. So I would say this is pretty good for the for UKJ here. Curious that the Gardener doesn't spawn directly at first stop, actually going to spawn a little bit away from it, which means that the Hunter can cut them off potentially here. So that's something to keep in mind as well. This will, I think, lock the 4-stop Cypher from the Acrobat, so he's going to have to rotate to a new Cypher machine, slow down encoding a little bit. But yeah, I think he'll just go straight for the Gardener. Spawning in this middle right square, very uncommon, because you don't really have anywhere to go. I mean, you can go first stop or God Kiting, but you're sort of just trapped yourself against the wall here. So, I don't know, interesting.
Yeah, maybe he's like, I don't know, man. Lately, I've just been seeing a lot of this zigzag poses, but instead of the usual zigzag, it's like one spot above the 4th station, one spot below the 1st station. I mean, it seems like a lot of the Chinese teams are doing it. But whatever it is, we're gonna see UKJ from Omni up against HHDG Survivor. It's a teleport build, so bringing the commentary is me, Nello Mello, and Eli O. Let's go, first round, first half.
And he doesn't go for the Gardener, so never mind. I guess we're going straight for the Embalmer first here, so he'd rather deal with this character instead of that bubble. Going straight upstairs after the Survivor. Does not go for any mind game with the red light, so this actually allows the Embalmer to just get the vault off for free here. He's going to go and transition towards the God Kiting area, or the many palleted area, as you would call it, but slow power breaking speed as well. So yeah, as you mentioned, Insolence Detention does not have fast power breaking to work with, and so he's just going to continue to take down these pallets, already making a connection early here, trying to get this first hit onto Egg, and it looks like he's going to get it right now.
Yeah, looks like he looks really patient though. With the slow pallet breaking, he's like, okay, let's just slowly take this off. And finally now, taking off the connections, like, there's no one that will be able to share the charge. He wants a really quick down here. Blue static's gonna go, so one more hit is gonna do it. Okay, trying to take a swing. He's probably gonna get it pretty soon.
He does have flywheel though, so he can't actually fly. He could flywheel this shock right here. Oh, flywheel's early! He flywheels too early, and that's gonna secure the down onto the Embalmer. And the Survivors did not switch. Oh, he disconnected, that's why. So he disconnected so the Survivors couldn't switch. The thing is, if Embalmer is able to flywheel that shock, he can actually just take the coaster. I think that kite's gonna be quite long, but yeah, he was mistimed the shock there, which is interesting considering that it's usually pretty easy to flywheel the shock because it's not like it's a swing where the swing is directly on you, right? The shock is gonna be flying towards you, and you can see it coming, and then you flywheel, right? But I think, yeah, maybe just a slight miss up there. Unfortunately, is gonna cost the Embalmer. He's gonna go ahead and use the coffin right away. This is fine for Egg. He can make it to the window with the bubble and continue to the God Kiting area. We'll take this first shock, but still has Tide Turner available, and Acrobat will be able to absorb one hit at least. So this should extend the kite a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, well, at least the teleport's making is kind of useful in this situation.
Oh, this is the stun.
Oh no, that's gonna cost a little bit of time for UKJ. I mean, it's 4 ciphers remaining. Two of them are almost done actually. So the first person is not down yet, but Egg, well, still has one more life remaining. Depends on what charge he's gonna be taking, still extending his kite, running with no abilities. But what was that swing?
Misclick. I don't know, man. Misclick there.
Misclick.
Yeah, UKG doesn't really use his teleport shot. Okay, he's gonna use it now. I was kind of curious why he continues to save it so long. Finally able to secure the down, but look at the ciphers now. 50% on the last 2 ciphers already. So now it is a hermit, so they will be slowed down a little bit. But there's 3 people decoding them, and there'll still be 2 when someone comes for the rescue. So while it may slow down a little bit, it's not actually as much as the hunter would like here. And additionally, Tide Turner's still in effect for Wildling. Survivors could potentially share damage. Wildling can potentially harass. There's a lot of ways in which HHDG can have a 4 survivor endgame.
Yeah, and that's why you don't really want to chase that bomber first, because you don't really need a rescue in the beginning, right? The coffin can help you do the work. So he bought a lot of time. I would say Egg bought a lot of time. The rescue happens. Last effort will be triggered.
Ooh.
Will they be able to make it in time?
Well, he doesn't have borrowed time.
Really
He's actually going to go down. He's going to go down because they didn't have borrowed time. So Wildling actually needed to body block 1 hit there, and he was not actually able to do so. UKG, so he's going to fly. Well, this is just so he doesn't give any free extra chips across the board here. And it's going to go down. Cypher Machine will be ready. They're going to be able to go for the endgame pop here, but it's not going to be the 4 survivor endgame that they would have liked. Now, something to keep in mind. Okay. Well, something to keep in mind is that he does have teleport. So he might teleport right away here. No, he's going to wait a little bit here.
Yeah, probably shouldn't commit yet. Yeah. He knows someone's here, but he has no idea that SingH was actually okay. Was that? I thought we could go much further than that, but apparently that's the limit that they have. Suzuzu hiding, 2 survivors here in the vicinity, so UKJ, up to him to be able to get at least a draw in this kind of situation. No one's touched the gate yet, waiting for the detention to disappear, I guess, but well, the gates are being worked at the moment. Wildling is on it. Yeah.
Now, the thing is, Acrobat can take, obviously can take a hit here. No, he's going to teleport. Okay, so every survivor can take a hit here. The question is, Wildling is going to get hit off his boar. Does he go for the tram? But no, he's actually going to go for the dungeon instead here. I really think he should have just taken the tram, right? If I'm not mistaken, I think that would have made
sense.
He
could have. But... He could have. Yeah, because if he keeps getting hit here, everyone will get injured, I guess.
Yeah. Can he take 1 more hit with a red charge here? Let's see. Okay, so Acrobat needs to switch. Will it matter? I don't think it does. Oh, he doesn't switch anyway. So that's going to secure the down, which means that 2 survivors will get out the exit gate here. This is a good result for UKJ. I think for the survivors, I think a 3-survivor escape would have been more advantageous, especially considering their positioning. But yeah, Wildling unable to get that body block off. And the survivor was unable to share the charge onto the 2nd rescue. That made it so he's able to farm the Embalmer and have only a 3 survivor endgame instead.
But I would say, I'm not really sure about this, but I feel like this lineup is not that good against a Hermit. But somehow the HHDG manages to get at least a draw. So I feel like maybe that's why we see that UKJ was like, yeah, I think I could probably have done better. You think that was what's going on? Hermit would probably have been able to do better against this comp.
I think this is a good comp for the Hermit to play against, but the problem is just like
Embalmer, right? Just buying so much.
Yeah,
time.
Embalmer is good. I also think that Hermit's just not. It's not a great round 1 hunter, right? Because Hermit's sort of one of those hunters. We talked about this before. It's sort of like a high risk, high reward hunter. Usually in the later rounds where you need to get more kills, you'd rather prioritize your round 1 to play a higher win hunter like Opera Singer or Dream Witch, something like that. So yeah, leading with the Hermit is not really ideal, I would say, compared to other characters. So I kind of get the approach here, using UKG first and maybe bring Pit Stoppers in for rounds 2 and 3. But why would you rather just not play Dream Witch in the first round or something like that, right? So that's sort of the thought process here, I think. I guess because it's Moonlit, they're worried that they might pick a map that's bad for Dream Witch or something like that, and then you get Moonlit, where Hermit's a little bit better. But in reality, it's still not. Pit Stoppers does come in now. He's going to lose that Dream Witch. They're just going to ban it, right? He's not going to have that as an option.
Yeah. I mean, probably for the surprise factor, right? They just want to give something that, yeah, we know that Pit Stopper is going to be the best of 1 hunter. We're going to prepare for his Dream Witch. And so, yeah, maybe that's why they they decide like, oh, maybe UKJ can come in and be the surprise factor because hey, no data, no data, but yeah, no data. And how do you fight against someone with no data? Apparently, apparently, yeah, you don't. Just getting a draw is good enough. Maybe that's why they're rejoicing. Like, hey, against no data, we have a no loss, no win though. And with an embalmer, I mean, yeah. It's funny that Alva is chasing Egg first as the embalmer because embalmer already has a coffin on the second floor, right? And chasing a person named Egg is kind of like, hey, maybe he's hungry or something. But yeah, close to 120 seconds. It was all
made that my name.
Sorry?
I should have changed my name. I should change my name to that.
Eggo?
Egg.
Egg. Underscore O. So, guys, guys, hashtag Egg. If you want Eli to change his name to Egg. And I'll be D King, I guess. Because I like ducks, so Duck King.
There you go.
But hey, not too bad. In a map such as Moonlit River Park, with Alva against a Chinese mainland team, HHDG, right? Not too bad of a result. It's still a draw. Of course, maybe they would hope to get a little bit a better result, but ultimately it's still a really good thing to start off with a draw, right?
Yeah.
And hopefully the survivors of Omni will be able to pick up from this. Even getting a draw again would be kind of motivating to them, right? Hey, we're up against a Chinese team, we get a draw, and let's work from there. And then pit stoppers come in DO2. Probably that will make a difference there, right?
I think what's going to be interesting is to see the HHDG Hunter, because considering that the Survivor side had a lower win rate, for them to actually qualify for this based off of that win rate, the Hunter must have played very, very well, right? The Hunter must have gotten a lot of 4 kills and put up a really great performance in the qualifiers. So what's very interesting to see is how this Hunter will actually come out and play here. I think that obviously they're going to have very good statistics. They're going to have a very good performance in the qualifier. Whatever that performance was, if they translate it into this mainland event or this COA event here, it could be very good. Omni, unfortunately, something that they have struggled with in the past is the Survivor side. We have seen them improve a lot going into the qualifiers for NAU, but the biggest question is, how is their condition in this global stage, right? And can they play against this Hunter from HHDG?
Yeah, I mean, Chiu from the chat has actually mentioned something really important. Like, yeah, a tie is good, but the question is, will Omni be able to handle the pressure from then on, right? Because let's not forget, it's like a tie is good, but then in the second half, you sort of have to make something happen. And if something doesn't happen and you end up getting a 3K, then you just lose game number 1, where you're supposed to have a little bit of advantage with the draw coming in, right? But yeah, I think it's still very, very doable. And hopefully OM survivors will be able to pick up from there, cover UKJ. UKJ's done his job. And then coming in, getting a draw, not too bad. But of course, if they can get something better than that, that would be definitely a bonus for them coming in.
Yep. Looking into the Omni Survivor side, we have Omni 1 here. 1 is actually previously a Hunter player. I think they were a Ripper player in NAU, and then they became a Survivor for Team Omni for COA. We see the win rate for 1 here, only around 20%, 40% escape rate. Average game time is 71 seconds and 149. 1.6 actually average rescues, so 1, of course, being the rescuer player for this team. And 1.6 is actually very high, so it means he's usually rescuing multiple times per game.
Yeah, I mean, better than the 6.7%. Definitely.
Yeah.
Better. But Agramon's next, coming in with the same win rate. I mean, they're a team, of course, but with a above average containment time of 80 seconds, 82.48 seconds actually. Decoding most of the time, I guess. But the preferred character for Agramon is the Gardener. Very obvious. It's a counter towards Opera Singer, and of course the female dancer, which I really hope to see as well. But maybe not in Moonlit River Park, right? It's kind of hard to set up here. But next up, Honor. Eli, why don't you bring us through his stats?
Yeah, so Honor was not able to make it to COA last year, but is actually able to play this time around. We have Honor with a 20% win rate, 40% escape rate as well. 96 seconds of average containment time. Honor has known to play some harassment type characters in the past, so that could definitely contribute to that high containment time with those supporting characters overall. And lastly, we have WWY, again, 20% win rate, 80% average, 80% escape rate, definitely escaping more often than not in comparison to the rest of the team here. And 79 seconds of average containment time is not too bad.
Yeah, the guy who makes it out, right? You know, I mean, I don't know, man. In America, there's this policy, right? No kid left behind, no one left behind. Is that something? Yeah, but here it's like leave everyone behind. It's fine. Just get the escape, and maybe that's why he's out 80% of the time. But yeah, WWY, I'm definitely looking forward to his performance because, as I mentioned in the NAU qualifiers, amazing stuff against the opera singer. Yeah, so definitely looking forward to seeing him replicate the success here in the global stage. But coming in for Team Heng Heng Equal HHDG is TZYM. I mean, TZYM, thank you so much. TZYM.
Thanks. I don't know. I was trying to make it make sense, but
thanks you, man. I
don't know.
My English is not Englishing, but.
Yeah.
Trying
to make it make sense.
Right?
But,
yeah, we're trying.
That's probably not what it stands for, but you know, we're close. We have to make it. Thank you. Thank you much. Thank you much.
Thanks you, man. Much. Yeah. But one thing's for sure, he plays opera singer, night watch, and the gamekeeper. So let's see which one he's gonna play in this map. I mean, gamekeeper here will be pretty nice, but again, no lizard main, so hopefully we'll see a lizard main in at least one game throughout the matches today. Because lizard's strong now, right? Lizard infinitely between gamekeeper and lizard, who would you choose? Like in order to cover distance in a big map.
Well, covering distance definitely be lizard. Lizard's map pressure is very good. Gamekeeper has better chase in the early game, but lizard has better map pressure in the late game. So, yeah, that's something to think about. So, on a map like Moonlit, both characters are good, but considering that it's round one, probably just going to see Opera Singer here. Now, very interested to see that we actually see the Moonlit River Park from HHDG, considering that he wants to play Opera. Moonlit's, as we talked about, not exactly the best Opera map that there is. You definitely have some other options. But yeah, I guess this is what HHDG prefers here. So maybe imagine he just plays Gamekeeper right away. Actually,
and we've seen the Alpha. We've seen the Alpha. Anything's possible. Anything's possible. A cheerleader. Yeah, a cheerleader band though. Maybe he is planning to go. Maybe he is planning to go with the Gamekeeper. But whatever it is, Omni seems like they're preparing for a fight against the Opera Singer. So Perfumer's going to be picked up first since Gardener's being banned. And Acrobat as well. So probably next few picks, First Officer. I mean, between First Officer and Mercenary in a big map like this, up against Opera Singer, which one would be the better rescuer though?
I definitely think that, well, they're actually, okay, so I think based on the situation, Mercenary is very good just due to the fact that it's a very large map. But considering that Officer on Moonlit River Park isn't quite as good just because it's a very large map, so Officer has a hard time getting across the map to make rescues. So Officer is usually considered to be very strong on small maps like Church or Arms Factory. Let's see Psychologist as well here, yeah, from the Survivors. And I think Airplanist is perfectly fine, especially for a large map where the Survivors can potentially get cut off from a distance. But yeah, we're going to see Perfumer favored again. So this is the thing that NAU has been doing. That was for you yesterday and Omni today, prioritizing Perfumer as a counter to the Opera Singer in comparison to some other characters that could potentially have been used, such as Patient or Lawyer. Perfumer looks to be a more commonly chosen option from NAU.
But there's no rescuer here though. So what's the plan? Like,
but, I mean, Airplanist is. Yeah, Airplanist can rescue.
What if he's the one getting chased first? Then wouldn't the plan fail? Like, like he uses up all the rockets and then he goes down. No one can come in for the rescue. No tide turners available. It is a pretty risky lineup, right? But hey, let's see them make it happen against TZYM. I mean, he's already smiling. He was smiling moments ago. I mean, thank you so much.
He's focused now, I think.
yeah. Thanks you so much. You know, no rescuers. So I'm gonna opt for the opera singer.
Thank you so much for no rescuers.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen this before, right? Like no rescuers.
Yeah.
So how well did it turn out?
Well, obviously, Airplanist can still be effective as a rescuer, so I think it's okay, yeah. But I guess the issue is that it's better on a small map to have no rescuers, because, you know, you can still make saves on small maps with non-rescue characters. Oh, there he's smiling again. But on Moonlit, it's not as easy, right? Because Moonlit is obviously a very large map. The Hunter can cut survivors from a distance. Looks like we're going to see that either Honor or Agramont might get chased first here. Could see them chase one, I guess, if he wants to go straight for bridge. But yeah, I think he's perfectly fine chasing either Perfumer or Acrobat. Obviously, Acrobat at 4-stop can be difficult to deal with, but the Opera Singer can put a shadow on the other side of the platform. So if the Acrobat does use the bomb to jump across, they could have a shadow waiting and still get the free hit anyways. So chasing Honor could be a viable option, undoubtedly. Also, Perfumer, you know, obviously 2-story is not a great place to chase that. So I actually think that Acrobat might be the best option.
Yeah. I mean, Acrobat is at a really strong place, right? Like the zigzag leaves, and Opera Singer literally has to circle around just to catch up again. But with a little bit of play with the teleports, maybe he can make it happen. But whatever it is, we are heading to the second half of game number 1. Joining me for this commentary is Eli O, and it's me, Nello Mello. It's going to be HHDG versus Omni Survivor.
All right, and it's like, nope, actually not going to go for the Acrobat. Going to go for the Perfumer instead. So interesting choice here from EZYM, or thank you very much for not playing any rescuers against me. He's just gonna,
thank you.
Yeah, he's going to utilize this this narrow area in 2-story. Has to wait for the Perfume to disappear first. Oh, vaulting! Oh, but Acrobat didn't go back. As soon as that animation of vaulting started to happen, he could have gone back up. But Acrobat, yeah, actually just maybe didn't look behind them. I guess it ends up being okay, though, as he does change targets anyways, so.
Oh, change to the Psychologist. You get one hit, then you sit on the tram. It's fine. You can just stand there and wait for that one hit, I guess. Oh, nah, he's not gonna wait there. He's just gonna get that one hit. Okay, probably take the tram. Yeah, I mean, they definitely love themselves a grab Uber. Okay, teleport is gonna be utilized, but you're gonna have a hard time trying to catch up, right? Like, yeah.
Yeah, you see the distance made from the Psychologist here. Able to make it all the way towards 2 stories. You have to swing to get out of the shadow as there's no place. Oh, I guess there is that pole. Okay, never mind. I was going to say nowhere to dash. But he does have the dash here. Is he get the second hit onto the Psychologist? Blink is now available. 2 Cypher Machines are almost done, but the Psychologist is kiting on this Cypher Machine. So can we slow down a little bit here? He can actually just blink through this window if he wants to. Gonna go ahead and use the blink there. And Psychologist, flywheels. Oh, and actually the shadow was... He dashed into nothing, so the shadow cooldown actually began, and that means he can actually cut this out a little bit.
Oh my god! Beautiful. Oh my god, beautiful play by WWY there, keeping the hopes alive, but again, there's no more grab here. WWY needs to be very careful, but this time the pellet slam is not gonna connect. EZYM is gonna have the better end of the exchange, but while all of that's happening, Eli, 3 ciphers almost done throughout the duration of WWY's kite without support. So I would say,
now, I will say, while this, okay, it was definitely a good kite in a very good early game for Omni. But the question is it enough to go for a win? For a tie, for sure. But Perfumer gets found from a distance, and is not gonna Perfume back. So this could be a potential double down here. Will he go for the double hit onto the Perfumer? I think maybe, yeah, he's gonna get the double hit onto the Perfumer. Now the biggest thing here is this Hunter needs to down Psychologist before Tide Turner runs out to not lose any time. Look at those dashes, very clean with the dashes here from TZYM. Can he make it to the pallet in time? It's gonna be a mind game. Is he able to make it to the pallet and kite out this swing here? Needs to, he's on the wrong side, and that's gonna be the double down that Omni needed to avoid. And all of a sudden, the chance for a win, I think, has now been diminished to at least a tie, just due to the fact that Perfumer is double down and also heals slower than other survivors, unfortunately. Or I guess isn't when you healed by a team. I'm not really sure, but either way, it doesn't matter. Double down is still very, very detrimental here.
It is. I mean, we've seen this. Oh wait, one more. We've seen this happen, right? We've seen this happen before. Meow Pie yesterday as well, finding the survivors.
He wants to double tag.
Wait, okay, nice. That was a nice boost up, but one. Okay, coming back in. He's like, okay, can you see me, bro? Apparently he has no sights on the aeroplanes anymore, going back to WWI, and this is so scary.
He can't go down. He can't go down because of Tide Turner. He can't go down because of the Tide Turner. But the Hunter didn't realize that. The psychologist forgot. The forgot.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
As soon as he was going up, and he does get the down. As soon as he was going up the slide, I'm thinking, I was like, why is he going up the slide? It's Tide Turner. And then everybody just forgot.
But the Tide Turner was running out, so it was perfect timing. It was perfect timing. But WWI managed to buy so much time throughout the exchange, and the ciphers are actually almost done, but no one's touching the cipher. I'm not sure what Honor is doing. Where is Honor though? Is he going to the last cipher?
Yeah, I'm not really sure what Honor is. He's hanging out around the 4-stop area. Okay, he's now pushing the last cipher machine, so for TZYM, he needs to teleport to that last cipher if he wants to go for a win here. If he just chases here, it's going to be a tie. He's not paying attention to the last cipher machine, though. As soon as he breaks his pal, he should just teleport. There's no reason to stand around here. No, he's just going to continue to chase here, it looks like. Maybe save the teleport for endgame, I suppose.
Yeah, or he'll be like, oh, what? The pop straight away? Oh,
no borrow time.
No borrow time. Oh my goodness. And once he chairs...
And Perfumer does not have... Oh, Perfumer doesn't have self-heal. Perfumer does not have self-heal. This might be a 3-kill now, because if he downs the airplanist, Perfumer doesn't have self-heal. They can't do anything about it. And there's the down onto the airplanist. Juan just kind of, unfortunately, jetpacking away from the pallets here means that he's unable to kite out against his opera singer, and Acrobat's not going to be able to get back up here. So this double down play from TZYM acknowledging that these survivors do not have self-heal because he was able to double down them earlier. That's the difference between a tie and a win here.
They should not be in the same location. If they know that Perfumer has no borrowed time, no self-heal, they should not be in the same location. The moment Honor is on the last machine and they know that their Perfumer is being the target, I think Aeroplanists should have, the first thing that should happen is like, I should be running to the second stop, take the tram to the third stop, go towards where Honor is, right? Or at least stay in the middle, not anywhere near the Perfumer. This is, or at least don't pop, you know what I mean? Or at least don't pop and rescue the Perfumer once. And body block for the Perfumer, right? But that was so close. That beautiful, but I just have to say, beautiful kite by WWY all the way until the end. It's just very unfortunate that the last minute execution wasn't as smooth as expected. But ultimately, 3-1 in favor of HHDG, Eli. So a round 1 victory goes to HHDG.
It does. Yeah, so they're able to get the victory here. And honestly, I feel like this was not too bad for Omni. Considering going into this matchup, I think in terms of expectations, I think HHDG is definitely heavily favored in this matchup for sure. Just based off of the fact that it's, mainland China versus NAU. Omni has had a difficult time in the global stage in the past, whereas HHDG obviously being a newer team in the global stage, but was able to make it through the mainland Chinese qualifier. Which is very difficult to do. So, but yeah, it's very interesting to see that Omni actually made it quite close. So definitely a good job from them to make it only a 5-3 for this round. I do think if things went a little bit differently there, they could have potentially gone for a tie and tied the round here. But you really see the downside of not playing rescuers now, right? Because what happens is even if you don't have, even if you play a character with Tide Turner that's a non-rescuer like a Perfumer, the chance of you getting double hit is very likely, because if you're a rescue character like Mercenary, you get the rescue, just elbow pad away, you don't get double hit, right? But if you're a non-rescue character, it's very hard to avoid the double down, and the Hunter acknowledges this. He goes for the double down every time, gets the stealth heals out of the way. That way, in the end game, you can leave the survivors on the ground and go for the extra kill. That game plan, looking ahead through the entire match, there is very strong there from him.
Yeah, I mean, I think my doggo agrees with that as well. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, if you want to do a play like this, I mean, it's just really risky, right? You don't have a rescuer, and then you don't have borrowed time, right? So that's kind of really risky. But then again, maybe it comes to the fact that they're like, oh, okay, yeah, we're expecting Perfumer to be the first chase, and we're expecting her to kite all the way to the end. But nothing goes as the way it plans, right? Because ultimately, TZYM, he did not go for the perfumer. He changed target to the psychologist, and ultimately it was the psychologist that kited for an extended period of time, carried until the end. And because of this, every single time, this double down situation, they still managed to get to the end game. And then they know that perfumer has no moral time, no self heal, but with a teammate caught in the vicinity, it was just a matter of time before TZYM, after downing the perfumer, went and downed the aeroplanist as well. So a little bit of hiccups here and there. Ultimately, I would say they're still in the game. They still have a lot of fighting chance, and I would say I just have to keep saying this. Like WWY, I'm really impressed kiting this way, not just in the NAEU qualifiers, but in the global stage as well. So I would say that Omni definitely has a really has the potential to fight back.
Yeah, definitely has the potential for sure. But considering that this was opponent's map choice, only a 5-3 is not a bad result. I guess it still has leaves some possibility for Omni to make a comeback here. And considering that pit stoppers might come in and play now for the Hunter side, definitely could be very good for them. Again, I think that leading Dreamwitch could have been a bit stronger. Maybe Dreamwitch was able to come out and get a victory. Could have potentially put Omni ahead, but the Hermit is just a risky character to bring out in the first round. I understand the game plan. It's just you run that risk every time you play that character, and able to secure a tie with it is definitely not bad at all. But in this case, it was unfortunately not enough, as the Hunter side was talked about for HHDG, just very strong there.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with you. Very strong performance coming into this BO1. There's definitely BO2 to work with. Alva is a little bit of a wild card, but hey, he still managed to do the minimum, which is getting a draw. So I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think it just all comes down to both sides not giving chances. But hey, let's take a look at the highlights for the moment. There you have it, the highlights from the scenes just now. So many beautiful plays, and I just keep I think all of us was caught off guard with the tight turner, right? The tight turner, and like, hey, why are you at the swing? And we all forgot, like what you mentioned, we overlooked it as well. But ultimately, that timing, that perfect timing, it ran out. Managed to kite a little bit longer. But yeah, among all of the highlights that you've seen just now from Team HHDG versus Sing Omni. If you notice in the voice chat communication just now, they were saying a lot of things. Their communication was so precise. It was not like everyone shouting over each other, right? It was like, okay, it's gone. The charge, okay, he has the charge gone. He has the charge on. Okay, he's coming in. He's doing. It's very precise, like short, precise. It's not like storytelling. It's just really precise. So, I hope that we have an opportunity to listen to Omni's voice comm as well. Maybe then we can learn what's actually going on behind the scenes. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we are done with best of one. Score is 5-3 for those of you who just tuned in. This is Call of the Abyss 7, a global annual event for Identity V enthusiasts and professional teams fighting for a grand total of, the first place is 4 million yuan, which translates to 550,000 US dollars. So that's a lot of money and glory. So yeah. We're heading into BO2 very, very soon. But Eli, what are you expecting to see in game number 2? You think they're going to bring pit stoppers out this time, or they're just going to keep giving UKJ the experience?
Yeah, I definitely think Pit Stoppers will play now, especially considering that I think UKG only plays. Well, from what I know, UKG only plays the Hermit. Could be that they have some other hunters available as well, but I don't know. We'll have to see. I got these sunglasses. Okay, there we go. My shades.
My shades.
I just saw these sitting on my desk. There's these shades sitting on the desk. I was like, I'm gonna try these on real quick.
No, you look like Shawn Mendes with it. Krista. I don't know why she's barking at Shawn Mendes. Probably listens to his music too, but I don't know. Yeah. But now it seems like Omni is opting for Leo's memory. So yesterday was the same thing. I was like, okay, Leo's memory, cool. It's becoming more of a popular choice now. You think they want to utilize? Do you think they have an explorer in the arsenal for this, or Omni? Do they have
I'm not really sure. Omni has been known to pick non-meta maps. Like they like to pick things like Sacred Heart Hospital. Sometimes Leo's Memory here. Obviously, Leo's Memory is now more of a meta map, but in the past it was really non-meta. But yeah, we're gonna see Leo's Memory from them here. So I guess the idea is that I'm actually not sure. We're gonna have to see. Because Pitstoppers is playing Hunter. I guess they would ban Pitstoppers Dream Witch, and then maybe he can play. Well, I guess Breaking Wheel's not that good in Leo's Memory. I'm not really sure, to be honest. I don't know. Could be. Maybe they just want a map that's good for the survivors.
Yeah, probably, because now the survivors of Omni are gonna come up against round number 2 against TZYM, and they're like, okay, we don't play against the Opera this time. We're gonna show you what we can really play. I mean, WWY seems really focused from the camera shots just now. I'm pretty sure he's going to continue to perform. I think what they really need to pay attention to now is their team comms, right? Like you need to have perfect team comms to pull this strategy off. Like no BTs, you gotta rotate really well. No rescuers, you gotta do it really well. And yeah, we can see that Agramon, is that Agramon or Juan? The first one. This is Agramon, right?
This is Agramon.
This is Agramon. Okay. Agramon also being really focused. It just feels like this is like a really big opportunity, right? One of the 2 NEU teams that qualify for COA, Omni, alongside B4U. And this is the perfect group for them, honestly. I would say this is the perfect group. B4U has a nightmare group. They're placed in a nightmare group. But they're still fighting back really hard. So I feel like Omni here, given this group of hope, they definitely need to buckle up, pay more attention to the team comms, team communications, and hopefully take TZYM by surprise. Oh, okay.
I'm not sure.
Here. Yeah.
I was trying to like do the lip reading, but I don't actually know what. I don't know what that was.
We got this, Migente Latino. I'm not sure if it's. I'm sorry if it's not Latino. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I mean, but yeah. Anyways, we're gonna see. I think for the Hunter side, we saw them play Officer in the first round, right? It was TZYM played Officer in the first round, and then he still has. I think was it Nightwatch, right? Was another Hunter that we saw listed there. So yeah, no. Gamekeeper. Yeah. So what do we think about Leo's Memory for Nightwatch and Gamekeeper? What do you think is more likely? What do you think's more likely here?
I don't know. All I know is that this place is cursed. I hate this map.
That is.
And the snowball. Oh my god. I mean, I don't know, man. When the survivors are getting cheeky, they throw snowballs at you and you can't really see the screen. I don't know if this is allowed here or is it enabled here in the tournament server. It's not, right? If it is, it would be so sick, right? You keep throwing it to the other side, like, I'm hitting line. That would be so sick.
I think it's only in quick match.
Yeah. Imagine if that feature was enabled, like they're actually making use, because this is a survivors versus hunters game, right? So if the survivors could actually pick up the snow and just smudge the hunter's face, like, okay, we can't see anything, that'd be great. But one thing is for sure, TZYM taking out the toy merchant for the mobility and antiquarian for the harassment, which leaves open quite a few options. There's the patient, aeroplanist again, I guess. Patient, you think Patient's good here? Patient definitely is good here, right? What other choices are there? Do they have
well, we've seen
Priestess
Patient.
here?
Yeah, well, we've seen a lot of teams pick Patient for Leo's memory, so maybe Patient will be something that Omni. Yeah, so Patient here, and they really want that cheerleader, so they're going to use the cheerleader now. This means they won't have it in the third round, but they're prioritizing it at this point in time. I think TZYM will ban a rescuer next, potentially mercenary, potentially airplanist, potentially officer. Looks like it's going to be airplanist. So that means that the mercenary is still available for Omni here, so I'll expect them to take that character immediately. Although I guess they could not pick a rescuer now and then go either mercenary or officer later is also an option. A few different ways they could go about this here, but it depends how much what they really want for the third character. But looks like yeah, it's gonna be mercenary here.
Yeah, I think they decided like, yeah, we really do need a rescuer in the team this time, right? But while all that's going on, shoutouts to Gloric by Hacks. Hopefully you see this message by the time it gets there in 3 minutes. But guys, please do keep giving your support. Yellow emojis for Team Omni, and of course for mainland China. Wait, what's the color again for China? It's also yellow. Okay.
It's like a yeah. So like
it's yellow.
NAU is like a orange or dark yellow, and China's like a lighter yellow color, I think.
Yeah. Shout out to K-Woo's dogs as well. Shout out to the dog as well. But yeah, for Omni, please do give your support to Omni, hashtag Omni. I think make it easier, right? Hashtag Omni. Or if you're supporting Team HHDG, hashtag HHDZ as well. And if you're following my Instagram, I put up a poll there with Eli. The poll is, which team will win, Omni or HHDG? Please do go to my Insta story and vote. If you're following me, it's, for those of you who have not, it's at Nello the World, and for Eli O, it's at Eli OIDD. So please do check it out. Yeah. Oh my God, Migente Latino. It's going on in the chat. Oh my God, I'm not sure. I don't speak Spanish. But
we're Gamekeeper. Yeah. Yeah, Gamekeeper. We thought maybe potentially would be. We thought it was going to be the Night Watch, but it's actually be Gamekeeper here. And Gamekeeper is not really, we talk about it's not really like a win style hunter. It's more of a tie hunter, but because Gamekeeper's chase is so strong, right? It can be very difficult sometimes for teams to actually be effective against that character. So we'll see. I think based off the spawn position here, we're gonna have Lawyer spawn inside factory, should have Patient at middle. We'll see the, what is that other character? Cheerleader over at Shack.
Cheerleader.
And the Rescuer is gonna be off to the side somewhere. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. And looks like we're gonna see the Gamekeeper is spawning in the top right corner, which means he's not able to lock up any Cypher machines here, but he's gonna go straight for the Cheerleader first, looks like. And actually it's not gonna be WWY on the show, it's actually Agramont this time around.
Yeah, I definitely, like yesterday's play, Long versus Long's what was it again, the Acrobat, right? Just looping and looping this area, right? Oh my God.
Yeah,
Let's see if Agramont's able to make that happen as well against the Deer God. But I feel like it's a different story. Gamekeeper does have a trap to stop that. Yeah, right. But going for the standard 3-6, Blink, TZYM on the Hunter side, and the Omni survivors bringing the commentaries is me, Nello, and Eli O. Do support your teams right here at game number 2, first half.
All right, and we have the Gamekeeper immediately going towards, it's going to go away from Factory. So this is definitely a good choice for the Gamekeeper. Unfortunately, the reason why we don't see Leo's memory getting chosen over and over is because it's not really a balanced map overall in comparison to some of the other maps in the game because of that Factory area. And we see the Hunter does acknowledging this. He's not going to go for the Factory. He's going to go ahead instead. He's a 3 pallet here, going straight for this Cheerleader. He's sacrificing the chase onto the Lawyer. And it's going to allow for that extra decoding to come into play here. Cheerleader's just going to go ahead and loop around here as much as possible. Needs to be careful of vaulting near a Gamekeeper because that hook terror shot can be deadly if you're not careful.
Oh, okay. One more hook opportunity. Let's see if Agramont's going to pick it up.
Oh, he's going to get hit. Does unfortunately run onto the wrong side of the pallet, but was able to... oh, he's going to not transition away here as well. So that means he's actually trapped in this area with the
Bull King
traps, trapped with the traps. Yeah, and there's the down. He's gonna get the hook. Gets the slow down as well. And that Cypher progress is not too strong. And also, he could actually share on the Mercenary Cypher, but looks like he's actually to share over a 3-bomb instead.
Yeah. I mean, they can definitely do one rescue here. If you don't want to go for another draw, because last game they got a 3-man kill, right? So if this game they can manage to get a draw, maybe it'll open up an opportunity for the Hunters to do something here. But it doesn't seem like one wants to go for the full blood. Oh, what? The dash? That pad? Okay, the pad missed that. So did the hook, so I guess it cancels out each other.
Oh, he might go for the Terror Shock play here. He's gonna get he's gonna. Okay, he does get the rescue up here. We're gonna see the hook onto the mercenary. He's gonna hit the mercenary here, getting that chip and that damage into play here, and he still has Blink to work with, right? So Inner Cheerleader does boost away. Oh! No, I thought he was gonna mind game. Okay, he just puts a trap. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, he's putting a trap, but it's fine. Oh, let's just see if Agramon's gonna fall for that trap. Oh my god!
Hits the hook and gets the down. What a hook from TYM here. You really see why Gamekeeper has really strong chasing abilities. It is not easy to avoid the hook. Not only is the hitbox incredibly large, it's basically like auto aim. It's also really far. You can get that hook from so far away.
Yeah, I mean, we witnessed it firsthand at how deadly the hooks are, right? But it seems like WWY is on rescuing UT this time. Okay, coming close. It's a full presence Gamekeeper trying to slow WWY as much as possible. Oh, look at the infinite hooks. Oh, beautiful, beautiful trap. Oh, wait. Okay. You do not want to wait for the hook recovery. Okay, nice. That was really nice. Blocking as well. WWY, perfect rescue. Agramon is on his deathbed. This is his last chance. He needs to.
Oh, he runs away from the window, so I think that's gonna mean the down here. Unless he can bait. He gets the hit at the window. He's able to avoid the first hook, but the Gamekeeper getting pulled closer to the survivor. And now the problem is, with so many injuries on the field and Trunks card still available, and the last Cypher Machine not ready just yet, this is actually kind of difficult for Omni, because even if they go for heals onto their teammates here, they're still going to go down to one hit plus the hook, right? So you have to be careful of that. So that's why the Gamekeeper's chip damage is so important as this game progresses. Does he find where what? Oh, he finds where he's hiding! He finds where he's hiding too! And this is before the lawyer can heal the mercenary. And is also, I think, going to chair on this 20% Cypher as well. And all of a sudden, Omni's positioning is really difficult now.
It is very difficult. I mean, that was a very nice trying to get the Nidus, right? But I feel like the Hunters their eyes are really sharp. I mean, we can see it on the big screen here, but for them, they're playing on a 6.2 inch Nidus phone, so I'm not really sure. You gotta have like 20/20 eyesight, right? Yeah. But Mercenary is gonna be on decoding duty. Lawyer seems to be coming for the Nidus.
If he finds, oh no, he saw him way too early here, and that's gonna be really difficult for the Survivor. Cypher's not ready. He's gonna avoid 2 hooks here.
Nice.
Still trying to avoid these hooks.
Nice. Oh, nice.
Flywheels.
It's fine.
Hooks.
It's fine. Oh my god, he's
down so much. Yeah.
So slow. Oh my god.
I'm gonna wait this out. It looks like.
Just rescue! There's no Terror Shock! Just rescue!
Well, I think he wants to try to wait for the Cypher to be primed as much as possible. Gets the body block. That's a huge body block. Cypher Machine not primed just yet. Maybe they can tie. They have to body block until the Cypher Machine's ready. Gamekeeper could just teleport, actually. I feel like you can teleport, you're fine. But
he didn't hook there. He just put.
Yeah. The other problem is what if he hooks the lawyer and there's no attack recovery, right? That's something else that's scary. But
yeah, lawyer should run away.
No, but he knows where the lawyer is. He knows that lawyer is the target he wants down here. They're gonna pop. They're just gonna pop. But lawyer doesn't have borrowed time. Lawyer does not have borrowed time. And now the Gamekeeper still has teleport.
Patience should stay in the middle, right? One should go and open the gate.
Yeah.
Patience should stay in the middle. Probably wait. Probably wait for the Gamekeeper to use up the teleport or something. Oh, but I think he's just gonna use his infinite hook. That's not a gear, that's a Spider-Man hooking his way towards the back gate. Oh, missing that one hook. One still has 2 elbow pads to work with. Oh, gonna use it instantly.
He needs to teleport back to the chair, though. He needs to teleport back to the chair if he wants to get this. There's the elbow pad. Can he hit the window here? Oh, he avoids the window. He needs to teleport back to the chair. He does teleport back, but it's not in time, as the rescue was able to happen here. We're going to see what YES try to use the hook. This is the first thing. He's going to use the hook here.
Oh my god, beautiful. WWY keeping the Bane on edge. And look, TZYM giving up on WWY. He's going back to honor. Juan needs to take this opportunity to open the back gate. He is going to open the back gate. It looks like Omni might be able to secure this draw. The dungeon is here, but I don't think he will make it in time. Oh, honor.
What is that hitbox? That's crazy, dude. I don't even know what happened there.
But it's gonna end up
ID,
draw, right?
That's an IDV physics moment. Well, I don't know. Patient has to get this gate open in time here. Maybe we're gonna hook himself all the way to the gate. He has infinite hooks to work with here. 50%. No, I don't think this gate opens in time.
Wait.
Oh, does he see him? It's not open. 70%.
Probably should have rotated through the big factory towards where the masonry is, but wow, TZYM with that clutch, getting that 3K back to back, and look at him bounce off. He's like, hey, bye, I'm done here. Okay, 3K, it's up to you guys now. But you have to say, Omni was fighting back way better than in round 1, but still ended with a 3-man elimination. What happened there, Eli? What led to that moment though?
Yeah, I think basically, it's really hard to say. I think what happened is, like, in the early game, the first kite from the cheerleader unfortunately was not as strong as they would have liked it to be, and then also he was able to injure survivors throughout the whole board. Right, he had the 75% damage on the mercenary, and then also on the patient as well. So he had injuries sprouted across the board, and he's able to find the patient hiding. That was really important. Patient's able to stay hidden. Then I think the survivors could easily tie there, but also not having borrowed time on the lawyer is really important, because you don't borrow time, then they pop the cyber machine, but lawyer gets down right away. So yeah, just things like that. And then he was able to play the end game very well. He was able to find the patient before the X gate was open. It was really just a time situation. Omni definitely doing the best they could there, but yeah, this TZYM, is that right?
Yeah, TZYM. Thanks you.
Yeah, TZYM. Yeah.
Thanks you, bro.
Has been performing really well here. So 2 wins back to back. Really difficult for Omni.
Yeah, that's true. And you gotta think as well. I think he was taking a risk at the end there, right? If it was up to you, like you're on the patient's role, you finish rescuing, you managed to rescue the lawyer, right?
Yep.
As a lawyer, you want to bring him further away from the gate, from where the patient is, right? Because the patient has no more hooks. What do you think?
I would have gone to dungeon, because lawyer's dead on chair, mercenary goes out the gate, and the hunter doesn't know where you are if you're going to dungeon. So if you're the patient there, I think it makes more sense to just go for the dungeon instead of pushing the exit gate. Also, you can just wait out detention, right? So you can either go to factory, wait out detention, push dungeon, or you can just go straight to dungeon. Lawyer dies on chair, mercenary escapes, dungeon opens. You get the tie that way. Pushing the gate is like the one way to make it risky, and WWY unfortunately, he just went for that gate play instead of the dungeon play.
Yeah, but the dungeon was right in front of where the lawyer was chaired, though. But
but it's okay, because the tension would have ran out. That's the thing, right? Because the tension was at, I think, like
10
seconds left when he downed him, right? I'm not actually sure. It was almost done. Actually, but detention was almost out, so you could easily have waited out the detention. It was... Oh, actually, we can't see it just yet, but detention was almost out, so definitely he could have hidden away, waited out the detention, pushed the gate, or pushed the dungeon afterwards. It looks like it was about 20 seconds. But imagine if he just waited in factory, right? We just waited in factory, potentially waited that out, or maybe went for the other exit gate. I don't know, a few different ways he could have gone for that.
20 seconds though. Yeah, by the time he went down, it was 20 seconds. Yeah, just looking at the replays here, that definitely could have gone a few ways. You know what would be super amazing to watch is if the dungeon's right in front of the cake of the deer, right? And you just casually walk up to the dungeon and just jump out. But that wouldn't work, right? Because the dungeon will take a while to open, right?
It takes a few seconds, yeah. When a survivor's dying on chair, it takes a few seconds.
But then the merc can just escape, and then the dungeon will open straight away, right? No? Yes. He doesn't have flywheel, so that wouldn't work anyway, right?
Yeah, but you can't just wait out detention. You just hide till detention.
Yeah, good. Yeah. But then again, it's kind of weird. Like, I noticed that they don't really, apart from WWY, it seems like no one else is a fan of Flywheel, right? I think I only saw WWY on Flywheel, and the rest are never on Flywheel. So you gotta think as well. Maybe that would make a bit of a difference against the Bane's hooks. Can you actually Flywheel the hook? You can, right?
You can, yeah. I think they were expecting Night Watch, so that's why they had Broken Windows instead of the Flywheel potentially.
Okay.
Yeah.
But still GG well played, and the savior might be the savior for Omni. Pit Stopper coming in to replace UKJ. Bro looks ready, man. He looks ready. He looks focused. I mean, he's not coming in under the best circumstances, but still giving off his smile. He's gotta perform better than a 3K in order to keep the team alive.
Yeah, Pit Stopper's gonna need to. He has to at least win, right? He needs to at least. Whenever you have to go to a game, it's like, oh, you gotta at least win. It's like, okay, well, that's not no pressure. You gotta at least win, right?
Yeah.
But it's definitely an uphill battle. So he needs to at least 3 kill. If he's able to 3 kill, then they can force an extra round. But even at that point, Omni would still be losing going into the last round, right? So Pit Stoppers at this point is really going to want to try to 4 kill. That would, I guess, be the best result, right? If he can get a 4 kill here. But I mean, considering the circumstances, it's not really easy for them, for him. Leo's memory is not too good for hunters. It's not too good for hunters. That factory area can be very difficult sometimes. Usually pretty optimal for the survivor side. And overall, I think it's really tough for him. They're just going to banish Dreamwitch, so he's going to lose out on those win potential hunters as well.
Yeah. It's just unfortunate, right? Because Dreamwitch is a strong hunter for him in BO1 as well, and now with that he comes out, I think actually the reverse would have been better if he came out in BS of 1 with Dreamwitch, and then in this best of 2, the Alva might have actually made a more impact, right? But again, UKJ has been entrusted with BO1 hunter, and Pit Stopper entrusted with the rest of the BOs. So survivors of HHDG is probably going to 100% ban the Dreamwitch, and Pit Stopper is not worried. He's just powdering up his hands. Even though he just started playing, he's powdering it up. I don't know, the Clark. Even Clark, we haven't seen Clark in a long time, right? And you think that's potential in him playing Clark here, getting a 4K with a Clark?
It's unlikely. I mean, Clark's not really a character that. Yeah, I mean, I think he's played in the past, but I don't think he's played it recently. So, especially with a character that's difficult to play like Clark, it seems unlikely for sure.
What's the other character he can play here besides Dreamwitch then? Big
Opera
chance.
Singer, but his Opera Singer has not been his top hunter. His top hunter is Dreamwitch, right? Breaking Wheel, we've seen him play Breaking Wheel when he needs to go for heavy kills, but the thing is, Omni kind of backfired their map selection. By choosing Leo's Memory, it's not a good Breaking Wheel map, so now Pit Stoppers probably won't be able to play Breaking Wheel just because of this map selection, so maybe he'll end up playing Opera Singer. I think Opera Singer would be the best character, potentially getting a 3 kill or better, but it's definitely not one of the hunters Pit Stoppers is as comfortable with, right? So he'd love to play something like Dreamwitch, but he's not going to be able to play it because I think HHDG will probably just ban it.
Yeah, unless if HHDG decides that, yeah, we don't want to face an Opera Singer, we want to face, we're comfortable facing something else, which is very, very unlikely. I don't think they will underestimate their opponents, regardless which stage they're at against whichever opponents from whichever region or division. Yeah, I agree with you. I think Omni's Pit Stopper is going to be forced to take Opera Singer, but yeah, it is going to be an uphill battle here.
Yep. But the thing is, like, I think obviously sometimes a lot of the time you don't want to risk giving an Opera Singer in round 2, but Dreamwitch has always been Pit Stopper's best hunter, right? So I think it makes the most sense for them to just ban Dreamwitch. If they've done their homework on Omni, HHDG would know that banning Dreamwitch is the better play for them here. If Pit Stoppers is given Dreamwitch here, I think that's exactly what he wants. He wants to be able to play Dreamwitch right now. But I think that it makes the most sense to actually ban Dreamwitch. And that's going to make it a lot harder for him to get a 3 kill or better.
Yeah. we'll just have to find out later on. We'll be able to find out soon after Pitstoppers banned the 2 survivors. Yeah, that's
those
obviously
are
a
Dreamwitch
Dreamwitch
fans,
ban, right?
Yeah.
HHDG has
Now they know.
banned
Now they
Dreamwitch,
know
right?
for sure. Yeah.
Oh, that's Pitstopper as well. That's a fan from China. Yeah, probably a new friend. New fan made since they came to China.
And
but yeah,
there you go.
they're gonna, Pitstopper's like, yeah.
And not only do they know that banning Dreamwitch would make the most sense for what characters that Pitstoppers like to play, because he likes to play Dreamwitch. The Barmaid and Seer ban is just screaming, oh, I want to play Dreamwitch, right?
That's true.
If you're banning Barmaid and Seer, it's like, okay, this is a Dreamwitch incoming. And the problem with Pitstoppers doing this is now that he's done these 2 bans, they're going to play counters for things like Clerk and things like Opera Singer, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you have the Antiquarian, you have Airplanist, which are both good against those 2 hunters. So now Pitstoppers, bit of a tough position, right? So what is he going to go for? He's going to go Coordinator now. So now he's going to change his bans to Opera Singer bans, I would imagine.
Or he could play the Lizard. Evil Reptilian.
But I think, so they're going to go Mercenary here. So they actually have 2 rescuing options with the Airplanist and Mercenary. Pitstoppers probably going to ban, okay, he's going to ban Embalmer, which is fine. I like the Embalmer ban here, considering that since the survivors of HHDG only need a tie, and Embalmer's good in Leos, why not just ban Embalmer, get that out of the way, you don't have to worry about that. Tie character. Maybe they'll play something like a Lawyer for decoding, because again, they just need to play for a tie here, but you know, Pitstoppers, if he wants to play Clerk, Cheerleader as well is also good. He doesn't have good chase targets for Clerk at all. Antiquarian counters, Airplace is a good cutter against Clerk, so is Cheerleader. For the Opera Singer, it's also not too easy as well. So, yeah, I mean, what's Pitstoppers really left with for getting a 3 kill? I feel like it's only Opera Singer and only Clerk at this point.
Yeah. Seems very likely, right? I mean, he has no choice but to play one of these 2. No way he's gonna play Photographer, man.
I don't know what you guys are talking about.
The chance, like, Photographer coming? No way, man. I like Joseph, but ain't no way he's gonna be playing that here. Unless if he wants to give that, the Omni supporters in the stands. I'm surprised, but yeah, without surprise, Pitstopper is going for the Opera Singer. And against this lineup, I can only imagine how hard it's gonna be. But the difference is, this time, it is going to be in BO2. And secondly, it's only going to be in Leo's memory. And thirdly, this is the one time that his Opera Singer needs to perform in order to get Omni into BO3, right? So 3K or nothing, man. 3K or it's going to be a 2-0 sweep for Team HHDG versus Omni.
Yeah, and because Pitstopper's first 2 bans were Dreamwitch bans instead of Opera Singer bans, it made it so the survivors were able to get a better team comp, right? Because now you have Antiquarian. I'm surprised Pitstoppers doesn't ban Antiquarian first, because Antiquarian is a good ban for everything, right? It's a good ban for Clerk, it's a good ban for Dreamwitch, it's a good ban for Opera. So whatever hunter the survivors ban, if you ban Antiquarian, that's a safe ban. But Barmaid is not really a safe ban. It's like a Dreamwitch ban, but it's not a good ban if you want to play Opera Singer or something like that, right? Yeah. But yeah, looks like we're going to see the Cheerleader's going to spawn in Factory, Airplane is middle, and the Antiquarian over at Shack here. So it's a bit tough for Pitstoppers to go into this team competition. Antiquarian and Airplane is both effective against the Opera Singer. And we've seen the Cheerleader also be a good character against Opera Singer when utilized properly. So definitely a upside. Definitely a good team composition that HHDG was able to draft here.
Whoa, look at that. Whoa. Yeah, I know. I look at that 110 degrees bow. It was practically touching the ground.
I would have fallen over. I don't know.
Yeah, but that's the sign of respect. You know, the lower you bow, the more respect you have. So basically, if you're able to bow until your head touches the ground, that's like the that's like the utmost respect. But there you have it, Pitstopper. Going in for the first chase, reading the commentaries, Minello and Eli. Oh.
Alright, he's looking for that survivor in Factory, but doesn't see the Cheerleader, so he's forced to move away a little bit here. The key thing for Omni is, you know, his Pitstoppers, was he able to improve his Opera Singer gameplay going into this tournament? That's going to be really crucial at this point in time. because it is one of the characters he has not been, too comfortable with in the past. We're gonna see Egg gonna use the pallet here, gets the hit through the pallet before he was able to get the drop there. That's a big first hit, as obviously the ciphers are not very far along here, and Egg still has all of his jetpacks to work with. So he's able to get hit before any of the jetpacks activated.
Yeah, I mean, hit stoppers here. Oh, beautiful teleport coming back. Egg. Oh, he's gonna ascend to the heavens. Gonna dash
how
away.
far you get. That's crazy.
Right? Not so far. Yeah.
He goes all the way from 3 pallet all the way to Shack in a second. I mean, that's why your plan is so good. But miss swing and miss flywheel from the Antiquarian. 2 big misses there. Pitstopper's taking full advantage. He still has Blink to work with. He might go for the Blink onto the Antiquarian at the window here. Will he use it? Misses the Blink. He tries to flip, misses the flip.
What? The King? Oh my god, the duck is not flying. Oh my god, the flip, the somersault into the window has missed, bumped into a wall. Pitstopper missing initially with the blink hit, but finally getting him down. Airplane is being healed at the moment, but wow, Pitstopper, pretty good start so far coming to this game, and he's even disrupting the ciphers here.
Yep. I feel like he could have used the stun instead of the flip, right? Just stun the opera singer and then bolt the window, right? Would make a little bit more sense, but
he's a pacifist, He wants to avoid hitting if possible. Yeah, but COAVII managing that rescue. Pitstoppers, not gonna try and attempt the double down, but okay. D King,
gets the stun here. Yeah, there's a chance for a rebound kite, just because obviously opera singer can sometimes struggle a little bit against cheerleader. Not against cheerleader, against the Antiquarian. Antiquarian gets the stun, does get a double stun, and that means the kite will extend even longer. So cheerleader already onto a strong rebound kite here, but the stick is now on cooldown. The question is, can she make it to this pallet? Pitstopper trying to body block, but wasn't able to get the body block, and also he misclicks the shadow dash there, I think. Or not the shadow dash, the shadow throw there. So unfortunately wasting that, but yeah, cheerleader off to a strong rebound kite here. Now has another stick. Again, Pitstopper really needs to get this down as quickly as possible, but it's lasting a little bit longer than he would like.
Yeah, D King's taking such a long time. And missing the hit as well. Beautiful stuff.
He baits.
The bait did not work. D King still kiting such a long time and missing that swing again. D King. Oh my god, bounce back. The roasted duck has come back to being a live duck, and I mean, I don't know, man. That rebound kite was amazing, man. It bought them 3.5 ciphers time. And HHDG seems like they're on a very healthy path. COAVII is finishing up the last cipher as we speak. Susuzu has that 70% cipher. I have to imagine they gotta start a new cipher somewhere. But Susuzu cheering
he's gonna use that speed boost. Yeah, he has 2 to work with, so he's gonna make sure he doesn't give any free hits here. And actually, Pitstopper's approaching that cipher is fine for the survivors, because I think that was the 70 cipher, so it's almost done anyways. We're gonna see the rescue here. No tide turner, so we need to see a body block from the He gets the Antiquarian. Antiquarian did not use her flywheel, so yeah, that's unfortunately gonna cost them. Pitstopper's not out of this game. He's actually not out of the game just yet here. Because he still has a swap.
Yeah. I imagine he should have just dropped down the survivor and just abnormal.
He misses the shadow, unfortunately. That's going to buy a little bit of time for Egg to make some more distance here. That's something that you really want to avoid as an opera singer here, but let's see what he's able to do here. Yeah, I think he should teleport to the last cipher machine. He knows that the survivor on the last cipher is at half health, right? So if he teleports on that survivor, he can down them. Down on airplane instead. Maybe trying to save the teleport for endgame?
He doesn't know. They're stopping the moment.
That's actually really smart. That's really smart. Yeah.
It is. And now he's gonna come back. Wait. Okay, breaking the pallets first. They're waiting for him to pick up, right?
Now they can go. Yep.
Yeah. COAVII. By the time he teleports, I think it'll be a little bit too late. Or he could teleport now and force it.
He could.
Yeah. Force it. Oh. He did not.
Cypher is prime now.
Yeah. But he does have his teleport as well. So what he can do is he can get Egg here. If he can get Egg fast enough. But Egg still... Egg has flywheel, but he has no more jetpacks available. If he can get Egg here really fast, he can get one more person. The flywheel missed. Getting Pitstopper is going to put an end to Egg. you know, a little bit of revenge for UKJ, his teammate. But yeah, Egg's gonna go down. He has teleport available. 2 gates are being opened, but wait.
Oh, but he's not dead on chair though. He's not dead on chair, so they could still. Oh yeah, he has to go back right away here. He's gonna try to go to the gate where the cheerleader is.
He is. Suzuzu is in the vicinity. Can he make it in time? No, he cannot make it in time, Eli.
No, he cannot. And he does have the speed boost. He needs to use both the speed boosts right away here to try to get away. All his pallets have been used though, which means that Cheerleader's not long for this world. If he downs Cheerleader here in the corner, Mercenary was able to make the rescue though.
He needs to change. Right? He shouldn't change. He should go back.
The Cheerleader. Oh, Mercer can open the exit gate though, I think.
Oh my god, that's why he should chair. No, he should chair. He should hit.
Oh, nice ult pad, able to avoid that hit. He's going to go back here. He's going to try to hit the Mercenary. Mercenary needs to, I guess, just buy as much time as possible for the airplanes to get out the other exit gate here. Yeah, and I think that's going to be enough. I don't think he's going to be able to get the 3 kill. And airplanes is the other exit gate is open. He's going to be able to make it out there. And that's a 2 survivor escape, which means HHDG will be victorious here. Cheerleader is going to... No, she's...
Yeah, she's fighting back. Okay, yeah, she's like, okay, please take me. Is what she says. Yeah.
And yeah, that's gonna be the down onto the cheerleader, and that's gonna be the tie for HHDG, which means that's a 2-0 victory for them.
Wow. I think Pitstoppers had the right idea. It's just that the D-King was kiting really, really well in the middle. Like the rebound kite was amazing, right? So he. Yeah, bought a lot of time. D-King bought like a 3.5 ciphers time worth of time, and ultimately the handshakes and like, yeah, good game, bro. Looks like HHDG is gonna come on top. GG, bro. It'll be weird if they try and do that accent in front of Pitstopper, like GG, bro. Right? It'd be weird.
I don't know.
Like, yeah, you know, they're just trying out.
Do the
like,
American
accent, like, okay. GG, well played, bruh. You got a lot of risk, bruh. And Pitstopper's like, okay, that's going in my story. I don't know. But 2-0, man. I think that was very well deserving. HHDG again, guys. Omni has done their best in this matchup. It's just very unfortunate that the Survivor teams have the slight upper hand. And let's not forget, while HHDG is not considered a professional Chinese mainland team, nonetheless, they are still being tutored by professional players like Sing H, Hang H. They're all in there, right? So you gotta consider that they are putting up a lot of fights. So GG well played to both teams, right?
Yeah, indeed. All right, wait, I gotta try the sunglasses. What do we think?
Tom Cruise. I don't know.
I need to get.
Tom Cruise.
Okay, I don't like the circular ones. They're too circular. You know, they're too circular.
Yeah, that's what I said. Tom Cruise. It's a bit slanting to the side. It's like, oh wow.
How do you do it? You go this, right?
Is that the Maverick from Top Guns? Maverick from Top Gun.
No, I haven't seen it.
It's good.
I feel like with these I could do the voice. You know the voice in the video games where it's like double kill or something, and then
double kill. You're thinking about something else.
Triple kill. I don't know what I'm thinking about. No, you know, like in the games where like you get the win, you get like a triple kill in some game, and then it's just like triple kill or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I know. That's MOBA. That's not what we do here. But yeah, you definitely nailed the Mission Impossible style. So.
Yeah, but it was a double kill that last game, so it actually
double kill. I don't know.
Double kill. Yeah.
There can only be one Earth Shaker. I don't know. It's a different game. But yeah, it's definitely. I would say that it's a very entertaining game. Slightly because there's just so many interesting things that we did not think we would expect to see, and it happened. For example, the slides where everyone got up the slide and the opera singer was like, "Hey, I'm baiting the slide. I'm baiting the slide," but he didn't realize that
they baited each other and it somehow worked out.
Wait a minute, you know? Yeah. Wait a minute. You can't go down the slide.
Something's not right. But he realized he realized it like right as Tide Turner ended. So he kind of realized it like a second too late.
Yeah, he's like, man, should have known earlier. I mean, you know, when you make it real enough, people will think that it's real, right? So good job to WWI making thing that he was really baiting the swing, forcing TZYM to be influenced, right, into thinking that, oh wow, he's really baiting the swing. But yeah, it's over. GG, well played, guys, and hopefully this is not the end of the journey, guys, because they still have 4 more matches to go each. This is a round robins matchup, right? Coming into this group stage is a round robins matchup. They'll all be versusing each other in their groups. 4 teams to go up against, and the top 2 teams will be going to the group finals, the top 8s, right, coming in.
Yep. And it looks like we see the results here. Excellent job from the Antiquarian. 95 seconds against Opera Stinger is not easy. Also, the airplane is 113, as we can see here. But really, I think the big factor was the Antiquarian rebound kite, right? Because the Antiquarian is one of those characters now that has that that ability to rebound kite as long as they have the stick available, right? So I definitely think that banning the Antiquarian first would have been the best situation, would have been optimal for Pit Stoppers, but unfortunately I was not able to get that. He went for the, I think, the barmaid bin instead. But yeah.
The Antiquarian gave him a lot of whacking, right? Fortunately, D-King whacked him a lot. Fortunately, D-King paid the price by being sent back to the manor, but that did allow his teammates to escape safely. It looks like Egg's win rate, escape rate is gonna increase after this, because Egg surviving twice in a row, up against UKJ and now up against Pit Stopper. Yeah, after all has been said and done, I mean, just analyzing the previous 2 games, right, coming to this point, the ban picks, like you mentioned, banning the Antiquarian first. What would you think if you're trying to aim for a Dream Witch? Would you not ban the barmaid, and then you just opt to ban something else? Like you make an opera singer ban. Will it kind of pay off, even if they, like, okay, HHDG is like, okay, he's doing an opera singer ban. Maybe he's not confident with his Dream Witch, he's confident with his opera singer. Maybe we should allow him to pick Dream Witch. And if you did manage to pick the Dream Witch, will that comp still work?
I would say that you can do bans that are good for both those characters, right? So if you ban Antiquarian, it's good for Opera Singer, it's also good for Dream Witch, right? If you ban Seer, it's fine for Opera Singer, it's also good for Dream Witch. So I feel like Seer Antiquarian is the best possible ban. Also, I think Pitstopper should have considered the Dream Witch ban. I think he maybe thought that they wouldn't ban Dream Witch, but I think everybody knows that Pitstopper's best hunter is Dream Witch, right? So I think it would make the most sense that teams are going to ban Dream Witch instead of the Opera Singer anyways. So I would think that the barmaid ban was maybe not the first option for Pitstoppers, but in this case it was. I think this is definitely something that they'll learn from, though, and bring back into the next round. And he'll potentially go with something like the Antiquarian instead, because you see why these hunters love to ban Antiquarian, right? It's such a formidable character, not only against the Opera Singer, it's good against Dream Witch, against Clerk, really against so many different hunters. And that's just something that I think Pitstoppers moving on to these later matches is going to start to ban more often, just based off of this round.
Yeah, I mean the score is pretty close too. It's not like a landslide victory. If you guys remembered, last COA, it was something like, it was crazy, right? It was like 18-2. The scores were like 18-2 when the Southeast Asian teams, the NAEU teams, they were like, okay, they're always on the side, like the landslide score. But this time around, I have to say the fight is so much more closer. 10-6. I feel like, yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. Every team is improving. Not excluding NAEU, not excluding C, not excluding other divisions, but I feel like we're getting there. So stay tuned, guys, because Omni still has a lot of fight in them, I feel. 3 more matches to go, and if they can redeem themselves in the other 3 matches, they definitely have a fighting shot to end up in the top 2. Whereas HHDG, they're already showing a strong start with a 2-0 sweep. Is the score much higher when you get a 2-0 instead of a 2-1?
It is. No. It's just like just a 4-point. Yeah, it's just a 4-point,
right? It's just a win, right? Yeah, as long as it's a win, right? Yeah, because I would.
It's just like the difference in. It's just the difference in The difference between your opponent's escapes versus your escapes overall. It's like whatever the difference is. Okay. So you want the difference to be as best as possible, right?
So if both teams have the same score, then that will be the deciding factor, right?
Yeah, based off of
I see. But anyway, guys, don't go anywhere because we are going to head into an interview section really soon. Just waiting for the hostess, the pretty host, to bring up the players. And I don't know, man. I imagine that it might be TZYM coming in. We'll have to see really, really soon. But guys, those of you in the chat, it's pretty cool now, right? IDV is more popular in China. They have more pro players. That's true, but it's pretty popular in other regions as well. And thank you, V, for the comments. But best deduction, MVP goes to TZYM. No surprise there. Back-to-back 3Ks. And yeah, I think he was pretty proud of himself. And I think his team was really excited for him as well. I would say definitely carried the games in these 2 games with his wins, with his Ws, right?
Yep.
But for survivors, who do you think should be the MVP? If it comes to
for the survivors, definitely whoever the antiquarian player was, I would say played really well. Like, yeah, DK for sure. Yeah. Also, I just want to address one thing that people were talking about. Like, some people are like, someone was asking if like the Chinese players just play IDV all day. I think a lot of the professional teams, they do prioritize IDV because it's their job, right? It's their livelihood essentially. So, but for this team, HHDG, it's actually not. They're a non-professional team. So this is actually not their job, right? I'm sure they have other things going on in their lives. Similar to NAU, it's actually non-professional team.
All right, we're gonna listen to the interview now.
I'll let you translate.
Well, we have a translator.
HHDG 的人类星河。
欢迎兔子，欢迎星河，也是恭喜 HHDG 获得了我们小组赛的首场胜利嘛。那第一个问题想要问到兔子这边，因为是第一次来到线下，就是在来之前有没有幻想过我们线下会是什么样子的一个形象，什么样的场景？
挺热闹吧，但是感觉跟家里打差不多，因为我是不戴眼镜打的，所以观众挺糊的，也不会很紧张。主要设备问题吧，设备还是需要适应的。
还是需要适应一下我们现场的一个环境，然后也是沉浸在我们的比赛里面。那问一下星河吧，我们求胜者这一边今天状态怎么样？会不会有队员第一次来线下比较紧张？
我们第一次来线下也就只有小蝶嘛，但是他其实是在安慰我们的一个，他不怎么紧张，
不怎么紧张，这大家的状态都还是调整的非常非常好的。那今天的话也是2局，特别是我们兔子这一边2局多抓拿下了比赛的胜利嘛。先来问一下第一局歌剧好了。那一局歌剧手语实在是太帅了，拿到了非常非常大的优势。
Are playing in a different
手语的时候会对场地上的局势有什么样子的判断吗？
因为我觉得歌剧就是一个比较奔着去多抓的角色嘛。你像那一把，其实开局虽然说追击不是很快，但是其实心里一直是在7连8场6的，所以说我是确定练习是肯定不够的，所以双打我是可以去争的，双打肯定是要争的。
对于局势的把控真的非常非常的准确。那想问一下我们球员这边，在看到兔子那么帅的2波手椅，当时备战间大家会是一个什么样子的状态？有没有哇？
意料之中嘛，毕竟兔子已经拿过很多次优势了。
真的非常非常厉害，特别是鹿头那一局，也是开门战的时候力挽狂澜。当时可以看到你非常果断的选择了那个传送嘛，虽然说没有第一时间拿到佣兵的机会，你后面会想怎么样去跟他们盘那样子一个3人开门战？
我当时在那个钩子失误去杀佣兵时候，我第一时间是想着预估了一个病患的救援时间，然后确实是估算到了吧，在那个病患偷了一瞬间传回去了。然后那么我先把病患赶去中场，这样不让他贴小门。然后律师我是看到他往小木后面跑了，我是钓鱼了一个钩子吧，然后瞬间把那个律师给秒掉，然后病患开不动门。
No, he was saying that it was calculated. Remember the game with the patient and the gamekeeper, and he was like, okay, I was just forcing him to go to the middle, and before chasing the lawyer, and once the lawyer's down, I know that that's the only route he can go. So it was calculated according to TZYM.
我们当时就是完全就是准备去面对那个歌剧演员了，然后没想到就是对方选择了一个隐士嘛，我们当时还在因为我们没怎么准备隐士，当时还在商量，隐士是什么技能啊？不太了解。
不太了解，有段时间没有见了，怎么办？ 那其实那一局的话，最后也是盘成了一个平局嘛。那到了我们第2局的时候，今天直接是搬掉了对面的绝活女巫。试赛前对她有很多的研究吧？
对我们哼教练花了很多心思。
教练立大功这一波。那一局面对到他的
As
歌
you
剧
can
演
tell,
员，其实
they
前期
proved
节
the
奏
point
看
that
起来也
they
不是那
really
么
did
的好，有一
practice
点
a
点
lot.
吓人。
Even if they're
然
not
后最后
professional
看
teams,
的
they
这样
still
一个
practice
神
a
判
lot
断，每一个
with
人
their
都溜回
coach.
来把整个局
They
给盘
did
回来了。
train
当时看到这样的
really
是什么样
hard
子
to
的情况？大
prepare
家会
against
有
their
什么样子
opponents.
的沟通交流？
因为当时就是已经很明显可以保平了嘛，我们就已经在准备待会儿准备吃什么了。
已经那说一下吧，准备去吃什么？杭州也是
So
有
they're
一些
saying
美
that
食
they are
的。
already confident that they would be able to draw and win ultimately. So they were actually already thinking about what to eat for the night. So they were just thinking about that.
就是那一局求生者打的
That's what I'm thinking about right now too.
有一丢丢的小吓
Yeah,
人。
I'm thinking about
在
D
备战
King
间看
now.
的时候有没有会稍微紧张一下？
Not that D King, the Duck King in my place.
有点担心的，但小蝶溜起来的时候一直在欢呼，全在欢呼，
全在欢呼，
疯狂鼓掌。
蝶 King 太秀了，是不是？今天也是表现
Yeah,
得
it's
非常
like,
非常
at
出色。
first it was kind of worrying, but in the end the rebound kite was amazing. D King was
今天
doing
面对到
well.
了其中的一支，两位还有没有想要其他去碰一碰的其他赛区的队伍？你们是比较期待的？兔子有吗？
Are you excited to meet any other
我
teams?
跟孟老师比一下谁 BO1 杀的多吧。
比一下，跟孟老师比一下谁 BO1 杀的多。那星河呢？你有没有想要挑战
Anything
的
happen
对手
besides this?
RC。
Well, in BO1, just
但是这
will
次
be
可
very
惜 CT
exciting
酱没有第一时
to
间的来
compare
到
who
现场，有
kills
没有
more
什
in
么话想送
BO1,
给 CT 酱？期不期待跟他早日
who
相
scores
见？
more.
就希望能跟他合个照，就很开心了。
CT 酱快来吧，星河在等你，好吗？那最后想问一下两位，有没有什么话想要对一直以来支持你们的粉丝说的？
谢谢各位喜欢嘛，真的是从默默无闻到人声鼎沸的。
是的，感谢大家一路以
Yeah,
来
thank you
对
for the
兔子
support
一鸣的支持。
for
那
everyone.
星河呢？
All this while, yeah, that's the fans'
就是
message.
希望下
The
次
message for
看
the
到我
fans.
就除了提醒我多睡觉，能有点别的话。
有点别的话提醒你，比如说保持帅气这种，好
By
不好？
saying that, hopefully next time you meet me, Xinghe says, hopefully you can say something else besides reminding me to get more sleep.
让我们稍事休息，马上回来。
Okay, we're going for a short break. And Kim, that's not what they say.
And we are live, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the day 2 of COAVII 7 tournament. Ellie, how you doing? I saw you just finished commentating the previous match. How did you feel about that? Any expectations, anything big that you'd like to share? Closing thoughts about what just happened?
Well, I will say that
I should probably introduce myself.
I spilled water. I was right when you were asking me that. I accidentally spilled a little water on my computer, so I had to clean that up. Anyways, we got that fixed. Anyways, yeah. So I'll introduce you, Psyche. Don't worry. So this is Psyche. Those of you who are wondering, we are not related for the 500th time, but you know, that's something that you guys will have to accept eventually. But yeah, so Psyche, obviously, you asked about that last match. Omni actually made it closer than I think people thought. They're able to be, what was it, 5-3 in both rounds, which was definitely a close both rounds, but ultimately HHDG was able to come out on top with a 2-0 victory.
They are a newer team that just recently has been coming out. They've only, I think I saw someone in the chat before on this same stream said that they've been out, maybe made the team maybe I think 2 months or 2-3 weeks ago, something like that, something crazy like that in a short time span. But they've been able to reach this high prestigious COAVII arena very quickly, which is very impressive. We'll be sure to see more of them later, but for now, we are going on to Cat versus Wolves. Wolves, big dog here. Everyone knows Wolves, and a lot of people are expecting them to take this group stage. And also we have Cat here. So South Korea versus Chinese mainland. South Korea, I believe this is the only South Korean team on this whole tournament. And Cat, one of the, I'm not sure if it's a new team per se, but I haven't seen it before. Ellie, what about you? You have some crazy expertise. How do you think Cat will do?
Well, Psyche, when it comes to a cat versus a wolf, I think the wolf probably has the advantage out in nature. But when it comes to IDV, I think they also have the advantage. Wolves, obviously, is one of the strongest teams in China versus, obviously, Cat, South Korean team. We haven't seen South Korea perform too well in a lot of the global stages in the past, right? So I'm not really sure if they're going to be able to maybe up their game this time around. We're hoping to see some better things here. Especially against Wolves, but unfortunately for Cat, they are going straight into their hardest matchup, which is going to be Wolves for sure. So having to deal with that immediately, definitely going to be a bit challenging, I would say.
Absolutely, not an easy start for them at all, but it means that they're going to be going up against their worst opponent early on, so they might have the best shot at learning the most early on before they go into the assumingly easier matchups, because Wolves, again, one of the best teams on mainland China that there is. So getting the experience here is going to help tremendously for the future. Wow, we have only 5 people here on the South Korea team. Usually you see more than 5 people. Usually you see like 6 or 7 to get plenty of subs in. And also here we go. We got the Wolves team. We got 487. We got Yev. We got LXY. I'm not even going to try to pronounce these names. Some of them like 9J11. 487, we're returning once again from previous COAVII. A lot of people remember him for his good looks, dare I say. Remember that? But
yes.
Ellie,
what do you think, Psyche? In your opinion, does he have good looks?
I think he's got pretty good looks. I mean, you know, we don't talk about the makeup. You know, they do a lot of makeup behind the screen, so I wonder what it was before the makeup. But I mean, come on. It's hard to beat that.
You jump into those DMs or what, Psyche? I don't know.
Nah, not for me. I'll let someone else handle it.
All right. Anyways, looking into our we got the survivors coming out, or the players for South Korean Team Cat coming out on stage here. Definitely looking a bit nervous, I would say. This is the first time they have competed on the global stage, and honestly, maybe the first time they've competed in an offline stage in general. So. Definitely will be a stressful match for them. Imagine this, Psyche, your first offline official tournament in person, and you go against one of the best teams in the world, being Wolves. How would you feel about that?
Bro, I would die on the spot. I mean, it's a big learning opportunity, but it's also really scary going up against probably I'm not gonna say the best, but one of the best teams out there that there is right now. In COAVII, at least this COAVII, it's a big step for sure, and it's always a little bit nerve-wracking. But you know what? it would have been a lot more nerve-wracking going into Wolves later on. I feel like if they hit that biggest stone early, it's going to be a lot easier. I mean, still going to be nerve-wracking, don't get me wrong, but much easier getting like the big dog out the way, Wolves out here. And like I said, they're also going to get some good experience here going against like think of it like a warm-up almost. Cat versus Wolves, Cat the underdog here. And so we have the interview with Cat STNK.
割と僕もいろんなキャラクターを使うことができるので、もっといろんなキャラクターを使ってなんかプレイをしたいなと思います。ブレイブズチームはサバイバーがすごくうまいので、サバイバーと試合をするのをすごく楽しみにしてます。いろいろその場で試行錯誤して柔軟に対応していけたらなと思ってます。
大家好，我是狼队的小果冻，希望以小组第一出线吧。目前队伍状态就是保持的还好吧，就吃好睡好就好了。对接下来的比赛还是比较有信心的。赛前最想和队友说的话就是一起加油吧。对开的战队不太熟悉，因为是第一次遇见，就想在赛场上好好跟他们认识一下。
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. There you go. Both sides getting interviewed right there. Ellie, what did you think about that? Any first thoughts that come to mind after hearing both of their thoughts, both sides here?
Yeah, I mean, definitely the fact that STNK mentioned only playing 3 characters, right, is definitely pretty impressive to get through that qualifier. But, you know, when it comes to a big, group stage like this, where you have many rounds and many bands and team compositions to consider, you're definitely going to have to be as versatile as possible. So we'll see how that's going to
absolutely.
And yeah,
gotta use as much as you can, definitely for sure. And here we go. We got the Wolves lining up here, going to be surviving first. I believe that was 11 who was there first, being shown. 11, one of the main rescuers of the team, Mercenary and Wildling. And here we go. We got also 487 next up. Playing the support characters, we got the Anti-Crane, we got the Prospector. Interesting to see Prospector, because like I said in a past stream, you don't see a lot of Prospector in mainland China. It's more like a Japanese thing, but it's still nice to see other teams picking it up just to have it in their back pocket in case they ever need it. And here we go. We got Jelly, the forward main himself on the team, also picking up a Psychologist, sporting that nice Psychologist or other kiters. Usually, very often, these rescue characters are rescue players, I should say, very often are also going to be good at kiting, because you cannot be a good rescuer if you're wasting all your items early on.
Yeah.
All right. Maybe, moving on to, there's one more survivor, right? Yeah, there he is. We got 9J.
There's actually 4 survivors in a team psyche. In case you didn't know, there's 4.
I was wondering why is the camera going up? And unfortunately, we have no data here for 9J. Let's see if they have any survivors. No survivors shown either. So 9J, I wonder, do you know anything about 9J? Ellie, or is this
I do not. Yeah, I don't know anything about 9J, but the no data definitely talked about this in the last game. The no data scares teams. They don't know what to expect. You know, if every time you see the no data, you're like, I don't know what to do, man. It's too scary.
Exactly. Then people sporting the no data, it's insane. It's scarier than any opera singer like Cat STNK. She got, or I'm not sure what the gender is here, but they have the opera singer, they have the wax artist, I'm sorry, everybody. They have the opera singer, they have the wax artist, but nothing beats as scary as the survivor with no data. That's something really menacing about that. But here we go, waving to the camera. And yeah. This is, I mean, first round opera singer, that's probably what we can expect here early on, but I mean, who knows? We could always see changes in the survivor team to maybe make a different hunter better, but I mean, let's be real here. This is literally just Call of Abyss. This is literally Call of Abyss opera singer edition. Just 5 hours of opera singer gameplay over and over and over. Not really, but basically, especially these round 1 matches. I think yesterday, one of those matches, we had 3 round 1, round 2, round 3 opera singers, but I'm sorry, Ellie. I'll let you speak on for a sec.
You know, something that's interesting is that we saw for STNK, his elimination rate was over 3, which is actually very high. So the big question is, going against Wolves, who has one of the strongest survivor sides, how can he continue at that rate, right? Because obviously playing in Korea and playing against Wolves, is significantly different. You know, this is not that your average day. It's not your average matchup you're going to get in rank. This is not your average qualifier matchup. You're playing against Wolves here, so definitely this is going to be a huge testament to this Hunter's potential here. We saw Opera Singer being one of their main characters. I think the other one was Wax Artist, right, if I'm not mistaken. So Wax Artist is a character that's sort of a little bit less popular in the meta, but definitely still viable.
He's still hanging in there. It's just a lot more map dependent. And when you get higher up in the tiers in rank especially, you will notice that people start picking up on Wax Artist's biggest weakness, which is just random trash in the way. Even a random tree can make it so much easier to kite to an area that you never expected to normally get to. The random stuff like that is a huge deal. Ellie, do you have something to say? It sounds like you want to say something. No,
no, it's
okay.
You can just, I'll just nod for everything you say, Psyche.
I got you, homie. Sorry, I didn't know we wanted to talk there. But anyway, moving on, we got people in the crowd cheering them on. I'm not sure who they're cheering on. They're holding something in their phones, but I can't tell what.
It was.
And here we go.
Most likely fans of Wolves. Obviously, this is Wolves having home field advantage in the mainland China region. Kat is coming from Korea over to China to compete for this event here. And yeah, here we go. I think we're going to see Opera Singer, most likely from SCNK, to lead things off here. So we'll see some sort of Opera Singer bans. Antiquarian, probably a likely ban in the first right away here. And it looks like Coordinator as the second one as well. So definitely gearing up for an Opera Singer. The Survivor side, let's see what they lead with. Oh my god, I can't even talk. Gardner, most likely, is going to be an option here, and maybe something else as well, maybe an Acrobat.
Possibly an Acrobat. I mean, we'll have to see what their first picks are here, but here we go. Throwing away the Perfumer and throwing away the Cheerleader. So these will be the global bans in the future. Cheerleader, though, interesting to go against an Opera Singer with Cheerleader. I mean, that's what we're assuming from the Coordinator ban. I mean, I don't know. What else could ban Coordinator? Bomb maybe, but we're not going to see a bomb on this early, most likely. But Cheerleader is a solid pick. It's just normally you would see Cheerleader combined with Airplanes, but that doesn't mean Cheerleader is not a great survivor with like Perfumer. In case you perfume and she hits the perfume, or even better, let's say she doesn't hit the perfume, the Opera Singer doesn't hit the perfume. That's gonna be a big deal for the Perfumer, because then it's very likely she's gonna take a hit in the next 9 seconds, but the Cheerleader will stop that. So nice synergy there. A little bit of a thing to think about. It's just Cheerleader will be banned in the future, but it's all right. It's all right. She's not like the world's best survivor, but she is pretty darn good, I will say.
Absolutely. It looks like it's going to be pretty good team composition drafted for the survivors going into the Opera Singer. I think for this situation, oh no, Opera Singer, actually Wax Artist, and that was actually going to catching us off guard. And not only does that catch us off guard due to the fact that it's round 1 Wax Artist instead of Opera Singer, it's also a Red Church Wax Artist, and Wax Artist is not particularly strong on Church due to the fact that it's very easy to break line of sight on this map. For me, I played Wax Artist a lot in the past, and I will say Red Church is not one of the ideal maps, so very bold decision from STNK to go Wax Artist round 1, giving up Opera Singer, playing Wax on Red Church, and I believe it was the Korean team that chose this map as well, right? So they chose a map that's not good for Wax Artists. We still see Wax Artists anyway. So yeah,
I mean, maybe the Perfumer was enough. Maybe the Perfumer was enough to what's it called? Persuade the Hunter player to go Wax Artists. But it's hard to say because I mean, think about the Survivor strategy here. They're going to be trying to just circle the wall, circle shed wall, circle like graveyard walls. It's going to be really annoying for the Waxers to try to keep up. And especially with a teleport here, we see a teleport combined with the Waxers is going to make the early game a little bit challenging, especially when we have Cheerleader and Acrobat. Definitely pretty solid survivors against Waxers. The only weaker survivor here is Perfumer, to say. But here we go. We're going into the first match already. I will be your commentator along with Elio going to the first match. Cat versus Wolves. This is going to be an exciting one. Here we go.
First chase is onto the first officer here. Not exactly ideal for this Hunter. We're trying to bait out an early pocket watch potentially. But yeah, is going to finally get that watch out. But we'll continue to chase. Actually, looks like it's maybe commit to this target. Gets the hit through the pallet, through the watch. That is a huge turn of events in favor of the Wax Artist. And now the pocket watch is going to be on cooldown for the next 15 seconds, which means he can actually just figure this down relatively quick.
Clean. That was super
maybe not.
clean from the wax artist. Yeah, we understand what you mean. But that was super clean from the wax artist right there. A little bit lucky because that's a very hard thing to nail. It's kind of like a frame perfect thing in this game to deal that. But look at that beautiful wax bomb.
Yeah.
Beautiful. And combined with the
wax bomb. This is a really interesting build as well. He does not have Blink. We usually see a lot of wax artists lead with Blink, but he's actually going to start Teleport and just have no trump card. So Insolent, Detention, and the Teleport. So a bit of a non-traditional build, at least for a small map like Church. And it actually is going to benefit him here, as he doesn't even need Blink for that first down.
So, I mean, this is a great start for Cat already. I mean, come on, chasing a first officer this early, getting them down this early. This is a very fortunate start. Not to say that Cat had did anything exceptional. It was more like the first officer threw the Paldon. They just mistakenly threw it down at the wrong time, and it was more fortunate for STNK here to come out on top. Getting that hit is going to be such a detrimental start for Wolves here already. Immediately farming the first officer on top of that. How are they going to rebound him? They might not be able to at this point. How would they do it? They have Perfumer, they have Acrobat, they have Cheerleader. And, well, when you already hit in Titanier, it's not going to do you much good. This is a very unfortunate start for Wolves. This is looking like a tie.
Does he get full presence? Oh, he gets full presence as well. He did get it. So he gets full presence as well, which means that the next rescue, if the survivors opt to even go for a rescue at all, is going to be very difficult because now the full presence can potentially stop the survivor. Additionally, something to keep in mind too is that they don't actually have any more tide turners. Cheerleader was the only other tide turner who's going to split the air for absolutely no reason.
It was for BM. It was for BMLE.
Must be the case. He's just going to go ahead and wax off that middle cipher, slow down the coding a little bit here. Yeah, considering that this wax artist did not seem like a very great round one option, it's actually turning out to be pretty optimal for Team Cat thus far.
I think he's trying to block off that window there earlier. Did he miss? I feel like he's missed, but it might have barely connected through the wall. It is possible, but I'm not watching very well. But look at this. The wax artist here has full presence. Oh, but he's gonna sneak in a rescue anyway. Who did that? The Cheerleader. Beautiful job from Wolves right there to do that. It's gonna stall a little bit of time. I almost wonder, like maybe to just avoid the risk, maybe just not rescue there. But like, yeah. I mean, she didn't get seen from far, so it's fair. It's fair enough. You may as well go for it. But yeah, this is a great start for Cat already, knocking down a first officer in the first 3 minutes of the match. I mean, a little bit over 3 minutes, but that's insane, especially because first officer takes 5 years to die on chair. The longest lasting survivor now. It's crazy.
It is. Look, we're going to see that does find his next target. This is going to be looking for a potential teleport option here. Does find the Perfumer now. And Perfumer is unfortunately not too strong against the wax artist. I mean, it's like you're the Perfumer expert, but from my experience, Perfumer is not very good against wax artists.
Definitely not. Definitely not. Yeah. But look at this, very well done from the Perfumer, not dropping this pal right away. Yep. If she dropped that pallet earlier, she would have already gotten a hit here. Now she is going to take a hit here, unfortunately, but what a beautiful Perfume combination, because now
he misses the hit.
Oh, but she takes another hit. She didn't Perfume back. Oh my gosh, and look at that, STNK in the corner, shaking their chair and having so much fun. Look at that, that was a clutch hit. Huge, absolutely huge. She didn't Perfume back in time. That's a big deal.
The Cyber Machine's already primed though, so the survivors.
Yeah, it was still cool though. Don't discredit it, Ellie.
It was still cool, but he did. They did hold on to their teleport this entire time, but opted not to even go to the last Cypher Machine. So, very interesting decision here. It looks like we're gonna see the Acrobat come for the rescue. It should have does have that Cypher Machine primed here. We're gonna see that red one trying to get the air. He's gonna be careful. He can stuff the rescue. And he get, oh, I think that time was too slow. No, he gets it still. He still gets it.
That's incredible.
That's crazy. What if he gets this down
he
here?
Just bombs right through. Oh no, if he got off there. But it's okay. Not the best situation because you don't want two people next to each other. But look at that. Wolves 487 already identifying that he's gonna block off that pal, planning a new route already. Acrobat splitting off as soon as possible. He's using bombs to reach the gate faster. Smart decision. And it's going to be all up to Perfumer here to try to get a dungeon escape here, combining with the broken windows. Wait, it's possible, Ellie. It's possible. We may
It's
see it. I mean,
unlikely.
it would take a pallet stun and a miracle, but it's possible. Oh,
I mean, he can just
wait
stand here. Yeah, he can literally
yeah,
just
he could
do nothing.
do nothing, and he still wins. That's incredible. Well, not win, but tie.
Okay, I
do
guess
nothing.
technically he has to get some wax here, or else
Otherwise, he's gonna drop.
Right? Okay, well
Yes.
there you go.
Who's the next
And then
wax
as soon
bomb?
as he gets to 75, he can just turn on the hot wax and walk through the pallet. So as long he's basically aiming for 75 wax. There's 75 more wax here. Maybe just gonna wait for the wax
This is
bomb.
so annoying. This is so annoying.
Yeah,
for
I think he's
wax
gonna.
here.
He's just gonna wait for the wax bomb. He's gonna use the wax bomb now, then switch to hot wax and walk through the pallet. No, but the wax is going down. Wax bomb 73. That's not enough.
That's not enough. That's barely too little.
It's not
Wait,
75.
she even tried to perfume the wax there, but I think she might have done it too late, so maybe that's why she didn't perfume that. Or knowing that the animation would kill her, maybe.
Okay, well now he just walks to the pallet. He walks to the pallet. And he's like, yeah, you know, I'm not gonna stand here at this pallet any longer. So, there we go. We're gonna secure the down here. That's gonna be a 2-2 for the first round, considering that you know, it's a church wax artist. 2-2 I think is not too bad. I think the survivors are fine with this though, considering the start rule. That doesn't look like me and Psyche.
What do you mean? That's definitely us. We're right there. We're right there in China, commentating with you guys live. I don't know what you guys are talking about, but yes, as you were saying, Ellie.
As I was saying, considering that the down was relatively quick and the wax artist had a very good start, I think the survivors are definitely fine with this result.
Absolutely. I think the Waxers is even happier with this result, though, because that's a tough team. That's a tough team to win against, especially Waxers. It's not a favorable team comp besides the Perfumer. It's really not that great. And the Hunter, they had a great start at the beginning, and it was just really dictated the rest of that match there. Able to secure a tie because of that. And although the survivors were able to do really well afterwards, it just takes one survivor to slip up early on, and it's so hard to break free from Waxer's grasp. That he's just always going to be able to, kind of like Nightwatch, always keeping you in place, always keeping you next to him. If you never get a chance to make distance, which right there, a team of no supporters, that's going to be very easy for Waxers to keep close to the survivors and keep that wax up. The only downside, like you said, Ellie, was the tall walls getting in the way for Waxers, and that beginning was a huge deal. It still took some time after that first hit, but wow, that was a really huge deal for the whole match afterwards. Able to secure a tie, big deal against Wolves.
Definitely a big deal for sure. The biggest problem for them now is that we're going to see how well the Cat survivors are able to play. Because that SCNK, looking at their statistics, they had a very high win rate, they had a very high elimination rate. So the fact that they're probably getting 4 eliminations a lot in the qualifiers for Korea, only getting a 2-2 here is not as good as maybe they did in the past. But anyways, looking at the statistics here for this match, we do have the overall 56 seconds from the first officer. Really not too strong, unfortunately, for a rescuer character. And then overall, the Cypher, though, still intact. That was definitely the biggest thing. The fact they were able to get those Cypher machines ready. Perfumer still ended up doing a pretty good job. 132 seconds overall. Well, I guess a lot of that was standing out a pallet doing nothing, but
487 though, yeah. I mean, there were a lot of great perfumes there from 487, especially the first perfume to avoid the wax, the hot wax, which is really, really great.
You know what
Followed
it is,
by the next perfume. Yes?
I think he watches your stream. I think that's what it is.
You think so? You think 487 watches my stream?
I think he saw your perfumer gameplay. He's like, you know what? I'm gonna model my gameplay after Psyche. That's what.
Shut up! I haven't played Perfumer in literal years. They really only went Perfumer because of Opera. Perfumer sucks. 487 would never go Perfumer unless it's for a challenge video. But Perfumer is also a fun character. For a challenge, that's not to say Perfumer sucks that badly, but I mean, when you go against Nightwatch, it's a little bit sad. But that being said, that was still best case scenario that 487 could have done there. The perfume followed by the cheerleader. Perfumer already knowing that if she gets hit and she perfumes back, the Waxers can just double hit her right after and she'll be back at half health. So the cheerleader following up with that ability to reset the cooldown of the perfume, giving her a second life essentially immediately. The only problem with that is that he just started waxing her again and just did the exact same thing. The Hunter there being very well aware of that, so they didn't just go straight for the swing. Yeah, still really strong from 487 there. The discipline on the pallets, just like I said, sometimes not dropping the pallets is the best thing to do just because the pallet is like a wall. But if you drop the pallet, you can no longer go between the wall. You have to go on one side or the other, and that is not what you want. So yeah, we're waiting on the next match. And while we're waiting, Ellie, what do you think about the new and improved sounding Psyche? What do you think? Do you guys notice a difference? Hey?
I didn't, but I'm sure they did.
Really? Dude, I did not get this $120 microphone.
Okay, let's say, can we see what does it look like? Let's see what it looks like.
I'm pretty sure it's exactly what you got, Ellie. Exactly what you got.
Okay, mine is slightly different. This is mine.
HyperX, really clean. I really like the way
I got the red one.
You got the red one. There was a red option in Best Buy. I was thinking, I'm just gonna go the black one. But here's the thing. We're doing the 5 senses of Psyche. Every single time we're here, every single time I'm here at least. Meanwhile, Ellie's gonna be doing his 5 senses, which is looks. Check it out, everybody. Feast your eyes on Ellie, the one and only. But today we are doing the first Psyche sense, which is sound. The new and improved sounding Psyche. Tomorrow is gonna be look. The next day is gonna be smell.
It's like when you go to the movie theater. What? It's like when you go to the movie theater. It's like when you go to the movie theater and they play the advertisements, but like right before the movie starts, it's like the new and improved sound, and there's like and it makes like the big sound over the. You know what I'm talking about? Have you ever been to the movie theater, Psyche?
Like the
cinema?
XD?
Yeah, the X.
I think so. I don't know. I've never noticed it, but I have been to movie theaters.
Okay, Psyche, let me ask you
Mario
this.
movie. I watched Sonic
Psyche.
2. You know, the good
Let me
movies.
ask you this, Psyche. Is it a movie theater or is it a cinema?
It's obviously a movie theater. What is the difference anyway?
All right. Well, cinema is like the
I'm
British
so Ovo.
one.
Here we go, support character. What's the difference anyway?
Cinema is British, movie theater is American. I'm pretty sure. I think.
Movie theaters American. Okay, so it's the same thing. But we have to get back on track here. We just saw we have I'm so Ovo right here, and then we had someone else before, but we're gonna be able to figure out who it was. Oh no, they have 5 survivors though. So no, they only have 4 survivors. So my bad. So we can rule out who the last survivor was. Here we go. We got CC, the main rescuer of the team. Solid kite time as expected with rescuers. Maybe not the highest, but overall not too shabby. Definitely don't want to be going down early as rescue. Taking early hits as rescue, it really puts your team in a detriment. So having, unironically, a good kiter on your rescuer is a pretty big deal because they can't afford to take early hits. What is this? We have another no data survivor. Dude, both sides coming out with the no data scary survivor. Dude, there's nothing scarier than the unknown. Here we go though. Wolves is gonna have to face the unknown, and we'll see. We'll see what happens here. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't get to see who the name was of that. It was, I believe it was CU. Was it CU? No. Was it? Oh, it says here that they play forward, but it showed no data out there. Okay, interesting. And here we go. We got Ellie. Please pronounce that.
That's well, according to the letters on screen, it would be Choai, but I believe the player's name is Chongai. So yeah, I'll do the.
I watched there as one of their hunter mains. Very nice stuff. Very strong hunter.
Yeah, yeah. So I believe for Wolves here, I think basically the strategy is just going to be, obviously going into this match, they have the advantage. They're the team that's predicted to win. Cat is a huge underdog here. So if you ever watch March Madness, it's like 1 versus 16 basically. If you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about, Psyche? The 1 seed versus
1
the 16
versus
seed.
16.
Yeah. 1 seed versus 16.
I can't say I do, Ellie. Could you explain?
Think about it this way: 1 plays 16, 2 plays 15, 3 plays 14, etc. Right? Does that make sense?
What are you talking
seeding.
about, Ellie?
It's seeding. Psyche. First seed plays 16 seed. Second seed plays 15 seed. Third seed plays 14. Does that make sense? And then etc. Right?
Dude, how many seeds are you planting into the ground? What's going on here?
No, Psyche, it's a bracket. Okay, never mind.
I'm joking. I'm kidding. I'm messing with you.
Anyways, this would be a big upset. So if Cat is able to win here, it's basically like the 16th seed beating the first seed. Because Wolves is in this group, definitely the strongest team in this group, statistically speaking. One of the strongest going into this entire tournament, whereas Cat is definitely the underdog of not only this group, but also of this club of this event.
16. So you're saying that you think out of all the 16 teams who you think will move on, you think that they might be the worst. Well, yeah, before them are going to get eliminated in the group stage, but out of the 16, you believe Cat will be the worst going in, literally the best.
No, I don't
team
believe that. I don't believe they're the worst. I just believe that would be a good example of that. I'm trying to make a comparison here.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Not to
yeah.
put Cat under a harsh light here. I see what you're saying though, Ellie. I understand. But here we go. Finally moving on to the band pick selection. Wolves Choai gonna probably pick an opera singer counter survivor, maybe gardener, maybe coordinator, maybe first officer even. Probably not first officer, but I've seen opera singers also ban first officer and it's not a bad choice. Anti-Korean coordinator, perfectly reasonable stuff. In fact, I think that was the exact same bans we saw earlier from Cat Hunter. So here we go. What do you think they're gonna pick? Probably we're gonna probably see, yep, something like that. Gardener. Novelist though. Ellie, could you explain why we've been seeing more novelists recently in round 1? This is such a strange occurrence to me. Do you know why they're doing this? What are they planning here?
So the reason for novelist is considered to be a good character against opera singer in that you can obviously, it's one of the few against opera singer, because opera singer's chase is so good. It's about delaying the inevitable, right? You want to delay the down as long as possible. Novelist is able to teleport themselves into, or they're able to stand in a pallet, teleport the hunter into the pallet, get the pallet stun, and wasting that extra time against an opera singer can be very effective. And also can help survivors rebound as well. Just a good support character in general, but mostly opera singer is considered to occasionally have a difficult time against novelists, especially in a heavy palleted area.
I see. So essentially the idea here is to just stall it out, kind of like with coordinator. Not like the best. It's not like coordinator is that great against opera singer. It's just out of all the survivors, she's good at stalling, and that's kind of her role. And so you're saying with novelist, you kind of what was that on the screen right there? That was hilarious. We just had a meme of some hunter. I believe it was the Wolves Hunter's face. But anyway.
Yeah.
So you're saying we're gonna see novelists potentially switch in spots where there's plenty of pallets, ideally inside a pallet. That sounds like a great strategy. As long as you don't get too close to the hunter and the hunter hits you before, that would really suck. As long as you're also close enough to the pallet, I suppose, when you use the book. That's gonna require a lot of timing then. That's gonna require a lot of skill from I'm So Ovo here, who's gonna be playing the novelist. Satoru was the last survivor that we didn't get to read out. Satoru here
has no data.
Gonna be has no data? No. I thought
Satoru was the no data survivor. So
okay, I must have made a mistake then, because there must be another survivor that we missed at the very start.
Oh my god!
All right,
you made a mistake, Spiky? I don't think that's right. I've never heard of that before.
All right, and we got the opera singer here. There's no mistake in that though. There's no mistaking that the hunter's gonna pick opera singer against early on round 1. So very different from the round 1 we just saw last time. I was about to say very same, but then I realized, hold up, we got the wax artist. And so this time we're going to see the opera singer, something we expect more. Like we said, 5 hours of opera singer gameplay in every single COAVII day stage. You can expect that. Have fun, everybody, and go complain to the devs on Twitter. No, I'm just kidding. Don't do that. But we have novelists spawning here. Probably going to be the best chase target here for the opera singer. Out of gardener, cheerleader might not be a bad pick either. Is there synergy with cheerleader and novelist, by the way, Ellie? I don't know if there is. Probably not, right?
Potentially. Every time. Okay, Psyche. Basically, this is the best way to answer someone when you don't know the answer. Just say potentially.
Okay, so you don't know.
Every time someone asks me something, they're just like, yeah, potentially. And then they actually believe that I actually know what I'm talking about. Anyways, getting into the match here, we're going to see the opera singer is going to head immediately towards Jack here. This is the location of the gardener. So gardener, pretty good first target for the survivors actually, because they have that bubble to work with and can absorb a free hit. We're going to see a teleport closing the distance on the survivor.
I was over here thinking she would chase the novelist first, especially when we see this excitement in their inventory. So a little bit confusing why not chase the novelist early on, since you have a great trait for him but not for the gardener. But I wonder what the idea is here behind this reasoning. So we will see here. It could just be a better area to chase, honestly. It could just be that simple. Because look at this, gardener is in a tough position now, but doing very well, jumping over this pallet, getting that speed bonus to stall as long as possible. And what kind of build are we seeing here? A borrow time build, unfortunately, on gardener. Not expecting to get chased here. Most likely, that's probably why they're running borrow time. And yeah, that was a clean hit right there, Ellie. That was super clean. Getting that last second moment hit right before getting behind the pallet. Really nice stuff. Is this bubble gonna save her though? Almost does a nice body block. Oh, and that was so bad from, well, not bad, but it was just unfortunate timing. It was just like a millisecond too early. Really sucks.
Coming out to a pallet mind game here. Gets the vault on. Oh, beautiful vault. Is going to teleport back. Has the vault again. Has the...
Not again!
Gets the hit before the vault. Unfortunately, slow vault there from the Gardener. But, you know, considering that it's an opera singer, that was a pretty good kite. Cyphers are not exactly as far along as the survivors would have liked, I think. But the kite was pretty good here from this Gardener.
You know what, Ellie? If only she didn't slow vault there, that would have been another vault avoiding barely the hit, which would have been amazing to see because that first one was already so good. Wolves already getting put on their toes here from the Gardener early on. Like you said though, it's a good situation for the Hunter. It's just not as great as you would want it to go early on, but it is a Gardener, to be fair. It is expected. Clean rescue from the Mercenary. Nice job. We love to see elbow pads like that. The only question is, are you going to get double hit? You just have to not get double hit as Mercenary. He does avoid a double hit, and that was a huge miss on the dash there, Ellie. Huge.
Yeah, that's going to be a huge miss. That's going to allow the Gardener to get this bubble online here. He's going to be able to make it to this next pallet as well. And I think the survivors... Oh, what a risky play. And it actually pays off. Can Gardener remake the vault here? No, he's not able to get the vault. The opportunity is too fast here, so that's going to be able to secure the down. A lot of Cypher progress here, but it's kind of spread out across the board.
Absolutely. I mean, you could not get any riskier with that vault. But to be fair, they have to play for every single millisecond they can get. And for all we know, they've probably been practicing down to the millisecond. Unfortunate, losing another dash here just to the bare air. Last like a pixel off, it seems. But has the teleport to go back to the chair anyway. So it doesn't matter much. But Cheerleader here, gonna take a little bit early. And not making the rescue! What happened here? She thought she made the rescue. She got off too early. She pulled a classic Psyche move, rescuing at 99.999%. And then getting off. I've had that happen before. I have it in slow motion of me doing it. And then I made the Hunter hit the chair right after, which unfortunately the Cheerleader was not able to do that. She tried because realizing the dire situation she was in. Ellie, now I'm not sure if they can necessarily pull this back because now someone has to rescue. That means no one's doing the 5th Cypher. This is going to be tough. And in fact, no one is doing the 4th Cypher, speaking of which. This is dire situation, Ellie.
Yeah, rescue arm from the Novelist here. He's just going to... Yeah, for Cat. It's going to be... Can they make it to the window here in time? Oh, he's going to be able to make it to the window, so...
Little sloppy, though, on the dash.
Yeah, I think it's going to get down to the window here. Is able to secure the down onto the Cheerleader. Cypher Machine's nowhere near ready at this point. He's actually going to teleport over to the Novelist here. Could potentially switch to Blink there. Again, this excitement is really not doing anything. He's going to be able to...
What?
Oh, gets the vault off.
What just happened there? It's like he teleported behind her. What?
Just too fast.
That was insane, Ellie. I didn't catch what happened there, but whatever happened there, it's gonna buy them a lot more time. But we need to look at the fact that this Wolves from Choai from Wolves didn't go after the Gardener not the Gardener, Cheerleader. After knocking her down, she chose to go back to the Cypher. Very smart play from this Hunter to be keeping an eye on these Cyphers. That's the only thing keeping Cat in this game is because of this Cypher, but it's also literally middle Cypher. That's gonna be a very unfortunate hit. He could have ult-padded away if he was a little bit more prepared, but that's gonna be tough now. I don't know how they're gonna make this rescue because if you think about it, even if he elbow padded there, how would he make the rescue? The chair is still a little bit too far away. I suppose he could make it, but then they both go down afterwards, and it's just gonna be tough. Yeah, though, this is it's all because of that unfortunate... It was just a misclick. It was just an accident. It was probably the nerves, but accidentally got off the chair there, or maybe it was lag. I mean, if it was lag, I feel like they might have reset, because that is an unfair disadvantage to have. Although I'm not super sure on the rules of lag. I'm gonna make the rescue.
Oh, actually gets a pallet done here. Has excitement, and finally the excitement is gonna have some effect here getting it down onto the novel. It's going to continue along after the cheerleader, it looks like, with that tide turner still in play. Cheerleader's going to use the speed boost, trying to make it to the window here, but the honor is just too
There
fast.
we go.
Hits the down
Nice.
onto the cheerleader. A double down here. Cypher Machines are not ready just yet, and he's actually going to go back and go for the novelist. Nope, he's going to go back for the cheerleader. He actually did not see where the novelist went down.
For sure. That was a very clean, those are much cleaner dashes. Like right here, what he's doing right now, very clean dashes, just going front to front to front to front, straight to that window. And it's even going to lead to a mercenary getting hit right around the corner. How did that count? Barely counted around the corner. And this is going to be tough. How many of them have self-revive? Cheerleader does not. Novelist does. Mercenary does not. It's all up to the novelist. This is why the Opera was searching for that novelist, because he's the only one who can save the team right now. Any chance they have is going to be up to the novelist, but it's going to be still going to be hard, but not impossible though. Right, Ellie?
Well, no self-heal though. So,
oh yeah, you're right. So
yeah,
I mean,
all
he
he has to do
uses
is down the novelist at this point. Yeah, all he has to do is down the novelist at this point. Survivors are out of self-heal. Nice job from the novelist, really containing for a long period of time here. Oh, there's that play we were talking about. Oh, he doesn't get it this time. We're gonna see a wow.
Didn't count, unfortunate.
2 misses in a row here.
Not counting. I mean, this is just I mean, the survivors here stalling out as much as they can, keeping up the kite as long as they can, because why wouldn't they at this point? It is more honor for them. And that was very well played from the novelist. It's just unfortunate that what happened there early game with the rescue happened as it did. It was just all about that accidental, I'm sure it was like an accidental misclick off of the chair. There's no other reason that would happen. Maybe she was like worried about a ghost there, but I didn't see any ghost there. I mean, was there a ghost? If there was a ghost, she would have made the rescue anyway, though. If there was a ghost, she would have made it, though. So I have a feeling that either way, it was just a little bit of a mistake. Yeah, like a shadow ghost. Not shadow, not shadow, as in the hunter. Gosh, it's so confusing now.
It's okay. I don't know. Yeah, not a. Yeah. Okay. I think you're talking about something. I don't even know what you kept saying ghost, and I was like, what is this dude talking about? Okay, now I figured it out.
The little shadow that appears every time you dash. That one, that ghost.
The shadow.
Yeah, the shadow.
The shadow.
The shadow. Not to be confused with the hunter, the shadow. But anyway.
Yeah. There you go.
Ellie, what do you think? What do you think about that match? I feel like it was just down to that one rescue.
Yeah, I think unfortunately the classic psyche really just backfired on Cat here, and because of that, it was looking pretty good. The first kite was pretty strong, positioning was pretty good for a tie for the survivors, but the fact that they were able to stuff, anytime you're able to stuff a rescue in a match, the hunter is usually able to win, depending on the situation, of course, but majority of the time when there's a stuffed rescue throughout a match, that is the difference between a tie and a win or a win and a loss, something like that. So that stuffed rescue was the entire match, essentially. The fact that the hunter was able to stop that rescue, stuff the rescue completely, get the survivor down, survivors were not ready at that point. Someone else had to come in for a rescue, and it really just snowballs into the hunter's favor.
Absolutely. So now it's going to be a win for Wolves right here. Originally a tie, which is like an okay start, but then Wolves Hunter came in and brought in a great 4-man elimination right there. Really clean stuff. We're going to take a look at the stats right here. Overall, out of all the survivors, Gardner had the best containment time, so great early game. She did very well, especially with the bubbles. Remember, that bubble that barely lasted through the pallet that she got hit through, that saved her. That bubble that she used like right before vaulting a pallet, that one stalled a lot of time. Every second here really matters, and it results into more time wasted for the opera singer. And if it weren't for that unfortunate moment that happened in the game halfway through, I think they could have walked away with a tie. What do you think, Ellie? They were really close, I would say. I think it looked like a tie. And wow, that would have been amazing tying against Wolves round 1, just keeping it even.
I think that, yeah, definitely. I mean, because, again, the first kite was pretty good. Obviously, over almost 100 seconds there overall. I think, well, that was with 1 rebound as well, but the first kite plus a little bit of rebounding definitely should have been enough for a tie or maybe even a win. Probably not a win, but definitely a tie for the survivors. And yeah, that prevented rescue was so crucial. I'm thinking what would happen if they didn't rescue. Maybe if they just didn't save it all, if that could have been okay. Not exactly
I
sure what the
mean,
other ciphers were at that point, but
it's hard to say because then if they have 3 ciphers shaking, then obviously Hunter's going to leave the cipher at that point. The only threat would be the mercenary elbow padding to the chair in time, but if she knows the location of mercenary, that won't be a problem. If she doesn't, then she'll be able to like wait until like 80-85% and then leave, something like that. But yeah, it really just came down to that one moment. And if it weren't for that rescue, even if they didn't rescue, they could have walked away with a tie. They could have been in a great spot here, but that's not to count them out. They've played really well so far. Cat going up against, again, one of the harder teams to go against, Wolves, and they've overall been playing quite well, keeping up with their opponents. So yeah, dude, Ellie, I am tired as hell. So remember, like last night we commentated up until 7 a.m. I haven't slept since then. It's been a whole 24 hours. I still haven't slept. I think I'm up a whole 48 hours now. Oh man, it's crazy. It's crazy stuff. I heard you slept well though.
not well, but better than I thought I would, at least a little bit better. So yeah.
Ellie just flying in from Thailand, right? Or Thailand. I'm sorry. That was always mispronounced. That I swear that's a mispronunciation. Yeah. I mean, that's what it looks like. But anyway,
no, it's yeah.
It was originally a mispronunciation. That's how it started. But Ellie, it's always exciting to see you back in America. One of these days, Ellie, I'm gonna move to California and we're gonna be sharing the same room. We're gonna be together. Oh, hold up, we have a montage. Let's get into that later. So there you have it, everybody. We are back now going into round 2. But before we do that, we have a little bit of art here done on, I believe this is this from the Identity 5 Instagram? I'm not sure. But this is some really nice artwork here of the Wolves, I believe. This is in fact, though, yes, the Wolves sculptor skin that Wolves themselves created when they won Call of Abyss. Or was it Call of Abyss? But I'm not sure what they won, but they won some tournament. And they were able to choose their skin, so that is super clean looking. And here we go. We have another piece of art. Happy birthday 2024 412. I wish I could read this, but it's a little bit difficult to read. Ellie, do you know what it says there? I think it's oh, you know what? You see that mask in the background? I think this is the forward player. This must be the forward player on Wolves. We got this. We see the hashtag Wolves win. We see the forward skin with the snowman. This has to be one of the forward players. I'm not sure which one though. I'll have to go look up which one it is. But once again, very insane matchup right there. Very close, all things considered. Like either side could have had that. It was just like one slip up. And honestly, besides that, it could have been a tie situation. But yeah, we will see what they decide to do next. Cat is not out of this. It's definitely harder now because of that 5-point lead that Wolves has, but they could still secure a couple wins here, and it's still possible. Never count a team out just from round 1. But yeah, Ellie, we were just talking about something, how if I move to California with you, if you think about that, and if we commentate together, we won't even need our own camera anymore. We would just be both on the same camera. Isn't that kind of crazy to think about?
Yeah, that's you can buy the camera too also. So
Screw you.
Pay for that.
But here we go. We are already going into round 2. Lakeside Village is going to be the pick here. Banning Chinatown. I always feel like I'm not sure, but I never really felt like the map bans are that big of a deal. Here we go. Once again, STNK greeting the camera. One of the very few players you see greeting the camera, unfortunately. But everyone else, I understand they try to keep up with the like just focus. Wolves, so right here, 487, love for 487. We got Cat as well. Both support for both teams out here. I wonder who there is more of in the audience. Probably, like you said earlier, Ellie, home team advantage, probably Wolves, but it's so exciting to see other teams get rooted on for as well. Like, it's not just, it may be a game big in China, but that does not mean it's just the Chinese mainland team. So really love to see that. Yeah.
Absolutely. But yeah, we are going to have the, what is that? The Hunter side for the Korean team Cat here versus the Wolves Survivor here. So considering that this first round was a pretty sizable lead for Wolves, you know, how does Cat come back from this on the Hunter side? What do you think they're going to ban? Do you think they're going to ban the Wax Artist? Do you think they're going to ban the Opera Singer? If you're the Survivor, if you're a Survivor's team here, Psyche, after that first round, do you ban Wax Artist or do you ban Opera Singer?
Well, taking a look at the map pick, it could play a really big deal. So just I love how just earlier I said, I don't know what map ban has to do with anything, but map pick definitely does, because now really Waxers is way better. See, I always get confused, like yeah, you could ban this map that this hunter's good on, but then they'll just go the other map that this hunter's good on. That's why that confused me. So I don't look at it too much. I look at more like what map pick did they pick in the end, all things considered. So they can't pick Church because it's already been picked. They banned whatever the map was that they banned. I think it was Moon. I'm not 100% sure. But anyway, now they're picking Ever Sleeping. Not Ever Sleeping, Chinatown, God. And now it makes the Waxers a lot better. So if I were them, Ellie, finally answering your question, by the way, I would ban the Wax Artists. It's so odd to say that, but if they just want to keep up and not give the best chance. When did this happen? They banned Chinatown. What am I talking about? Something, I don't know. I must have gotten confused there, Ellie. But we actually are on Lakeside, so scrap everything I said. I still think Opera Singer is going to be the better ban here.
Okay, so just so everybody knows, when Psyche loses sleep, right? He doesn't like lose energy; he just loses memory. That's basically what happens.
Shut up.
That's what happens.
I'm running on. I was about to say running on X amount of sleep, and I'm like, wait, I didn't sleep.
No, you didn't actually have any. Yeah, so it doesn't matter.
I'm running on 0 sleep. There we go. Opera Singer ban.
Opera Singer. Yeah. So that does leave Wax Artist still open for STNK here. I think the Survivors obviously are now expecting this though, right? So we'll probably see some characters that will be effective against Wax Artist. You have things such as Entomologist. You have things such as Toy Merchant, which was very good in the big boat area. Acrobat, pretty versatile overall. The Seer and Antiquarian ban is interesting, right? Because a Wax Artist wouldn't really ban either of those under most circumstances. But now we are going to see the Ento ban at this point, so that would indicate potential Wax Artists. STNK might also pull out whatever their third hunter is. I think maybe... Is it Soul? I feel like I've seen them play Soulweaver before, but I could be wrong. Looks like we're going to see Coordinator as well.
I'm so tempted to just call them Stink because it's one letter off.
Okay, we're not going to...
STNK. Yeah, but... let me see right here. It should, I don't know for sure what the third hunter is. But it's probably going to make a big difference here. Like more than 2 hunters is a pretty common thing for these Call of Duty hunters to have more than 2 hunters to play here. Although that doesn't mean that their first 2 are like any worse. In fact, they might be their best 2 hunters, and they're preferably trying to go the Opera Singer or Wax Artist. And maybe trying to stay away from the later hunters until like round 3. But we'll see. That doesn't again, these are just guesses. That has nothing to do with their game plan. But taking a look at the Survivor team, Coordinator, Gravekeeper, Acrobat, it's so interesting because we see a couple like solid Wax Artist counters like Gravekeeper here, and Acrobat, while not the like world's best, still really good at making distance. I'm almost surprised he didn't go Patient this round if they're worried about a Wax Artist. Maybe Wax Artist is not the biggest priority, and maybe they're like, well, okay, we can use Areas counter Wax Artist. Maybe we should ban this other hunter that we are about to find out. Okay, never mind, it's Wax Artist anyway. So Very solid pick here from STNK. I mean, once again, you got a couple good survivors here to chase, like the coordinator. It's actually really just one because the other three are going to be really annoying. Toy Merchant on Big Bo, good luck getting that. We saw Sprinter demolish a Toy Merchant, well, not to say demolish, but do really well against a Toy Merchant.
Be effective against.
Big Bo. Yeah, be effective against. We're out here using positive language, and yeah, so in that situation he did well because he was able to corner her, but it's going to be difficult against Wax Artist. If only he had a portal, hint, hint. But there are no portals here.
He actually, this is an interesting spawn that he spawns close to Big Boat, because I think it's pretty obvious that the Toy Merchant's going to be spawning in Big Boat, right? So the fact that he actually spawns here, when you see this as a hunter and you see this spawn, you're acknowledging in your head, okay, Shaq and Little Boat are probably going to Kiters, which means the rescuer is going to be at the other location, which is Big Rock in this case, at the bottom side, and the Merchant's going to go Big Boat. So he should know exactly where everyone spawns. They should know exactly where everyone spawns based off of the character selection and the map that they're playing on, right? So essentially, what the hunter should do at that point is they should acknowledge that Merchant's Big Boat, Graves at the bottom side, so they should actually spawn closer to Shaq and Mini Boat, in my opinion. But it could be that maybe they're going to maybe go chase the rescuer, bait out, get some shovels out of the way, and then teleport away, something like that. Definitely a possibility.
Possibly. I mean, Gravekeeper is such a solid survivor against Waxers, and also he's going to be having a pretty decent area. So I think in the last day that we did, I saw this spawn, and I was like, I'm not a big fan of it against Dreamwish because it was Sprinter. But against Waxers, I like that the coordinator, hold up, look at this, already blocking off the window. But anyway, last game, that's going to be a big deal, by the way. Trying to mind game here, it looks like, or maybe he already knew. I didn't get to see if he saw that Toy Merchant jump there, but
he's gonna do the God play where he puts the catapult here,
is gonna be really
and then jumps onto the And
there's not a lot he can do here.
It's not that there's not a lot. There's actually nothing he can do. So
yeah, there's literally nothing he can do.
Literally nothing.
There is literally nothing he can do. So his best option here is going to be going after the Gravekeeper. But like I said earlier, this is not a bad area against Waxers at all. He doesn't have to use a shovel here right away. He could use his PAL here first, maybe even circle the window first. But no, STNK already identifies that it's probably not the greatest situation to go after Gravekeeper. And it's just going to go straight after a person right here, out in the open basically. Because it's going to leave that easy to 100 starting kite Wax. Did we just see a broken window, sir? We did just see a broken window, sir. Going to cover the window, hopefully fooling the coordinator. Unfortunately did not, because the coordinator just ran in a straight line. Although I suppose it is the fastest route to coordinator anyway. So, I mean, this is not going to be easy. Take a look at the ciphers, though. We've got 86, 45, 48, 46. What do you think spells for the hunter at this point in time?
Spells not good.
Spells not good. Those are words, not letters. But anyway.
Wait, no. When you say spells, you spell a word. Don't you spell a word? Isn't that how?
Spell it out? Maybe.
Yeah, you mean like you want me to, okay, sorry. N-O-T space G-O-O-D. There you go, Psyche. Is that gonna make you happy?
We're really going all the way out here. Yep, I guess we're doing it now. But check it out, everybody. We have a lot of great cipher progress, is the point here. And while the teleport was effective, don't get me wrong, the teleport was effective at his job, that does not change the fact that teleport has to be played later in the game, and it is a little bit slow for what it does. If anyone here has played a card game and you hear the word slow, that is what that means, that it works, but it was just too late in the game to the point where it's like, okay, now the survivors could win. To the point where the flare gun it might just secure that. We have the Toy Merchant here. Why do I have a feeling we're going to see a part 2 to the catapult at shore? Okay, we're not. We're not. Thank God. That would have been really bad for the hunter to have that happen to him a second time. But yeah. Did he cover the window?
No, but the catapult's set up there, so he's able to make a lot of distance here. We have one cipher at 75. They're not on the last cipher machine just yet, but that will be started momentarily. Look at that distance gain with the catapult plus the pallet boost. We see Jelly's making it all the way to Mini Boat here. We're going to see 47 coming for the body block as well. It's like essentially going for a firebomb.
No, he wants a ball instead.
Is reach. And
does he hit the wax here? 69 wax, let's go.
He does lose the coordinator. Can he get an instant down here? There's the hot wax. Bible gets the vault off, so he's able to stay alive even longer here. Last time is down, started at 10% of the way done here. He gets the shore area, so Acrobat needs to prioritize dying away from that Cypher machine. You never want to die near the last Cypher against the Wax Artist. And I think he definitely did die far enough away at this point. So looking at this position for the survivors, we're going to see a teleport instead, but the catapult is set up, and, you know,
Good
in Lakeside, that's exactly how it goes.
Definitely. I mean, that's tough. I mean, if she doesn't use the catapult early, then she'll still have it for later. It's going to be devastating for sure. 9J over here, vaulting a little bit too early, alerting the Hunter that he's right here. And it might cost him a hit here. We'll see. Especially if this window doesn't go down in time, which it doesn't look like it will. The Cypher, also keep in mind, is not that much progress. This could lead to an awkward situation. Not to say that they don't have people who can rescue. It's just they're not the greatest at dealing with Waxer's rescues, because if you're going to rescue against Waxers, you need a way to get to chair. Otherwise, he's going to wax you and then wax you and then take a second hit with his basic. It's going to be really tough. But 487, already knowing that, going to go to the chair early. He clearly watched Psyche's rescue guide on going to the chair early and on time against Hunters.
I was about to say that.
You have a hard time against. Acrobat is definitely a survivor that has a hard time rescuing against Waxers. Look at that. Not getting seen. Already following tip number 1. Not getting seen far from chair. That is number 1. And
He gets terror shock. Cypher machine. They're going to pop. And he gets down.
He didn't get the rescue.
He gets down. He went for the bait on the chair, hoping the Hunter was going to swing and hit the chair, but he actually didn't. And that is a extremely uncharacteristic misplay from 487 here. Arguably one of the strongest survivor players in the world, making a very, just a very unfortunate play here. The other exit gate is going to be open. We could see. Okay, he's teleport. Okay, we're seeing this Hunter teleport bait at this point. They could teleport to the exit gate though. He's gonna teleport, and 11 is not out just yet. So we're gonna see the shovel. He needs. He needs to just push the gate right away. I think he can just push the gate. No, he can just push the gate.
Yeah, it's all right. It's all right for STNK. Look at how stoked they are on the camera. That's crazy. I'm sure they're happy about that terror shock. Acrobat right there, trying last second to get off the chair, hoping that the Hunter hits the chair, and it did not work out. He got terror shocked. A little bit unfortunate. That could have been fixed. And then he tried to fix his mistake by like, okay, well, maybe the Hunter can hit the chair, and that didn't work out either, unfortunately. So 2 times in a row, got unfortunately stopped the rescue. And we saw this. We literally saw something very similar to the last match, where a survivor goes to a rescue and it stops, and the Hunter stops the rescue somehow, some way, and it literally leads to a complete 180 in the survivor versus Hunter perspective. Now it's like the Hunter's first situation. Now it's in the favor of the Hunter, and we just saw that clear as day. That was a nasty situation. Definitely could have been avoided, but all things considered, still, I mean, there were a lot of clean moments from STNK, like blocking the windows, all that stuff, but the support was on point from Wolves. And I would have to say, Wolves definitely played very well there, and it's almost a little bit unfortunate to see they don't walk away with the win. But it's still, though, I'm sure Cat will absolutely take that tie. And once again, the survivors have a chance here. The survivors have a chance here to bring something back. And STNK constantly keeping up their points up, keeping up the ties. Definitely not an easy task against Wolves.
Absolutely, yeah. So yeah, considering that this Hunter against Wolves able to get 2 ties in a row, it's definitely very strong. With Waxar, it's a character that we don't actually see being utilized as much in the current meta. Pretty impressive, we have to say for sure. But the thing is, Cat Survivors had a very difficult time in the first round. I think it was largely due to that stuffed rescue, of course, but it was a forced survivor elimination. They're going to need to at least get 2 out just to force an extra round here. And even if they do manage to get 2 out, they still would be down 5 points going into the last round. So I think the goal for Cat Survivors would probably be to aim for at least a 3 survivor escape at this point, just so they can at least win this round, and not be too far behind going into the 3rd round.
Absolutely. So it would if they tie here. If they tie, they would still stay in the match. But it's like you said, Ellie, they're going to be down 5 points. It's going to be really hard to come back from. They would need STNK to mount a really solid comeback as a Hunter, get like 3 or even 4 people preferably. That's really what they need for like the best chance. But they could have their survivors and hunter work together, getting small bits of points like 3-person escapes, but still, that's only a 2-point advantage for each win you get. So they would still be down 1 point, even if they get 3 man as a hunter and 3 man as survivor for Cat's side. This is definitely going to be difficult, but at the very minimum, they should try to go for a round 3 here. But if they want to have a chance, they need to go for a 3-person escape, preferably. So we're going to see probably a 3-person escape team. Let's take a look at the stats here real quick. We got Jelly 11 escaping out the exit gates. It was really just an unfortunate rescue situation. So now we had it happen to both sides. Fair and fair now. All right, you did it to me, I do it back to you. Now the both sides are even. No one can complain now. But not really, not at all. But still, though, great job from the hunter. They're keeping it up, and right here we have the win condition already set up. If Wolves the hunter gets a 3-person kill here or 4-person, they just automatically win in 2 rounds. Sorry, the hand is going invisible. I'm turning into magician.
Yeah.
Then that would be the best case scenario.
A 3 elimination, a 4 elimination, yeah, would mean that Wolves would be the victors after these first 2 rounds. If there's a tie, a 3-survivor escape, or a 4-survivor escape, we will have a 3rd round. There you go.
So we will probably see a tying build from the survivors, but preferably a winning build, because if
they're going to want to win. Yep.
Exactly, it's going to be tough no matter what here. So we're already looking at the players. All the players are already seated here. Definitely a little bit nerve-wracking because it really depends up to the survivors. And survivors working together as survivors, that's the thing is, it's so difficult to work together. It's not just in this game, it's also in real life. I mean, we all know here, trying to work with people in real life, it's almost impossible. So to get everyone on like the same brainwave, to think like each other and have each other work together, when you see it happen, it's amazing. And that's what they need to do right now. This is what they need to stay into this game. A tie, like I said, would keep them in the game, but they're really looking for that win, and they're gonna really need to be on the same brainwave. Brainwave, this is gonna be my new favorite word of today. Last stream was, what was it? It was clean. Now we're gonna have brainwave. Everyone needs to work on the same brainwave. What do you think, Ali?
Yeah, everyone needs to. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Like, yeah, I'm not really sure what you're talking about, but yeah.
Okay, well, not that, but like, let's just say, like, what do you think are gonna be some like solid survivors here to pick for a 3-person escape? In your experience, what have you seen that just works solidly? It depends a lot on the hunter's opponent, like your hunter opponent, but like what we could probably see a toy merchant, for example. I'm thinking that's a very easy like first one. Just to guarantee one person is going to be living throughout the whole match.
The good thing about Lakeside is that there's a lot of good characters to use in certain areas. So characters such as Patient are very good. You can spawn them at Little Boat, and they can hook themselves back onto the Little Boat through that drop-down window. And then also you have the Acrobat, or Entomologist, which is good in the shack area. They can kite around that shack window and that pallet pretty effectively. Toy Merchant on Big Boat is very good. So there's many ways in which you have good characters for this map that can, potentially go for a 3 escape. Something I do want to address for the chat. So guys, just keep in mind, if we are unaware of someone's gender, you just use they, right, to refer to them. That is the best way to go about that. Just for people reading in the chat. Anyways, continuing to talk about the match here. Oh, Psyche, I wanted to ask, what's the hair routine? I just remembered
what is the hair routine? Today
you got some crazy hair going on there.
Yeah. So we're gonna change the lookup next stream. Remember that 5 Psyche senses? So today was the sound. Tomorrow we're gonna be doing sight. We're gonna be doing vision. I'm gonna look different. Dude, I love these memes. The Wolves Hunter, they love putting his face on the panda meme. Oh man, that's hilarious. The hair routine, I didn't get a chance to watch today, so I was just kind of like, I was hoping we would have time. Like, I hope we would go into round 3, so I'd have time to do this. But then I check, and Omni went down in 2 rounds. I'm like, shoot, I'm gonna be going up now. I'm like, okay, well, I guess there's no option. But gotta wash the hair out, and that's the biggest part of hair routine. You just gotta wash it, honestly. But we're gonna fix it tomorrow. We're gonna see a brand new, fresh Psyche. What can I say? So COAVII going in with Entomologist, Antiquarian, getting the support out because you know what? That was actually a good point to bring up if I remember. Support is a big deal to try to get 3 people. Man, they love their memes. This is
They do. This
I
is
wish
very
I could
common.
understand it.
Yeah, this is very common amongst the Chinese mainland community for Identity 5. We see that quite often. Getting into our band picks here, looks like we're actually going to see Antiquarian and Entomologist band first, which is interesting. We're going to see the Priestess and Psychologist right away. Potentially could be considering a Clown with the Entomologist band. As we have seen Clown, sort of come out as a meta hunter as of recently, at least for some players. Obviously, Clown is extremely difficult to play. I don't understand why in the in-game, Clown is listed as a level 1. You know how it shows like the level of how hard a character is to play, the difficulty? And Clown is difficult.
Clown is bottom, apparently?
Clown is difficulty 1, which doesn't make any sense. Clown is 100% difficulty 3. In fact, Clown is harder to play than Breaking Wheel, in my opinion, and Breaking Wheel is literally a 3. So I'm not really sure about that.
Yeah, I don't know. We got to go write an email to NetEase. We got to go talk about this. Like, what you doing with your game? Like, who's in charge of playing these characters? And whoever the dev is who gave Clown difficulty rating 1, I like to meet him because he's probably better than Sprinter. than Sprinter's Clown. I mean, that's insane. Whoever put him that rating, I want to meet them. I want them to teach me to play Clown like they do, to the point they think it's a rating 1 difficulty hunter. Everyone here is preparing though on the desks.
Looks like we're gonna have a journalist as well. So journalist actually is another Clown counter because you actually just put the little bro pallet camp in the pallet, and you just stand there and you wait for the Clown has to either dash through it and it stops the dash, or the Clown has to leave. And if they're infinite dashing, then it counters the infinite dash. So anything that counters infinite dash is a really strong. Is gonna be really strong against Clown. Priestess does that. So does journalist. So they're definitely eyeing up a Clown counter here. Chunghai's still going to go with Clown, or is actually going to play something different here, considering that Priestess and Novelist are both on this team?
Exactly. It would be a little bit annoying to go Clown here. I mean, look at this. We got Priestess, we have Journalist, and even Gravekeeper. At least before in the past, Gravekeeper, when he uses a shovel, he wouldn't get it back. Now he gets like a third of it just lost, and he keeps the other 2/3. So yeah, as expected here, it's a little bit risky to be going Clown here. Not much to gain and more to lose, if anything. So gonna go with the Night Watch here. Just a typical good overall hunter. What can I say? Like, very strong hunter. To this day, even after all his nerfs, still very strong.
And so the thing is, I think with this team composition as well, it's going to be pretty... Okay, so Night Watch on Lakeside has some pretty good advantages. Obviously, it's very open. It's very easy to dash in some places. Shack can be very difficult. Obviously, Shack Loop can be a bit challenging. I don't really like to chase Shack as a Night Watch. I played a lot of Night Watch in the past, and that can be very difficult to deal with. But looking at this overall team composition, Journalist is not really a strong kiter. Journalist is sort of just there to counter Clown, I think. And we're actually going to see the... I don't even know how to explain this spawn. Box in one spawn.
This is definitely a unique one. This is definitely a new one that I haven't seen before. Like earlier, we saw someone spawning at Shed. Not to say that this is a bad spawn, because we're not trying to say that here. More so, it's a unique spawn because before we saw like Coordinator, like last match, we saw Coordinator in Shed instead of like the typical line spawn, then Gravekeeper below. And I feel like against the Waxers, it made more sense because you just had a better situation against Waxers, like Coordinator better kiting area. Gravekeeper can do a safe cipher safely, doesn't have to be at middle. This though, I don't know this one. I had a feeling, like an idea about why they would do last one. What do you think, Ellie? What do you think, like, what was the advantage here to take this kind of spawn? I'm honestly not sure.
Yeah, I think we
if you don't know either, that's cool. We'll find out.
I do know. We have seen this spawn a little bit from some of the Japanese teams in the past, where they spawn the 3 survivors over towards the towards that area, and they leave Cornfield open, and then you have 1 survivor spawn. Because basically what it does is you put your rescuer middle, then you put a survivor at mini boat, which is a good kiting area, a survivor at shack, which is a good kiting area, and a survivor at big boat, which is a good kiting area. So you're essentially going for the 3 strongest kiting areas on the map here. Looks like first chase is going to be on to the Journalist. We actually have a teleported up-down build, which is not very common. We usually see Insolence with Night Watch here, but It looks like we have Lil Bro following the journalist for the pallet Cam Psyche. And
no, Little Bro wasn't gonna do anything.
Little Bro did nothing.
Oh, Little Bro. Wait, missing the swing?
Misses the swing and
Little big time loss.
Yeah,
Ooh.
that's really unfortunate here. Little Bro's gonna be able to go to this new pallet, or maybe just drop it. Or Little Bro the next pallet. Okay.
Nice Little Bro. It's just,
Nice Little Bro.
unfortunately, he could do that. Beautiful, guys. Guys, that's harder to do than it looks. So often that Little Bro smacks me in the face with the pallet. That's tough to do. So props to COAVII for being able to do that.
I will say, though, that is a pretty good example of why journalistic kiting is not too strong, unfortunately, compared to other rescue characters. Considering the portal trick, I think, but wasn't able to go for it there. Journalist trying to make it to the pallet here. Little Bro for the body block. Oh, gets the hit.
Wait, Little Bro ran away on top of that. Oh my god,
Yeah,
typical Little Bro. He wouldn't have even stayed by the pallet. Is the
where's he
unfortunate
going?
part. He just ran to the pallets near like the broken boat. This is typical Little Bro. Little Bro, hitting his mama every time. I know it's not his mom. Don't sue me.
Bro, I actually just dipped. He's just like, nope, I'm out of here.
Look at the priestess. What a beautiful portal from the priestess. Great job from I'm So Ovo. But is she gonna be afraid of a blink here? Just being careful here. Always good to do. Switching the rescue illusion to a kiting one, I believe.
That's a really big hit. If he's able to get the body block there, that means the survivor can take the portal, make it on a big body, and potentially kite a little bit longer. But that is a crucial hit there onto the journalist. And yeah, keeping Chang'e in a pretty strong position. He's going to go ahead and build up more energy here because he doesn't have insolence. He's not that close to full presence just yet, but Cyphers are not too far along, so I think he's still in a not bad position.
Yeah, Priestess out here can't really decode, otherwise she's just an instant easy target. Although granted, no one else is also doing ciphers, so, well, there's one person doing a cipher, so even if Priestess decoded, he still would have to be careful here. So honestly, I feel like Priestess could do the cipher here, but it's kind of hard to know if everyone is doing a cipher at all times. But here we go. Gonna give up the kill for the hunter right there. Gonna get that one person kill already as on the journalist. Just a little bit unfortunate that the Little Bro just didn't do what she wanted the third time. I wonder if that would have been the difference maybe there if that body block happened earlier or later. But here we go. We got Priestess taking on the kite. And we'll see how this goes. Great start. Its only problem is that the dash here is gonna stop her from reaching this paladin time.
Yep. And looking at the last two ciphers here, they do have one cipher almost done. Actually, another cipher almost done. He's gonna come down to this last cipher machine. Mind game at this pallet for the priest is gonna use that portal, able to avoid that hit, and is gonna finally go down at this short area here. The problem is the hunter still has teleport, so they could potentially teleport to the last cipher machine. It is 44% of the way done.
Guys. Yes, and keep in mind, guys, Wolves is going here for a 3-person kill just to close it out. So just like how the survivors are going for a 3-person escape here, the hunter also wants their own 3-person kill because they would just close out entirely. Rather than giving that chance to their opponent, they wouldn't want that. Of course, though, things aren't looking that great for COAVII because they're busy moving around. They're busy taking over each other's cipher, and they're busy having to rescue. And when you have people rescue, you don't have anyone on ciphers anymore. Missing the palace from barely, unfortunately.
Not able to get it. Also, the blast cipher machine is here too, so he doesn't even need to use teleport. He can either go to the last cipher or double down the Gravekeeper as well. I think both of those positions would be okay. Gravekeeper is going to use the shovel, and looks like he's going to target down the psychologist here, trying to keep her off of that last cipher machine, not allowing the Cyrus to make it to the end game. He wants to go for a 3 kill. This is how you do it. You want to play aggressively. You want to change targets a little bit. You want to change targets.
I feel like he means he's doing it to. He's really doing it just to protect the cipher. I don't think it's because it's just generally a good play. It really depends.
Well, the thing is, in tournaments, when hunters only want to play for a tie, they would just single out the survivor. They would allow the cipher to pop. They'd single out the other survivor that they were chasing and just secure that second down. But he's playing it more like a ranked match, essentially, where you try to push him off the last cipher and go for the win.
Absolutely, and like we said, it would secure a win for them. They would just win in 2 rounds, which would be really nice for Wolves. Again, though, they need to be doing that cipher. I wonder, like, who's going to be doing the cipher? It has to be the Gravekeeper. It's just like a Gravekeeper out there. That was a little bit confusing. You guys just saw Gravekeeper jump off Big Bow instead of going straight to do the cipher.
He can just go to the grave. he could just teleport to the Gravekeeper. No, he's actually going for Psychologist, which is interesting. The Psychologist gets body block in the pallet here, which is interesting. I think Chang'ai. Oh, we're gonna see Flywheel able to avoid that hit, but it's getting stopped from so far away here.
Yeah, that's the issue here, Ali.
I really think Chang'ai should have TP, and yeah, the Survivor's not coming to the rescue. Gravekeeper cannot pop, and that's going to secure the victory, I think, at this point for Cat. We're going to see him just share the Gravekeeper. That will be the 3 Survivor elimination, and that means that Wolves is going to be victories after it's going to be victorious. 2-0 here. For getting English.
Absolutely. But maybe COAVII will go here for a 4-man. Why not increase their stats a little bit for the future when their stats are going to show? Probably in the bracket stage. When we get into the bracket stage, it's going to show how many hunters got 4-mans and all that stuff. So we want COAVII to do as well as possible. You know, if they already won, COAVII is going to try to get it.
Also, the extra point is also important because if you do come down to a tiebreaker for qualifying for the playoffs, it comes down to the points. Remember, so getting extra points is always. Yeah, so if teams have the same record, right, the determining factor of who's the higher seed will be based off of the overall points after that, if the records are the same.
I did not know that, so it really does make a big difference here to get this 4th person. Now, of course, though, COAVII, as much as he'd love to go for this 4th person, he can't really afford to leave someone with self-heal right in front of a 96% cyber, so completely understandable here, getting his guaranteed 3rd person kill. Let's see. I mean, he has confined space, no trump card, unfortunately, so nothing like sneaky he can do. But Psychologist can't pick up an item. As long as he sits on top of this dungeon, he'll just wait out Tinnitus. He'll wait out Rose, even better.
That's going to be it. There's no Flywheel for the Psychologist. And just going to secure the down. There is a 4 Survivor elimination for Wolves here, and that's going to be another 7-2 victory in this round for them. That means they will be winning things 14-4 here. Excellent job from Chang'ai. That is a double 4 elimination. I would imagine he's going to be the MVP for this match.
Congratulations to Wolves. Very, very clean gameplay from the Hunter side today. We saw from Wolves, but also I feel like the Hunter on Cat side also had like a lot of good moments there, but if anything, I feel like it was, if I'm going to be honest here, Ellie, like completely transparent, I feel like it was just 487 just making a small mistake on Lakeside that ended up costing them a win. There was a little bit of sloppy moments earlier in round 1 as well from the Survivor side. They definitely could have played a lot better today. And it was just overall, it was closer. It was made it a lot closer, honestly, if you can even put it that way, 14-4. You know. But yeah, Ellie, what do you think about that? What do you think, like, I mean, I feel like we went over everything, you know what I'm saying, Ellie? You got like any questions, I guess?
No, I mean, for the most part, yeah, it was just an excellent job from the Hunter side of Wolves. The Wolves Survivors, interestingly enough, were not able to defeat STNK in either of those rounds. They were able to tie in both those rounds, which is against Wolves Survivors is really not easy at all. So pretty strong gameplay from the Cat Hunter side. But yeah, the Survivors unfortunately just not able to do much against Chang'ai. An excellent Nightwatch performance, excellent Opera Singer performance. And honestly, if Cat's going to want to make the play, this was, of course, their hardest match. But if Cat's going to want to make the playoffs, they're really going to have to up their performance here as this tournament progresses, especially on that Survivor side.
All things considered, though, I feel like their Hunter has good fundamentals. Fundies, as Mickey likes to say. I see all you guys watching in the VC in my server. Having those fundamental fundies as the Hunter is a big deal, but also as Survivors. So hopefully we get to see Cat return stronger than ever. Just like who said that, Poch or Nello? What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, which he stole from someone else, but we don't talk about that. So yeah. That's we're gonna be wrapping up soon. We're gonna have probably Wolves Hunter coming up and be interviewed along with probably 487, because 487 is showing up in like the middle of the picture for Wolves. Very often that's like the team captain. And so we're probably gonna see both of them and coming soon. We're gonna have a translator for you guys when the moment shows up. That's like that's pretty much it. I'm really excited to see Wolves coming back later, because that will not be the end of Wolves. Wolves has a very good shot of doing very well in this group stage. They got very fortunate going against, like not showing up in Group A. It was already very fortunate. The group of death, pretty much all the very strong teams there, and they were very fortunate that that they could be pitted in a little bit of an easier group for them, and hopefully we can continue to see Wolves doing really well. So if you guys are a supporter of Wolves in the chat, drop a couple of wolf emojis, and if you are a supporter of cat, drop a couple cats. This is the best time to do that. This is literally perfect. Why didn't I not think of this sooner? And yeah, the Wolf Pack out here taking a 5-point lead in the final match. If only the journalist Little Bro was actually a little bit more cooperative. It's just a little bit unfortunate, like you said, Ellie. Just the Little Bro is a little bit. I don't want to say it sucks, because every once in a while it's really good, but it kind of sucks. Like, because you have the Little Bro go up to a pallet, and the hunter can just have it always drop sooner, like have it drop for you without getting stunned, and it actually breaks the pallet faster because Little Bro dropped it. So sometimes I feel maybe just dropping it yourself could have been better if you have the time to. A situational survivor that can get a guaranteed rescue, don't get me wrong, so she's got that advantage. But all things considered, definitely one of the survivors that I feel like NetEase could give a buff. I really want to see journalists be used more often in Identity 5. What do you think, Ellie? What are your thoughts on journalists? Do you think we want a second like really good survivor just like Lawyer? I want to see journalists be good just like Lawyer became good, and Thief became good, and Garner became good, right? We're on board with that? Everyone on board with journalists getting buffs?
Nah, I think journalist is fine.
All right.
I think
fair enough.
I think journalist is not great, but it's not really gonna. Yeah, I don't know. I think Lawyer is good. I would just play Lawyer. I'll just play Lawyer. It's okay.
Of course you would play Lawyer. Coming from the Lawyer lover himself.
Listen, Lawyer is a great solo queue. This is what always happens, right? Is a character is bad, and I always talk about how bad the character is, and then NetEase just decides to buff that character. That happened with Lawyer, and that also happened with Wax Artist. Wax Artist used to be really bad. I used to talk about how Wax Artist was one of the worst hunters in the game. Then Wax Artist got buffed a lot, and then I just started playing Wax Artist a lot, and I just love playing Wax Artist. When Nightwatch first came out, I was like, okay, Nightwatch is not really that good. Nightwatch ended up being super good, and then I got addicted to playing Nightwatch, and I played Nightwatch a lot.
When Mushi wanted to play Nightwatch, and you're like, nah, Mushi, you gotta play Geeko or Cleric, and then you were so wrong.
No, and then Lawyer, I was like, oh yeah, Lawyer's terrible, and then Lawyer gets buffed a lot, and I'm like, okay, now Lawyer's my favorite character. So yeah,
I remember back when we were together in Fusion and you were the coach. Remember when I was telling you, yo, Ellie, we're trying Batter on Church and pushing the hunter back, right? We're doing that. Why not we do that with Thief? And then Ellie's like, but Thief is kind of bad, so no Thief, right? And then he sees Thief getting pulled out in literally that same Call of Abyss, and he's like, all right, Psyche, you're going straight on Thief. I'm like, yes!
Yeah.
I still remember that like it's yesterday. Thief is such a cool survivor. Man, I love Thief. I want to see NetEase buff the garbage survivors more often, because I'm not gonna lie, Lawyer's been garbage for a while. Thief has been garbage for a while.
Lawyer's good now.
Now
Lawyer's good now. Lawyer's good.
But it took like 10 buffs.
What about Doctor?
Before
What about
finally...
Doctor? What about Doctor? Doctor sucks.
It's so like she does suck, but I don't, because if I say suck, it makes it sound like I also want to give her a buff. I don't know if I want to give her a buff because she's more of like a specialty character. It's so dumb that she kind of hard counters a couple hunters, but then she's bad.
Mind's Eye.
Or Mind's Eye? I'd like to see more Mind's Eye buffs, but it's so hard to make Mind's Eye work.
Yeah, it really is.
Imagine Mind's Eye getting used, bro.
The thing is, you can't make Mind's Eye any different, because Mind's Eye is basically, the idea with Mind's Eye is like really bad kiter, really good decoder, right? Essentially. But the thing is, like, you can't. How do you change that, right? How do you like actually change that where you have what do you do, like make her decoding bad and make her kiting better? Like, you know what I mean? It doesn't really make sense.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
It's tough because it's not like, it's so strange because Mind's Eye came after Mechanic, and Mechanic is a more unique. Bless you, Ellie. Na zdrowie. Like Mechanic came out before Mind's Eye, and if anything, Mechanic is a more unique character, more versatile character than Mind's Eye. Mind's Eye was like blind, and that's her whole gimmick, which is like, it was really cool when it came out, but nowadays Mind's Eye is not actually blind. If you guys don't know, go check out old Mind's Eye gameplay from like 5 years ago. It was pure pitch darkness. Those were the good days of Mind's Eye. They were not good days, but it really made you feel like you were blind, and it really made you feel immersed. I will give Mind's Eye that. Otherwise, it's hard to find a good use for Mind's Eye. I really hope one day they find good use. FMVP Sands out here in the chat posting cats and peaches. Ellie, do you have a comment? I have no comment.
I didn't actually see what it was, but yeah.
It was cats and peaches. Yeah, I think I'm gonna leave that be.
Yeah, we're just gonna pass on that one.
And here we go. You want to talk about the best seduction here? As you expected, COAVII came out on top. We got the opera singer as well as their main hunter. Ellie, you really look like you're reading the chat over there. He's really deep into reading the chat. All right, guys, and it's finally time for the interview. I wonder who we have here. Who do we have? And they're speaking in a language I cannot understand, unfortunately. COAVII and 9J are here on the stage. We will translate for you guys very shortly.
九将，那也是恭喜狼队获得了我们小组赛的首胜嘛。那其实从上一场比赛到现在，我们狼队已经有一段时间没有在赛场上出现过了。这么长的一段休赛期，想问一下我们大家做了什么样子的准备？程爱。
就是积极备好每个就是对局嘛。然后。
I'm sorry, what was that? What did he just say?
看一些阵容啊，然后去做一些调整，然后比赛的时候就做好自己的就行了。
那燕九呢，也是有一段时间没有回到比赛了吧？就是还是你熟悉的感觉吗？
还好，心境还是比较平和的。
还是比较平和的。那
So the preparation they looked into here was looking into the opponent's game plan.
我还好。
And trying to stay calm here as much as possible. Yo, dude, okay, this is not what they said, but I gotta acknowledge the drip on their shoes.
很难，是不是？那先来问一下宠爱吧，今天是上来歌剧拿了一
All
个
right,
四张嘛，但
moving on.
其实是已经被削弱过了。今天感觉打下来手感怎么样？
手感的话就是有点一般嘛，然后需要去适应一下一些机型，然后就会有一点不同嘛，然后就慢慢适应。
还是有差别。
对的，对的。
可以再精进一些。那一局看下来，整
My translator cut out there, unfortunately. What was that?
当时你在场上打会是什么情况？你是有想要去骗他一波，拿捏他一下那个回速的心理吗？
就是我。 准备就是等他救下来，然后我去做下一步选择，然后结果他没救下来，就是比较
意外，就就本来已经规划好了，但结果没有救下来，哎，好像好打起来了。
是的。
那问一下燕九，我们求生者在备战间看到那一波打下来，就有没有觉得啊这一把有了？当时大家会是什么样子的状态？
当时看到拉队员没有救下来的时候，都是啊。
大家都没有想到，很惊讶。那一波的话也是心理方面可能小拿捏了一下。那到求生者这一边，今天有想过说会面对到2局的蜡像师吗？
这个还是有预想到的。
也是对对面做了一些研究。
对。
那第2局的时候，其实看到对面是带了一个张狂传送嘛，而且是非常多次的再去换节奏。那个时候大家会有什么样子的交流去应对那样子
So they just said they got 2 wins.
保好传送。
Ellie, did you pick that up? Ellie, help me out here.
Not really. They like expected to get 2 wins against them.
Okay. Gotcha.
昆虫跟古董一般，小丑气息满满。
Dang, confident,
你当时跟教练是怎么样进行了抉择？说选了个守夜人。
就是今天感觉小丑不太行，可能不是小丑日，今天是守夜日。
今天是守夜日，这小丑我们等到就是天时地利人和的时候再来展示，是不是？那选择了这首守夜，中间的话也有很多的操作嘛，特别是当时在海边卡位了心理，当时是什么样子的情况去操作出来的？
就是不想让他救人嘛，然后他刚好翻了就卡个位。
就卡个位，就是拿捏住了对场上的局势的及时的那一种判断。那想问一下2位，就是今天赢下比赛之后，对于后面的比赛会有什么样子的期待？会有特别想要再去碰到的对手吗？
每一场都挺想碰到的吧，然后就充分备战就行。
就想要去碰到各个赛区的队伍，去体验他们的实力，然后会赢下去，对不对？那九将，你有什么特别想要去面对到的对手吗？
And we just had Wolves say that they're ready to face any other teams. You know, I bet you they're ready. One of the best teams for sure out there.
那最后2位有没有什么话想要对支持你们的粉丝说了？大家刚才真的非常大声的在为你们加油打气。
And they're expecting to face what was that?
Opponents in the litter, like any other
opponents.
对
any other opponents in the later games.
Further, yeah, I guess.
终于憋不住了，终于憋不住了。
就是感谢各位粉丝一直支持我们，然后也非常感谢就是给我们时间能去有一个进步嘛。
And as always, they're very grateful for their fans for supporting them and keeping them going throughout this tournament.
也是期待下一场比赛，让我们稍事休息，马上回来。
And yeah, that looks like that's all. Is that all?
Yep.
Yep, that's it. Thank you guys. We'll be back shortly.
And welcome back, everybody. We are returning live to continue the Call of Biz 7 Day 2 events. I'm Psyche with my co-host, commentator here, Nello Mello. Nello Mello, what's up? It's nice to see you
doing
again.
Good.
First
How about
time
you,
I'm
Psyche?
commentating.
How's the
I'm
matches
doing
so
good.
far?
They've been exciting. We saw Omni today, which is the second time we see NAU perform. We saw it before yesterday. Very exciting. Matches before you kept up very well. But more specifically today, Omni, I feel like they could improve. They could keep improving, like it wasn't far off. And then we also saw CAD versus Wolves. They were both quick matches. That's the best way to put it. They were both super quick matches. Which, you know what? I mean, I'm not complaining about. It's always nice to keep things flowing because sometimes you get like 3 hours, 4 hours for a single matchup. And we all know that feeling. But it's also a little bit unfortunate that we didn't get to see like a team like Omni keep going and keep performing. Always a little bit bittersweet to see that. But then we also saw that with CAD, and that's also very unfortunate. But it's also very strong to see like teams just performing so well. Like you gotta hand it to Wolves, and you gotta hand it to the team going up against Omni, which was HHDG, one of the newer teams. Like being able to close out games that well, very impressive to see. What about you, Nello? What are you thinking about this upcoming match? Like this is ZQ versus AWG. Pretty good teams. Like not terrible teams. Very solid overall. I think we're going to see a round 3. I have a feeling today. It might be our first round 3.
Yeah, I mean, there's no better way to put it. Like you've mentioned, all the teams that have been competing, they're all. I would say that to get to this level is not easy. So. I think it's an achievement in its own, and of course, when you go up against more professional, more high-tiered teams, especially in Chinese mainland, it's always going to be a mountain you have to overcome. And even though today I share your sentiments, like Omni did not make it today, well, they still have 3 more games that they can still play to hopefully we'll see them get to better results and hopefully climb up the seedings in the group, right? But back to your question, AWG versus FPX.ZQ, there's only one thing in mind. I'm thinking, I want to see Dongxuan. Okay, I want to see him ever since he moved to FPX.ZQ, right? So I want to see him perform today for his new team, FPX.ZQ. And of course, I'm looking forward to AWG as well. AWG with names such as Kairu. I look forward to seeing Kairu again. Of course, representing the land of Japan, the Japan division. So again, it's a classic battle. Chinese mainland team versus Japanese division. I don't know, man. I think I might be a little biased towards the big boss, Dongxuan. But how about you? Yeah,
Dong Shui for sure. I mean, I know Dong Shui better than the other hunter for sure. So that's a little bit unfair. But this Japan versus mainland China, this is such a classic battle because it's so interesting. But I'm not sure if this is still the case. But I heard from someone that Japan is actually bigger. Sorry, IDV is bigger in Japan than it is in China. Have you seen the coffee shops that they have in Japan? It's absolutely insane. Like whole coffee shops themed after Identity 5. And there you guys go. We do have Dong Shui on the mainland China team right there, ZQ. And yeah, here are the Japanese players as well. Scorpion, AEZ, Banban, Yukakina, Bronto, Keru, and Nameko. I'm so sorry. That is probably a sad butchering. But yeah, this is gonna be a showdown of hunters for sure. Like Dong Shui with his hunters. And then Japan fighting back with their own. And we're gonna have the teams introduced here now.
I mean,
all gonna go out.
I definitely agree. Sorry?
Dong Shui's so serious in that photo. Look at him.
Yeah, I mean, he is the final boss, right? So, I mean, that's what we consider anyway. But coming into this matchup, I would say, it's another classic battle. I agree with you. Japan has come a long way. There are probably a lot of people there as well, but I feel like there's a lot of people, a lot of fans in Japan, but there's definitely a lot of fans in China as well. I mean, look at the turn up in the stadium itself, right? So the cheerings, the supports are definitely gonna matter. So those of you guys in the chat, hey guys, hope that you guys do not forget to hydrate and give your support to these two teams, okay? So yeah, give your support to these two teams, FPX.ZQ or AWG. Name the teams that you support in the chat as we move on to the teams being introduced on the stage right now, Psyche. Like the Knights in Blue versus the Knights in White. Yeah, any
Dude, Nello,
you're
like the supportive dad figure we all need in our lives. Always seeing the positive in everyone.
For reals, I mean, like that's definitely what the role we need to play here, right? Like we need a little bit more positivity. We need a little bit more encouragement to keep the game going, like, you know, because constructive criticism definitely useful. But hey, I think everyone can relate, right? If you have parents at home and you know, you might be strict, but they know what's best for you to keep going. But now we are listening to the interview by both teams.
和 AWG 针对切磋的选手是他们的 OBV 选手，因为听说他们的 OBV 很强，这是我们第一次和他们见面，但是我们已经对他们过往的比赛进行了研究，就想对 AWG 说就是一起加油吧。
AWG 所属チルノカエルです。過去にも戦ったことがあるんですけど、それからいろんなハンターやサバイバーが追加されて、また戦うのを楽しみにしてます。グループ戦の予選は、まずまずの試合で最終戦だけとてもいい試合でした。で、今の状態はすごくいい状態です。はい、自信はあります。練習時間がすごく多いんで、一番戦いたい選手はドンシェン選手です。理由は魔女がうまいんで、その魔女にどれぐらい通用するのかっていうのが見てみたいです。
Admirations there, right? Coming in from the Japanese teams as well. Like, yo, how well does this dude understand Dream Witch? Like, and not just Dream Witch, honestly, Psyche. Like, there's just so many characters that Dongshen popularized. Like back when Geisha wasn't even used much, right? Like, he was the one who made Geisha so popular, and even the Disciple as well, the crazy zigzag leaps. But
absolutely,
yeah. But more of him
almost
later on. The survivors are being introduced now, Psyche. Any favorite players?
Any favorite players? I just look for nowadays I'm always searching for who is like the supporting character, and I always want to see how are they supporting, when are they supporting. Unfortunately nowadays, Nello, it seems like the meta nowadays is not as much support, which is really sad. You'd see a lot of support back in like Sculptor days, like just trying to keep people alive. But nowadays it's more like, okay, well, someone went down and you don't really have a chance of keeping them alive because you got stuff like Opera Singer and Nightwatch just slows everyone down at the same time, or Opera Singer speeding up herself very quickly. So it's a lot harder to support today, which makes it even more impressive to see those support players. Speaking of which, we're looking at ZQ survivors right now, which there's a couple of them. We got a couple ZQ players on the team, of course. We got SXY, Regesi, Sans, ZB, all of these very strong players. And of course, we have the main rescuer as SXY, which I believe we're about to see in a second here, unless we already passed him. I'm not completely sure, but here we go. I think that's him, right? Unless we already saw him. Camera zoom in, and who is it? It's that's him.
Yeah,
and he is the main rescuer of the team. Yes, you always notice in these teams, though, you always see like there's always one person that has like mercenary first officer under their like belt. And in some ways, I'm like, dang, that's impressive because rescuing is tough. You have to know the ins and outs of everything. But at the same time, I'm like, I also wish I could see them play kiting characters, because a lot of these rescue characters, these rescue players, they tend to be very good kiters because they have to perfect their gameplay to never take a hit. And so I'm very excited to see what we can come out with both the rescuers and the supporters.
Yeah, I mean that's the reason. Right? Yeah. I mean that's the reason why they're dedicated specialists, right? In their respective rights, it's gonna be difficult. But in facing FPX.ZQ's survivors, right now we can see AWG Brontel being featured. Just waving his highs. Probably a little bit shy, I'm not really sure. Probably his maiden appearance in the COAVII global stage. But yeah, he has his normal Opera Singer. I mean, this is definitely one of the hunters you have to have, right? Like Opera Singer is a definite must.
Absolutely.
Yeah, especially when you're coming out in BO1. With the exception of just now, like Omni sending out the Hermit first, right? In BO1, right? But
we'll see.
Other than that, I think it's a definite must. We'll definitely, most likely, be seeing an Opera Singer here. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing Bronto pitting his Opera Singer against Team FPX.ZQ. I mean, man, come on. Like, from the match just now, Wolves versus Cat. How crazy was Chongai's? From a scale of 1 to 10, how crazy was Chongai's Opera Singer?
I can't remember anymore. What was the map we played on?
Dominated, right? Like, it was in Red Church, was it?
Overall, it was pretty solid overall. There were definitely like a couple of mistakes here and there, but like that's the thing that I feel like everyone who plays Opera Singer, they're gonna miss a couple of dashes here and there. As long as you're not missing like more than 5 or more than 3, you're good. And there were a lot of times where you would just see them, the hunter, just absolutely just beautifully navigate through areas with like multiple shadows. It's so strange how areas with multiple shadows are the hardest to navigate through because it's so easy to dash and dash and dash, and you accidentally dash into the same shadow and you're on cooldown now. So very well execution we saw earlier from Wolves. But now we are gonna see, like you said, we're gonna see AWG's Opera Singer get pitted against Wolves. I'm sorry, now Wolves. I'm still thinking the last match. ZQ.
I mean, it's a really
ZQ.
interesting match after all, right? But yeah, ZQ. Probably gonna repeat a little bit of the circumstances from previous games. Well, they're battling it out in Red Church. So definitely a really good place for Opera Singer, to zigzag between terrains. I think that's one of the most standard maps out there.
Yeah,
so,
of course.
Yeah. But this first half is definitely going to determine how they're going to face. I think FPX.ZQ, AWG, they definitely need to perform hard against FPX.ZQ survivors, because if Bronto does it here, hey, at least his teammates will have an easier time, less stressful.
That's what we hope. That's your goal as a hunter.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah. Because going against Dongshui later, Dongshui is going to be one of the hardest hunters in this tournament, hands down, to go against. I mean, we saw how much of a prowess he had in the last Call of Abyss, consistently showing the strength of his Dream Witch. And we did see earlier in the interview with one of the AWG members that he is almost challenging Dong Shui to see how good is his Dream Witch really. He's very excited to see her. Wow, look at that. We can see our players already prepping like the little stuff in the game, already checking it out. I didn't know that they do that kind of stuff. But anyway, Dong Shui gonna be a tough hunter for sure. But we also saw ZQ's players say that they've been practicing against AWG, so neither team is to be underestimated here. ZQ being one of the best out there, and AWG is another formidable Japanese team to watch out for. Neither ones are underestimating the other here, and so that means we're gonna probably most likely see a very great battle of the minds here, battle of the mind games, like multiple people coming together, working on the same brainwave.
Yeah,
keeping that up.
I mean, communication, team synergy, that's definitely one thing that survivors have the luxury of doing. It's 4 brains after all, 4 entities, 4 brains against 1 hunter, so I guess in this case you can say the more brains the better, especially when you're up against 1 single hunter. But I guess we can find out after this. And I agree with you as well, the equipments look crazy expensive. It's
you guys see the setup that they have here?
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean,
my only complaint here is that they still, to this day, at least from what I know, it doesn't seem like they have an option to switch to iPad or tablet if you want to, so you're just forced to play on a small screen.
That's true.
Look at everyone out here playing on their teams.
Yeah. Do you play Hunter, Saki? Do you play Hunter, Saki?
Do I play Hunter? Yeah, sometimes I play Hunter.
Yeah, I mean, do you prefer bigger screens when you're playing as a hunter? Because I don't know, man. I think a hunter.
Absolutely. I feel like it's easier to see. It's easier to move my fingers around. And though I think you can get used to phone just as easily as iPad, It all comes down to like the way you sit down and position yourself. Really, it's still, I feel like, more of like just makes it easier on your life, on your eyeballs, to not have to squint so hard for shadows, to not have to move your fingers around so carefully and accidentally mistakenly hit a button or not move your screen as much as you wanted to. So that's the main reason why I go on iPad. Really, for me, I feel like it's a huge disadvantage to be at an iPhone or any phone in general.
Yeah.
But I don't know. What are your thoughts on this, Noah?
Well, I agree with you. For one, I play on PC because the monitor, the monitor's way huge and can see better. On the phone, I think a lot of people just mention that you just have to get used to playing with small screen. For me, it's really hard. It's always a communication tool for me. To text, to watch clips, to make calls, and rarely do I play games on phone. But well, I mean, everyone has their own preference, right? And speaking of which, preference, opinions, Rip Snapper from the chat saying, Brontle has the best opera in the entire tournament. I'm so serious. Well, buddy.
Dang, bold.
Yeah. Looks like we will put that statement to the test. We'll be able to see Brontle with his specialized opera singer later on in BO1. So I don't know, man. I feel like Rip Snapper's like, it's sort of hyped me up. Sort of hype things up, right? Like, okay, I'm expecting a lot from the opera singer now.
Absolutely. Isn't Bronto going up right now though? Like not later, but right now we go in?
He is. Yeah, we're seeing him later. He's still preparing with the hand powders and whatnot, with the equipment. But a lot of fans in the seats as well. I just love what they're doing here in Hangzhou Stadium, right? Like they have proper seats, it's padded. Fans feel comfortable with the air conditionings, closed settings. At least they don't have to sit on benches without support.
Absolutely.
Right.
They got these nice gaming chairs, dude. Think about IDV having to get these gaming chairs just to show COAVII. Wait, that said like 6 on it. Are these old chairs? Yo, IDV lore, NetEase lore. They're cheaping out. They couldn't afford the COAVII 7 chair, so they just slapped on like 6 on there. See, it says V. Oh, maybe it's a Roman numeral 2. I'm not sure. It's kind of hard to see. I hope it's 7. It'd be funny if it was 6 though.
Yeah, it probably is 7. Yeah, I'm just having a look at it now. Yeah, it's definitely 7. It's just really hard to see from here. But yeah, I figure it's really a huge event, right? Especially when the prize pool, just mind you, the first place goes back with 4 million yuan, which is $550,000. Come on, man. You gotta have budget for all of these things. I don't think they will save on it.
That's a solid amount, and that's just first place. They pay out everyone else too, although granted in smaller amounts, still a lot when you combine it all together. Wow, check this out, Nello. Already anti-Korean perfumer banned. So already, it's so strange, but I never thought we would see perfumer doing well against opera singer. To me, I always felt like opera singer could catch up in the next 9 seconds, but clearly not. Because on a map like Red Church, if you perfume and you get hit by like any good palette, they have to break it. They have to get through. It's gonna be really obnoxious. But wow, we see a patient here as well. So maybe not expecting a opportunity, but that's so strange.
And a journalist as well. I mean, I understand. Like I was also wondering why perfumer is the top band now, but I guess with the addition of cheerleader, right? Even if you miss one perfume, cheerleader could refresh it. But again, now with another band onto the Orpheus, looks like we won't be seeing any switcheroo today. But what is
Painter?
Yeah, I mean,
this whole team comp is interesting, Noah.
It is. Journalist, Painter. What are your thoughts, Psyche? Like, do you love this?
I mean, we have to, and there is the opera singer. We have to remember, for starters, this is before the Painter buff. They're playing the test server. No, not test server, but the tournament server offline, where Painter did not get his buff yet. Neither did Insolence, and a couple other characters that got buffed. So I don't know about this, Nello. Patient, Painter. I find that with these survivors, you may get a boost of speed early on with Patient, but she often catches up. So here's the thing: if he can hook into like something like Church Window, like from a far distance, that's great value because then she still has to vault over. So you're actually getting like double value out of your hook. So on Church, I think it's all right, but here's the problem: he's kind of forced to kite at Church now or like Red Carpet, which he's nowhere close. Painter, on the other hand, I don't know. No, I have a feeling that their strategy might involve actually grabbing the opera singer's face while she's busy vaulting a window. What do you think about that? I think that might be a solid strategy to get the painting down, because otherwise, how would you do it? She's always going to be moving so fast, moving her face away from you. It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. So I think ZQ is going to be playing to like get the hunter to vault the window, and then that's when they get that face in.
Well, we're going to find out pretty soon. I mean, probably they're probably really confident, right? Coming in with this comp against an opera singer, right? So we'll see how Legacy makes it through, right? Coming in, that would be me, Nelo, and Psyche bringing the commentaries for the first half. First game, Psyche, take it away.
And we got Opera Singer going straight for the Survivor right here in this area, but are they gonna find them is the question. It's the first officer. And first officer, look at that. This is how you avoid the hunter. Just staying out in an area where the hunter won't clearly guess where you are. Barely not getting seen. They're crawling back behind the pallet. And everyone else already rotated. Check it out. Painter's already gone. Actually, I'm not sure because I saw an arrow there at the corner changing direction. So Painter might still be there like hiding and rotating. But the point is, rotating is moving away from the hunter, not necessarily the hunter not finding you. Look at this journalist usage. Wow, that is extremely annoying. And she's going to get a pallet stun there. Clean. Nice stuff.
Achievement unlocked. The little boy hitting the pallet onto Bronto. But hey, at least now we know that journalist will be the first target. Oh, nice dodge there at that point. Second hit did not work out. Teleporting back. Sans is still in the graveyard, trying to make things happen. He's gonna use the last pallet, but oh no. Oh, the bling hit! Oh, careful, buddy. That might have been a terror shock if Bronto was 1 second earlier. But Sans, just one more! And he's gonna go down!
No, little bro! You know what'd be funny if the little bro stole the window from her, because I saw that little bro run over the window, so he could have potentially stole the window.
Yeah.
had she like not gotten hit sooner. That would have been really sad to see. No, but that was a great start for the journalist, and me just realizing that I am dumb because earlier I said journalist little bro makes pallets quicker to break. No, it's slower. It's the stunning that's faster. And earlier, speaking of which, Nello, that was a difficult stun to avoid on the little bro because that pallet is kind of like digging into the side of the wall, making it a lot easier to get a stun off. And here we go, beautiful rescue from the first officer. Just like plain and simple, using the watch, getting out of there. Ooh, I'm playing the mic games.
Yeah, remember this spot where he was playing earlier on, like 487 here? He was playing like the exact same spot again.
Yeah, with the wax artist, I remember this. This is a deja vu, exact same palette and everything.
Yeah, but Bronco's already gotten Sans the second time. Mind you, FPX.ZQ still does not have the last cipher. The rebound kite was practically non-existent. It was so fast. The dashes by Bronco catching up to the survivors was so fast. As a matter of fact, 3.5 ciphers. I don't think they're gonna come back for the journalist. I feel like Tinnitus is just there. You know,
it's seeming like they're gonna go for the Tinnitus plays, just to force Honor to sit here and wait and waste the time. Oh no, I'm mistaken. They're gonna grab a painting. Nello, did you catch that? He grabbed the face of the hunter while she was busy looking away, and that's gonna be huge for late game. In fact, the hunter doesn't like that so much.
Oh no! Oh no! Should I have went for Legacy? Should have probably focused on the journalist instead, because that was the journalist last share. Oh my god, this is huge, right?
That's what I was thinking there.
He's gone.
Go on. Yeah, he's gone. He's long gone, Nello. Like, he's already across the other side of the planet at this point. It's just now, can this opera singer keep up with the ciphers? Because when you switch targets like that, oh, it's gonna be so tough keeping up now. And yeah, like you said, it's a little bit confusing. Like, why not go after the journalist there? I guess this pallet, they were worried that this pallet is gonna cause Painter to get a penny and cause some massive support. And now, while missing a dash there, now that's gonna be huge. Every second they miss out, it's gonna be massive.
Yeah, one painting for you. This is one Edgar that utilizes all the paintings for the right moment. Just one cipher remaining, Psyche. I mean, it was a pretty early rescue. It was a pretty early rescue if they can finish this last cipher in time. But wait, Bronto knows what the last cipher is to be. He's in the vicinity. Are you gonna continue this cipher? They have to start a new cipher. No way they can force this.
No, there's no way, which is perfect that the journalist has another cipher already starting up. And by the way, Nello, this is a painter, so the early rescue is actually fine, because in reality, they have the whole chair timer still, which is going to be really nice. Only problem is, can we just look? Oh, that's going to be a huge miss, though. He's going to miss out on the kill on the patient now. Wow, that's gonna hurt a lot. Missing the swing, unlucky there, thinking that he's going to run in a straight line. He did not. It's gonna all come down to this, Nello. Can he hit the watch on the hunter? He doesn't!
Bronto! Oh my god, lingering a little bit too long. He knows. Bronto, this dude is a beast. He doesn't want to get hit by the second activation of the watch. And now, Painter's gonna expire. First officer's gonna join in. And two of them are injured. Last cipher is not done. Sans is pushing it to 80%. I don't know, man.
That was a key play, Nello. She needed that. She needed to stop that rescue.
Oh, he cannot go down here. Speed.
Oh, he could go down here way too early. They have the Cypher Prime, but he's not in front of the chair, Nello. Shoot, is he gonna make it out? No.
Bronto's gonna commit. Yeah.
He's knocked out. That's gonna be a huge problem. He's gonna have two people in the same spot. Wait, he chooses not to go after?
Yeah, he wants to stop. He wants to stop people from opening up.
Or he got the big brain. He's got the big brain plays.
What? This happened? He teleported back to where the first officer was running to. But this action will allow journalist Sans to open up the gate so they can at least ensure one-man escape. You can see that the patient has already used up self-heal, the exit path. Question is, Bronto, this could be a draw.
Dungeon is threatening him, so he has to pick up. He's worried that if they both escape, he could end up in a losing situation.
It's a draw. Yeah. They're both at the gate. Yeah. Oh my god, that was looking so dangerous, right?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Very dangerous now. Like that moment when he was at the window, that was scary.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought they would miss too, but it didn't. If it missed, that would have been trouble for Bronto. But hey, strongest opera singer, allegedly, coming in, getting a draw. Not too bad. I mean, it is against FPX.ZQ after all, so we definitely cannot overlook this fact that they are a very, very strong team.
Honestly, Nello.
Yeah.
Sorry. I was wondering, like, why not go after the first officer there after knocking down the patient? He really wanted to get the gate, even though there's a person right next to him, right next to the knockdown patient. Maybe a little bit of maybe I'm not gonna say it was a bad play to not go after first officer, but what was definitely like a mistake there, I would say, is he wasn't very what's the word I'm searching for? He was very not inconsistent. He was very, hello, help me out here. Do you remember the word? He's not targeting on one specific person. He's being indecisive.
Targets. Indecisive.
Yeah, so he's going after, he killed patient. So now he just needs one more person, preferably before patient can get up. Who's the best person for the job? Obviously the person next to him, but he chose to go after the gate, which is like, okay, if you plan to like go backwards in mind game, which is exactly what he did, but it was a little bit too late because patient's already up by then. So I feel like his chances were better just targeting the first officer. It's hard to say because he had that window there. But yeah, what's one thing for sure is I feel like the indecisiveness, constantly going back and forth to the gate and such, instead of like thinking about, okay, well, journalist is probably going to open the gate by now. If like the moment he left her the first time, he should have been like, okay, well, if I come back to her a second time, it's going to be a fat chance that she doesn't have the gate open already. And that is exactly what happened. She did get the gate open, and she does manage to get herself out. In the process, patient gets out. Patient plays super smart, walking around the sides of the map, and just avoiding tinnitus range, which is At that point, it's a lost cause for the Hunter because Hunter has to be like, well, I can't take the risk anymore. They're too far away at this point. I can't just assume and hope because then what if I don't find them and then the first officer is gonna get dungeon right there. So had to go for it. Completely understandable. But I feel like it could have gone a little bit differently there too if Bronto was a little bit more decisive.
Okay, I agree with you. Especially when it comes to him focusing on trying to get a double down against the painter, right? Because Sans was on his chair. It was his last chair. So imagine if you already chaired the journalist. He's gone. You only have to deal with 3 survivors. But the changing of targets towards the painter might have cost him a little bit more.
Even that. Yeah, that was like another big moment. Like, I see the idea, and I don't think it was necessarily like a mistake because if you think about it, there was that pallet in the back. It definitely would have taken some time to get that person or to vault the pallet and get your shadows in the right spot so that you can teleport to them. By that time you do that, you set it up. It's possible that the painter could have already had the painting up and just dropped it at the pallet. And keep in mind, journalist Little Bro dropped that pallet in the back. So if he tries to break it, he's actually going to be slowed down breaking it, which is like a small little detail there. That I feel like the survivors are like, oh, if you use this, you guys are definitely gonna have time if he ever breaks his pallet. So like small little things like that made it tough. The Hunter had to make a tough choice there. And honestly, all things considered, Nello, that was best case scenario for the Hunter. Knocking down the painter as he wasted the painting. Really unfortunate on his end that it just happened like that. I know old painter, that wouldn't have happened. That would have just protected him. He would basically be invincible at that point once he drops the painting. But new painting, there's a brief moment the Hunter can hit you still, and that's kind of what happened there, and he was not able to support like he wanted. Still though, the survivor got away, and it ended up really helping. It's just a shame that they were not able to walk away with a win, but still, as we always say here, tying against Opera Singer, very strong. It's good still, it's better than losing, and Opera Singer is definitely a very Hunter to lose to, so always impressive to see this kind of gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, it was their map selection too, right? So all good. AWG having a draw so far, but I guess now it all comes down to what's going to happen in the second half because guess who's coming in? Dongshui.
We got Dongshui. We know. We got Dongshui coming in. This guy is essentially the sprinter of the Chinese mainland. If there's anyone who is like
the Chinese mainland, what?
I mean, I don't know. Maybe there's like a sprinter of Japan area. Maybe there's a sprinter of Korea region. Like, I don't want to say it's like sprinter of the whole world, but like sprinter, just like how he's known in the NAU for having such a strong Dream Witch, Dongshui is known for a very similar idea. And Dongshui, on top of that, just being an amazing Hunter overall. Again, a little bit unfair for me to say.
Yeah.
A little bit unfair for me to say because, of course, I know sprinter better.
Yeah, it's kind of weird to say he's the sprinter of China because, you know what I mean, right? It's like,
I feel like it should be swapped.
Yeah,
I feel like it should be swapped. I should have said it the other way around. Sprinter is a Dongshui.
Yeah, I mean Dongshui definitely would not.
Because Dongshui is, I gotta give it to Dongshui. He's probably better.
Yeah, I mean he's not probably better. He's the champion. He's the champion of the previous COA. He was the champion, and he moved on to FPX.ZQ, but he was the one who helped Dou to get that championship in COA last year. So I feel like, I get where you're coming from. Maybe a little bit of mix up there, but one thing's for sure. Now that you mentioned Sprinter, one thing is for sure. People do refer to Sprinter as the Dongshui of the West. So
there we go. There we go. I meant that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Much better.
Yeah, for sure. No problem, man. Yeah, just a little bit mixed up.
Yeah, it's like a very similar idea. Like they're very similar mains. They're very similar like fundamentals. Look at AWG Karu here showing off, being aware that the camera's on him. He's ready. He's ready to think big brain. That's what he's talking.
Yeah. He's always very animated, man. Yeah. He's always been like this since previous COA as well. Like he's always very animated, very cartoonish. Like, you know, he's full of character. And previously he's I think that's just part of how he plays. But the man, the myth, the legend in glasses this time. Okay, this is one of the times that I've seen him in glasses. and he looks really focused. 46% win rate does not even begin to justify what he has done throughout his IDD career. But FPX.ZQ has Dongshen this year. Let's see if Dongshen is able to help his team get elevated, right? All the way up to the finals. Yeah.
Dongshui, of course, being one of the best hunters in the game. But that's not to say that AWG doesn't have a good shot too. These are both very strong teams, and they both have a very solid chance here at beating each other out. That's what's going to make this matchup in particular a very good one to watch. We're going to see who comes out on top, who does the better plays, and at the end of the day, Dongshui can get mind games. He's not invincible, and I can't wait to see it. I can't wait to see what happens here. They're out here waiting in the match, waiting to get started, and yeah. What do you feel we might see here on Nello? You think he's more of a round 1 Dream Witch guy or more of a round 1 Opera guy?
He can go anywhere he wants. He can go Opera Singer. He's definitely practiced Opera Singer. He's got it in his arsenal. He can also go for Dream Witch. He's also very strong here. But if you want to make things interesting, it's very highly likely he will go with an Opera Singer up against AWG. It all comes down to the bans and picks. If we see a Barmaid Seer ban, it's probably going to be a Dream Witch. If we see an Antiquarian ban, Perfumer ban, well, I guess we sort of have an idea of what he's going to play.
Definitely. So a little bit sad, because here's the thing about Hunter, guys. You have to pick your survivor bans first as a Hunter, which is kind of sad. I feel like Hunter has always had this disadvantage in the game, and it doesn't help that they have to ban first, kind of exposing what they plan on doing already from the very first move, which is definitely unfortunate. But that's just the rules of the game, and the rules have changed multiple times, and you never know. Maybe one of these days we'll see the opposite. Maybe the survivors will have to make the first move. But for now, we're gonna see Dongshui here make his first 2 bans. This is gonna dictate the rest of this match. Like you said, Nello, that Barmaid ban could be very good for Dream Witch. Okay, we have Antiquarian and Cheerleader.
Yeah, that's probably gonna be Opera Singer. Yeah,
most likely. Doesn't want survivors to chain cooldowns off like a Perfumer or an Airplane or something like that. Patient.
So he'll be like, okay, fine, pick the Perfumer, but you won't have a Cheerleader to reset your skills, right? So maybe that's the idea. I mean, I don't know, man. I'm not Dongshen, so I definitely don't know. But seems like it's gearing towards that way, cause AWG gonna pick the most obvious pairs to go up against Opera Singer. They're gonna put up Emma, they're gonna put up Vera. Yeah, it looks like we're gonna have another mirror match, Psyche.
Yeah, this is looking like another 10-minute Opera Singer match. Yep. Not to say that Opera Singer gameplay is not satisfying to watch him move from shadow to shadow, but we do see a lot of Opera Singer, and you know what? As fun as it would be to see Dream Witch, it is a good Dream Witch map technically. Admittedly, Gardener is kind of going to be annoying for Dream Witch. It's kind of like Barmaid in a way. She gets that first free hit for free, basically. I mean, that is what free means after all. But here's the thing, Acrobat is a good counter to Dream Witch. So it's almost like they're playing around both sides, and I really like that about AWG. Neither side, they're not going all in on one thing. They're being very careful. Wow, and Ford is a good pick against Dream Witch. Maybe not so much against Opera Singer, but that doesn't mean that he can't get really solid stuns off on the window. He could still do that. That's still a thing he can do no matter what the Hunter is. We'll see here though. We'll see here, Nello. Honestly, it could go both ways here. I could see Dongex going either one. Really?
Yeah, it could go either one. Yeah. But I feel like it's just gonna be Opera Singer. It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
you can stun him. Yeah,
it may not be easier, but it's definitely effective at getting 4-mans, 3-mans. If a survivor ever messes up, and there we go. If they ever mess up, make a huge mistake, it is almost always a 4-man just because her mobility is insane. It's just that good to the point where she can teleport and then go backwards. It's like a way better version of Photographer. Why would you ever play Photographer full presence teleport when you could just do it with Opera Singer? It's like, man, it's just literally... It's like a recycling of old Hunters in disguise, guys. It's literally that simple. Imagine Photographer, but with the ability to speed himself up outside of camera roll. Man, that would be so fun to see. But of course, we're ending up with Opera Singer.
Yeah.
So that sucks. Imagine how cool it would be had Wu Chang affect the Cybers when he teleports on them. Nope. We have the Shadow for that. We have Ivy for that. So I feel like these all are things that we could have seen on past Hunters, but I mean, that's the meta right now, and I hope we get to see more original hunters like Clerk and Wax Artist. He was definitely a big original hunter, first shooting hunter. But here we go, Nello. Let's talk about the spawns a little bit. Gardener, Acrobat, Perfumer. These are all like solid chase options for Opera. It really depends like which one he wants to go for.
I think he can just go for the Perfumer right off the bat, make him miss his perfume. So this is where he challenges the survivors of AWG. Like, okay, there's no cheerleader to reset the cooldown if you make a mistake, right? So I think it's very right for him to just challenge the Perfumer, because once you're half blood, it doesn't really matter. Even you got the rescue open, you still half blood. The perfume won't matter much. So I have a feeling Dongshen will aim Vera, but who knows? Who knows? Maybe he wants Mikey instead. But yeah, first game, second half, ladies and gentlemen. It's me, Nello, and Seki bringing good action. Seki, take it away.
Going after the Acrobat here, this is interesting because I had a feeling that, like you were saying, Dong Shui, I thought would go after Perfumer here as well, because I was expecting like some ball combinations, like red balls at Shed. But he's opting to do that later, which is actually, I think, a smart decision now, because look at these windows he's using. He would have only been able to use like one window at Shed, but now because he transitioned at the beginning. Wow, but that was a really good, almost like a mistake there, leaving that bomb too soon. Gonna cause a very early hit there on the Acrobat side. Survivors were only like 20-25%.
Oh my god! Catching the Acrobat offside as well! Acrobat did not notice the location of Opera, right? He was just like chilling, turned to the right, and hello, here I am. Oh my god,
Nello, you're so shocked. You're stumbling over your words, because that was amazing from Dong Shui, cutting off the Acrobat like that. Acrobat not exactly aware from which side dang, I'm stumbling over my words now. The opera singer, where she was coming from. Wow, look at that, getting a perfume out, Nello. Like not doing anything but just baiting. This is gonna help a lot late game. This is how Dong Shui slowly but surely depletes everyone's resources for the late game, and this bubble's gonna run out. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. 6 seconds is longer than you think.
Yeah, I mean, there was a very early down, and not just that, disrupting the Cypher as well. Look at Dongshen coming in, getting that hit onto Nameko as we speak. I think Nameko definitely shouldn't have stayed here a little bit longer, but it does open up an opportunity for the Acrobat to run a little bit further. He's trying to look where the Acrobat's gonna fall.
He has to find the Acrobat. Okay. Dude, even I don't know where the Acrobat went. Hold up.
He's in the middle. He's in the middle.
Oh, he's right there.
Yeah.
He's really in front of the gate. He'll see him right here. You can literally see him right through the gate. A little bit unfortunate to get found here. Would have been so nice if they didn't get found here. But guys, look at this. Look at the difference between Dong Shui and the past opera singers we've been seeing. Now, these are all so talented hunters. But when you see Dong Shui play, what did he do that made it so that in his situation, they don't even have one cipher done? I mean, they're going to get one cipher done here. But even that, they're still behind on basically 3 ciphers. Oh, forward, not gonna get the stun!
Yeah, the first stun, and look, he might not even be able to rescue!
Oh my god, that's huge!
Ever doubted Dongshen? Here's your answer. Oh my goodness, 2 ciphers done, but 1 survivor out of the game. 1 survivor, the forward on the chair. Gardener's half health. Kairu's the only one with full health. Dongshen is eating this game, man.
Yeah, exactly. That's the so much. You just jinxed him.
Oh my god. Yeah, I just
well done, Nello. This is all your fault.
Oh, wait.
Oh no! This is your fault. What's going on, man?
It's okay.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Gardener's not gonna come for the rescue. It's okay. He's basically playing 1v3 now. 1 person's injured.
Oh my god, Nello. You're not forgiven, man. It's fortunate. It's fortunate Dong Shui already had such a big lead here, so we're like laughing it off right now. But guys, if this was any other different situation, the survivors would be in such a nice spot here. But they're fighting. They're still fighting.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. I think he has the stun resist as well, the rage. So you can see the recovery is quite fast, especially if you do it consecutively in the past 20 seconds. But it doesn't stop him. Look, he's still hitting Kairu. Beautiful perfume to backtrack the damage. But yeah, I think he's had enough. He's just gonna put forward onto the chair. He knows that Perfumer has no more items. That's a plan to diminish the resources. Goodbye to AEZ. 2 survivors to go. 3 survivors remaining. I mean, it's okay. Just give them some palatable bang, Psyche. It's okay.
Honestly, it's hard to say. It's hard to say what went wrong there. Obviously, the rescue could have been better. But I mean, if you look at it from a perspective of, well, what if we don't rescue? Which I don't believe they should have rescued, because if, let's say, they do rescue and this rescue is successful, they would have Gardener half health. They would have Ford half health. They would be in a very delicate situation now. It would be so easy to for just one person. If one person even like messes up a little bit or gets found at the wrong time, critical stun there, by the way. So
Yeah,
she's, I mean, Perfumer still keeping up the pressure here, even though it's looking dire here. It's still keeping up the pressure. This is nasty. Well done. Look at this discipline.
Yeah, he just knows. He knows that it's only a matter of time before he catches up. Because like, yeah, it's fine. I'll take the pallet hit. It's fine. There's only one person with half health taking the pressure. I have a teleport ready at hand. It's only gonna be a matter of time before I catch you. And look, this is the one time. Fine, you don't get to stun me, but I managed to bring you down. And now I'm just gonna look for the Gardener. And the Gardener has an elbow pad, but I don't know, man. Dongchen, full presence, teleport. And the Cyphers are not being pressured. When you're a Hunter main and you have 3 Cyphers remaining, you don't feel the least pressure. And that's where things can be very dangerous, right?
You got all day. That's at least what it feels like. But he has to remember he's on a clock here. 4 minutes is not as long as it seems when you're playing as a Hunter. It is a long time, don't get me wrong, but when you start reaching that 25% bleed mark, when you start reaching that 50%, you start to get worried if you haven't seen Tinnitus already. Thankfully though, he sees the footprints early on before it's even an issue, and he's going to be able to track down the Survivor. I like that Dong Shui is like trying to cut off the Survivor, assuming that they go the worst case scenario route for him, but no, he sees that they're actually stayed at the pallet here. So little like small details like that no one ever talks about. Beautiful bubble, by the way.
Yeah, beautiful bubble, extending
so
the kite
cool.
a little
She
bit.
gets to have a bubble and a football. Nice like little thing there, having double ability basically. Everyone is being so patient with the pallets now. Dong Shui, I'm sure it would be so easy for Dong Shui to go around.
Oh my god! The swinging's going on. Dongshen's like, I eat.
I feel like he's just lazy at this point. I feel like he's just getting a little bit lazy. It would definitely be better to just go around, set up a couple shadows, and have the Strider second guessing.
Yeah. Kairu's not standing up, Psyche. Kairu still has exit path, but he's not standing up. I'm not sure.
It's actually a smart
to bleed out.
It's a smart plan, because the idea here is that you don't want the Hunter to know where you are by giving them Tinnitus here, Nello. That's the idea that they're going for here. So they're making Dong Shui second guess where they are, because think about it, you can't get Tinnitus for someone who's knocked down. Unfortunately for him, he got found though, so now he has to pick himself up. But here's the thing.
Yeah,
Dong Shui can't really chair here. Oh, sorry. Go on. No.
No. I mean, you have to consider the fact that okay, you can just stay on the ground, no Tinnitus. But what's the purpose? What's the purpose of all that? Are you gonna drag out? Are you trying to bleed yourself out? Are you gonna try and drag out? Because Cypher's not moving. You're just letting him stay there. You're just staying in the ground. There's 3 Cyphers remaining. You just delaying the inevitable, so to speak. Right?
I see what you're saying. But they actually are going for the dungeon. That is exactly what they're trying to do. But the way their game plan works is the longer they can have one person bleed out, the better it is that the next person will get dungeon. So yes, that is exactly their plan. It may not seem like they're gaining anything, but they're also not losing anything if you think about it. But look at Dong Shui. He's not getting fooled by this. And he's just bringing the stars as close together because he knows neither of them have used their self-exit path, which means that the moment he cheers one of them, the other will get out. At least now, when he cheers one of them, he'll know exactly where the other one goes. Yeah. Although I don't know why he's not picking up the Gardener at this point. It's because he doesn't know where the is. Yeah. Interesting teleport there.
Yeah. I mean, he's gonna find the Gardener soon enough. He thinks, if he's not on the front broken, he's probably still lingering in the graveyard, and that's where he is. Gonna chair now. Perfumer almost bleeding to death. Still far from it though, but Kairu's slowly making his way towards the middle side. But it doesn't really matter. It's only Gardener's first chair. Kairu, yeah, once he gets found out, gets shared. That's a 4K, Mr. President, right there, ladies and gentlemen.
Well done. Yeah, like small stuff like that by Dong Shui. Even though it may not seem like it matters, it really does matter for the survivors to actually stall it out as long as possible, because I have seen that actually work before, Nello, where they purposely don't pick themselves up so that they just bleed out on purpose. And the thing is, when they do that, it makes it easier for the next person to escape, and at the same time, you're not getting tinnitus. So those are two really big things. They were also really spread apart, so that's another big advantage they had. But the idea there is to just, you know, the hunter doesn't want to pick up either of them. Survivors knowing this are also not going to pick themselves up. Because in the moment they pick themselves up, the hunter can leave them now. That's kind of like the gameplay. So Dong Shui already one step ahead of that already, in fact, bringing them together so that even if they pick themselves up, it doesn't do anything. Curious that they didn't even try to pick themselves up at the end there, because that perfumer had self-heal, so. Yeah, overall, Nello, I know you're happy here to see Dong Shui performing so well. Just such a commanding lead from the very start. Already on the second chair. Still, like, Cyphers were only like 70 the highest, which is amazing. Absolutely amazing. It's just a great start for Dong Shui, great mid for Dong Shui. Just very well done overall.
Yeah, Dong Xuan. I mean, there's always there's always the debate where people say, yeah, during the qualifiers, he always ends up with a draw and stuff. But hey, a lot of things happen between then and now, right? Because there are some teams where they keep getting 4K, they have 100% win rate. And this is true. You get 100% win rate in the qualifiers, you get 100% in IGL, IVL, you get a high percentage, and then when you come to global stage, somehow it doesn't go as well as you don't come in as strong as you think they would, right? But some of the teams, they get a draw, they constantly getting draws. Some of the underdog teams, they come in and then all of a sudden, burst of power. So which one would you rather? I mean, like personally, like, would you rather start well, end bad, or just start bad but end well? You know what I mean? Like
it has to be start well and then end bad, I'd say, because at least you had high morals. I'd rather go bad. At least we started well. Because the thing is, it's really hard, because if you think about it, it's so sad to say that, but if I just think about like how often does it happen that you do well but end bad, it doesn't happen that often, because it has a lot to do with morale, team morale. When you get a huge win like that, a commanding lead, it's not very often that you're gonna lose poorly. It's embarrassing when it happens, for sure, and it's really depressing for the whole team. Then morale goes down, but I mean, at that point, it doesn't really matter, unless you have a tournament the next day, like these teams do. So then that's a different story. But as opposed to losing really badly at the start and then trying to come back from it, it's hard, because then people's morale are already down. It makes it really difficult to mount that comeback. Does this like have any relation to like what we just saw, by the way? Like Dong Shui doing so well at the start, and then they're like making a huge comeback in the middle of the match.
Yeah. For me, I think
if only more people were alive. That's the thing.
If only, right? Because it was 1v3 by the time that he eliminated one of the teammates, right? But yeah, I mean, Kairu, definitely, you saw it for yourself. It was almost like 170 seconds, I think, containment time. So I guess we can safely say that Kairu's one of the best, if not the best hider in Team AWG. And it's very unfortunate. Some people are mentioning it in the chat as well, like, okay, if only Perfumer kited first, then maybe, yes, right? Maybe. But again, this is a game of strategy, right? Like, you expect him to kite first, but hey, what happens when you go, he decides to not go after you, and he decides to go towards the acrobat in the small house, which was actually really, he's not the best target, right, to chase. Like, there's so many there's windows.
Maybe he was though.
Yeah,
but I don't think he was. I really don't think he was, because those windows are good value. But you also have to look at the Perfumer side. There's a lot of like forced pallets there, and so if you think about it from the Perfumer side, what's stopping the Perfumer from perfuming? Purposely not using pallets, saving them, and perfuming when the hunter finally gets close, and then just dropping like 2 pallets in a row and then having the next perfume up. Maybe that's what he was worried for. And honestly, I wouldn't even blame Dong Xuan for that. And so I feel like he had the right idea. I feel like he had the right mindset overall. But here we go, going into the compilation of both our teams here, the hunter side and survivor side, both sides.
完，等一下我，聊不到，有闪。看，我点门，等下，我进墓地。帅，没有闪现，回我脸上了。いいけど、シャボン玉切れるタイミング気をつけて。打撃。待って、ごめん、やらかした。オッケー。無理これ。ここ。はい。来、試して。治療さん何種類一生配配れている。
That was an intense endgame situation there.
For real.
Dang.
Yeah.
That's a really good cosplay.
It is.
Oh, I'm sorry, Nello. I just had to mention that.
Yeah, it's okay. I would have said the same
It's
thing.
okay.
Yeah, it's
Nello.
okay.
No, that's
it's
one of the
okay.
best cosplays I've seen. That was an amazing cheerleader cosplay.
No, I'm saying it's okay to your sorries.
Oh, okay, I
to your
see.
apology. Yeah, it's okay. But I agree with you. The cosplay was amazing, uncanny resemblance. Please do send in your memes, your supports, your fan arts, especially like now Hanima Roshu with the
I believe it's art of. Is it? It's
with WBG.
Yeah, that's
like
what
it.
I'm thinking here, but I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure. It's hard to say because there's like W and G, but then there's something in between. Still though, very nice art as always. Community being super creative and always nice to see. Go check out Identity 5 posting this kind of stuff on their social media all the time. Really impressive stuff to see.
Yeah.
And the
for those of
creators as
you-
well along with them.
Yeah, please do send in your works as well, your fan arts, your supports. Well, you might get featured here as well. I mean, we already seen our very own NAEU and SEA Southeast Asian artists sending in their supports. You got featured yesterday, Fish especially, one of them. So yeah, please do send your support, especially put in the hashtag COA7 support. Sorry, not COA7 support. It's actually COA7, right? COA7. Let me just have a really quick look. Yeah, it's COA7. Hashtag COA7 support. Okay, that's correct. COA7
so it's the
support.
hashtag.
Yeah, hashtag COA7 support.
I see.
Comment with your ID, your server, and you stand a chance to win 10 season essence and a spot on the support wall, right? So, yeah, there's still 8 more days for the group stages. Plenty of time. Please do send in your work. And of course, if you feel shy, I can always send it to Psyche. He might feature it live, and you can send it to me, Posh, Eli. We're fans of arts and memes and works, so we'll definitely try and feature you guys as well while we're on.
But yes, that aside, going back into the game, dang Nello, that last match there really rubs your brain. Like man, it's crazy how much someone can optimize Opera Singer like the way Dong Shui does. Now, he had a really good early game, but the thing about it is that he also kept it up consistently to the point where they really never kept up with Cyphers very quickly. Other games, like you'd see Cyphers at like 60, 70, and we're saying like, oh, that's little. And yeah, it is little, but then you see Dong Shui and he had like 20, 30. I'm like, dang, that's nasty. And I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of because the Acrobat was just unfortunate timing on his end, unfortunate positioning, gave a hit way too early than he should have. But that's the thing as Hunter, you gotta pick up on those mistakes and you gotta keep up the pressure. And Dong Xuen, excuse me, definitely did that very well. Definitely does that very well. But that being said, the game is not over. It will take a lot for AWG, right?
Yeah, it will take.
Am I tripping? Yes, AWG.
Yeah, ZQ has already won first round, so ZQ is going to have a slightly better time coming into BO2. But as for AWG, they have a lot to pick up, especially after that 4K loss against Dongxuan in BO1. If they want to make this happen, BO2 is the time to do it. Ever Sleeping Town, I can't think of a better neutral balanced map than this. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how AWG will respond against FPX.ZQ in this map. and seems like the hunter is gonna go first. Is it the AWG hunter coming in first?
No,
it's the survivors first. Yeah,
Survivors are going
coming in
first.
Yeah. So if they want to do it, they have to do it now.
That means Dong Xuan's coming back out again.
Yeah,
Let's see if he can solidify another 4-man, and in that case, if he can do that, chances that's hilarious.
Yeah, it is.
Power.
If you're from Japan.
But yeah, if he can, it's literally the same picture. If he can solidify that 4-man right here, right now, they could close out in 2 rounds, which in that case, Nello, that means we're gonna have a 3rd matchup ending in just 2 rounds today. All day we've been seeing nothing but 2 rounds, and this is another potential 2-round game. And AWG will have to see. They'll have to see how their survivors do, because then Hunter can make a choice. Like, do I go for a tie here? Do I go for a win here? And like with Hunter, it matters so much more than with Survivor to pick like a winning Hunter or a tie Hunter. With Survivor, you're just always gonna pick the best Survivor, and then just if everyone plays their best, if everyone works together, you guys will win. If a mistake happens, okay, you guys will tie. And if it's like the Hunter really outplays you guys, then it's like it's gonna be a loss. Maybe you guys can get 1 man out. And so with Survivor, it doesn't matter as much what you pick. Unless there's like stuff like Wildling, but even then, other rescues are sometimes better. Still though, with Hunter on the other hand, I feel like this is why, if I'm not sure who got to pick which faction will go first, if AWG got to pick their faction, then they're sending out their survivors so that their Hunter will have the leverage of just making that nice choice about what Hunter they go. Meanwhile, Dong Xuan does not have that leverage. He kind of has to be like, okay, well, do I play safe here with like a nice easy tie Hunter? Do I want to go big or go home with like a Dream Witch here? That could potentially get outplayed and get dungeon escaped from, because it happens. It happens. If you lose control of your leeches, it can definitely happen. If you run out of blinks, it can definitely happen. You have to really maintain all your resources without running them all dry at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, well, you have to remember though, it's Mr. President we're talking about, Mr. Worldwide. He does not go easy, nor does he have a reason to go easy. I feel like as a Hunter main, especially when you are leading the pace, 4K is always the way to go. You always aim high. You don't just be like, okay, it's fine. We already got a win in first round. Here I'm just gonna relax. The draw is fine. I don't think that's in Dong Xuan's nature. He looks cool, calm, composed here, but when he plays, he's really focused, aggressive, and I don't know. He's a force. Yeah, exactly. He's a force to be reckoned with. Not to be reckoned with, sorry, my apologies. But coming here, if he sets the pace again, gets a 4K, it's safe to say that FPX.ZQ is going to have a better time in second half. Like if it's another 4K, the survivors will only need to just get 1 man escape, and that's it. That's going to be a 2-0 sweep. And I'm pretty sure they do not want to give their Hunters, like AWG does not want to give their Hunters a hard time. If they can get a draw here, I can safely say this, if they get a draw here against Dong Xuan, that's already a victory. They should consider it a victory. AWG.
Absolutely. Dong Xuan, one of the hardest Hunters to go against here, very difficult. So a tie would be good here, but we have to remember, they are gonna be down 5 points, so if they just keep tying, they're gonna lose eventually. It's only a matter of time before they just get attrition down, just from pure points from that early on loss of points of Survivor loss there. Everyone getting sent back to the manor, sent back to the moon, as Grizzly in the OG days would say. Rest in peace, Grizzly. Grizzly is still alive, I'm pretty sure.
Oh my god, rest in peace, he's alive, I'm pretty sure.
I'm joking. But man, I'm pretty sure he used to commentate back in the day, Grizzly. He was a super chill dude.
Yeah. People come and go, ultimately people who share the passion and continuously do so, like you. I mean, I know you're still playing the game religiously. You're
still here since season 1, right? Yeah, still here since season 1. Yeah, I started the game when I was 15. I'm 20 now.
Wow, nice. So you see, that's dedication, passion, and you see how far you've come. Like right now you're here. Have you ever imagined when you're 15, like, oh, one day I'm gonna be taking a spot amongst the previous commentators, like Persuadable, like Grizzly, and now you're sharing that spot.
I definitely didn't. I mean, I had a very different image though. I was like, I'm gonna be the people on call with this, and it technically happened. It's just 2020 COVID. We couldn't get to go because that. So it would have happened. And then we got rejected. So ever since then, we haven't been able to make it back up there, unfortunately. With Fusion, last call of this, we should have. But there was like this really unfortunate thing that happened with, it looks like we might be having some technical difficulties here. I'm not sure what's going on. But we're going to continue right here. Wow, he's got the IJL, the IV Japanese League. I forgot what it stands for. He's got the IJL shirt. I'm just now noticing.
Yeah, I mean, they're sponsored, that's for sure. Like, that's even Facebook Gaming as well. A couple of sponsors. Have you seen Zeta's uniform?
I haven't. What do they have? Red Bull? Are they the Red Bull people?
They have so many sponsors. Yeah, if you look at theirs, they're filled with all kinds of logos, even MSI, all the big brands. It's filled to the brim, right? So, yeah, Identity 5, not just a competitive gameplay. It's also a good place where you want to get exposure, promote game, as well as the brands that comes along with it. Yeah, there's a lot of potential here, and I mean, it's safe to say it involves a lot of aspects: the fans, the cosplayers, the fan arts.
A lot of creativity goes in this game. So like, if there's like one scene that might match a competitive scene, it's got to be the creative side. I have never seen. One thing I will hand IDV, like even though I don't think that like the competitive side is very fairly balanced, it's completely fair because that's where they have most of their audience is going to be in one region. But where this community truly shines is in its creative aspect. The fact that they are always out here making art, like no matter where you go, no matter which server you go in, you go check the artwork of any server, and there's always people making stuff, just feeling like making stuff about the game without even anyone asking them, just out of their own time. That's how much we have such a loving community to make creative art like that. I've never seen that before. Like, you'd have to pay me so much for me to finally decide, all right, I'm gonna draw. And these people, they are so talented at it. They make cosplays, they go to these conventions. You see people hanging out at these, like, I mean, it's so big that, like we said earlier, the coffee shops in Japan that are literally IDV themed. Absolutely insane. Insane stuff.
Yeah, I can understand. Ultimately, it's a wonderful time, so to speak, to be in Identity 5 now. So if you have games coming in, oh, look at the enthusiastic fan. If I recall correctly, that's Liang Happy with the AK-47 as part of the meme. Yeah, one of the Chinese casters that we fought in the casters tournament. But here we are. It's a wonderful time. Again, as I said, if you have friends, please do share this game with them, because we are having a lot of activities. If you're from any EU region, yeah, show the game to your friends. They might find it a stress reliever, some game that you can goof around, play casually. Or if you have friends who are competitive and decides like, hey, 4v1 seems fun, I want to take a shot at it, by all means, go ahead, because what a time to be in here. So many new skins, so many new collaborations. Are you a skins person, Psyche? Like,
I used to be more into skins when the game first released. Obviously, because when I first started the game, I'm more novel to the game, more novel to like, okay, I have no idea what to look forward to. This is like the first game that I played that's like really big into skins. Because when you're like someone who plays a lot of Mario games, it's like you buy the game and then you're kind of done with it, right? There's not a whole lot of customization options. And so seeing IDV when it first came out and seeing all these customizations options, and like the Ripper skin in Call of Duty 2, like some of these skins are like, wow, like they are so good. They are so cool. They're so fun to look at. They're so fun to play with. Honestly, sometimes makes you just want to play the character all over again. Nowadays, I'm not too much into that, because not because the skins have necessarily gotten worse. Some people argue that they have. In some ways, I agree. Other times, though, they make great skins, and I still don't feel the same way. And it's just because I feel like the novelty wore off by now, Nello. Nothing that IDV can do. Kind of like with really good series, the TV series, like they last a long time. And even if I feel like the writing is just as good, they'll still be good. People still say it's good, but it's like no one can deny that, like, well, it's not as new anymore, but we'll still remember what it was like when we first found it.
I understand.
Kind of like this.
Yeah, I totally.
But anyway, absolutely. Look at this, guys. Letting the Antiquarian go through. What is Dong Xun cooking up here? I wonder. Letting the Seer go through, letting the Priestess go through. I mean, potential Dream Witch here. This definitely feels like a Dream Witch. So far, not really picked anything that's that amazing against Dream Witch. These are just solid survivors, but maybe not particularly against Dream Witch. Though the Antiquarian has a solid chance of surviving a couple Patroller bites. Embalmer. Man, this looks like a team we saw, like, remember that last year in Call of Abyss where we had like a winning team situation? Like they had Mercenary, Antiquarian, Embalmer, and then I think the last one was Acrobat. Are they gonna go Acrobat here? This reminds me of like when there was the event in the game and they're like, oh guys, these survivors are free because this was like the winning team, like combination. No, we're gonna see the Dancer.
Oh,
dude, he's pumped.
He's pumped for reals. Like, female Dancer, he's always been known to play female Dancer back off in previous COAs, right? So I'm excited that he's finally got it. He's probably excited to be playing it on the main stage here this time as well. And up against Dongxuan, I agree with you, it might be a Dream Witch, but there's just so many characters he can play. Even a Gamekeeper here would be good, but he's going for Naiad, not the Dream Witch, unfortunately. So the Sea Goddess gonna make the appearance. Naiad by Dongxuan against this team comp. Maybe that's why he doesn't really mind the Antiquarian, you know.
Possibly.
But we'll have to see what happens
such
here.
A deadly survivor. Yes, we're gonna have to see what happens. But if I were Dongxuan, I would definitely be careful of the Antiquarian. And if you're gonna play Knight into Antiquarian, there's no way. I would be shocked. Like last game, okay, I can see why he didn't go after the Perfumer. Perfumer can perfume, drop a couple pallets, perfume again. All right, I see the idea there. I see Dongxuan's vision. But this time, how would you not go after the Dancer here? Now, I'm probably gonna get fooled here, but I'm gonna go with my gut here, just off of my experience. Dancer has a hard time against Naiad. Antiquarian does not, because you just knock the Naiad backwards and then she can't swing at you. You literally just go in a straight line. The coaches there are bowing to each other. Nice, like a show of respect in the Chinese region. But we have the Antiquarian against Naiad. I don't know if you guys have seen this, but if you just go in a straight line, you can never get water on her. So then what are you going to do? You're going to return the Harpoon. If you return the Harpoon, Antiquarian uses the stick literally just one time so that you can't attack for 5 seconds, and then goes to a pallet, and then you can't kill her. And
oh wow,
we'll see though.
Skin.
Running the KFC skin. This is an OG skin. So I mean, we'll see what happens. That is usually how things go with Antiquarian, but Dongxuan, of course, doesn't care about my opinion. He's just gonna go ahead and kill the Antiquarian anyway, probably, and none of it is gonna matter. I'm just gonna look like a fool as I talk about this stuff.
Oh, the Harpoon! Look at how big the. Look at how big
good value though.
Look at how
didn't go in the straight line that we were talking about. Kind of went in a circle, and that made it better.
Yeah, he's gonna pop. Look at how big that puddle was. It covered almost half the map. Nameko already down with seconds since the start of the game. She's still spinning her way, trying to get a little bit of slight speed boost. But Dongxuan hot on pursuit. He's just, oh my god, an amazing bubble, and Nameko needs to be really careful. He does not know where the Harpoon is, but if he closes here, oh nice pallet slam coming in, but 75% burst.
I don't know what that flywheel was. I mean, there were a lot of things in this early game kind of where I'm like, yes, Dongxuan performed well. Like, that was a beautiful puddle. But don't get me wrong, I feel like Nameko could have also just ran a straight line to corner house, forced the Nai to return her Harpoon, not give her the easy like circle in by, just like we said, you have to run a straight line, otherwise that's gonna happen to you.
Yeah, he probably doesn't know where the Harpoon was. I think Dongxuan did an amazing job covering out where his Harpoon was.
He did. Like, he was barely not out of range, because otherwise that Harpoon would return to him. Wow, okay, we might see a terror shock here. We might see a failed rescue. We don't! What a beautiful way of rescuing from AEZ right here, barely surviving here. That's going to be huge. That's going to be a big deal. Now it's going to make Dongxuan's chances at winning or manning this a lot harder.
Puddle, right? So that's crazy. Oh, wait. Oh, he misses, but it's okay. One stick is
Again,
gonna...
I feel same
Wow.
exact thing kind of happened here. Why would he walk into the water to begin with if he's anyway going to use the stick there? It's again kind of the same idea here. Just possibly maybe forgetting that he has that option. Like, you don't have to, I tell this to people all the time, you don't have to use the stick to stun as well. You could just use it to push it back and then reach a pallet. Like, that works too. That is really good as well. And that's honestly what he could have done, running a corner house there or something like that. And now they're probably going to have to give this up. Obviously, they want to give tinnitus, always like a default thing. But other than that, Nello, this is going to be the first down for Dongxuan.
Yeah, I mean, 3 ciphers have been done, but the 4th cipher is so new, I don't think it really matters. Wait, Dongxuan is going to change target. Yeah, Mercenary is not going to be able to come in time. Ban, the Embalmer, is probably going to be the next target. Not sure if this is the best target, because he does have the coffin. Okay, putting down... Oh, nice!
Ooh.
Yeah.
Guys,
so
keep in mind, he never got to use that blink. Like, he just got to use it now, way later in the game.
That's true. And now he's just gonna catch up to Ban like it's nothing. Look at how fast it is. No one's gonna rescue you, so I think they're probably just gonna use the coffin. Ban's probably just gonna use the coffin as soon as he hits the chair.
You know what? I don't think he will use the coffin. I think they'll want a tied rescue here. Oh, they don't have tied. They don't have tied. It might not be worth it. Yeah, he's gonna take the coffin here.
Yeah.
I was thinking they'll want a tied rescue to maximize their distance from the coffin because it is kind of close to the chair, but they don't even have a tied turn. It's not worth it. And on top of that, Dongxuan didn't even go for the Embalmer, so completely works out there for the survivors. As for the Hunter, he's being patient. He's just waiting. He's waiting for his ability to come back probably before he breaks his pallet.
While trying to maintain composure, maintain control. Oh, hitting a EZ right there.
Ooh.
Okay. Nice pad.
Clean elbow pad. Right there. Barely avoiding the water. Big deal. And
wow.
He stopped the pallet here, but they didn't have the discipline. They didn't have the discipline to wait a little bit longer, and it's going to end up causing a little bit of water damage. Can he survive? Unfortunately not.
Yeah, I don't think it's really hard. It's a very tight space here. He has to break the pallet.
He actually has space here. He barely has space here to walk around, Nello. Wow, I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, but 2 ciphers are... Well, the ciphers are moving actually, but Dongxuan is not tunnel vision. He does not just focus onto the Mercenary that's half health. I think the plan here is just to keep pressuring ciphers, keep dwindling the survivors' resources, and hopefully by the end everyone will be injured, no one will be able to rescue, no one will be able to touch the last cipher. That should be the game plan.
I mean, that's what it seems like. They've done, the survivors here, AWG survivors, have done very well being patient. Something about discipline that we need to talk about here is that you gotta be really patient. Wow, look at that beautiful hiding spot from the...
Whoa.
I believe it was the
Mercenary.
Yeah, the Mercenary hiding in the corner. So well done from them. Female dancer is gonna flywheel there. Interesting. I wonder if he was predicting like a blink or something? I don't know.
Oh my god!
Travis gonna divide them. If only, Nello, if only.
If only, if he manages to hit, and they got hit by the tram at the same time, that would be so devastating. So good job avoiding the tram. The Kairu is gonna fall. Last cipher is not even being decoded fast enough. I don't know, Psyche. He's just slugging everyone.
Yeah, that's a good move. Like, he knows that it doesn't really matter as much to chair, because the moment he chairs is the moment they finish a cipher. That's why he's doing this.
Wow.
This makes perfect sense. Even covering the cipher just to have extra security. He might go back now. He could go back now. I wouldn't blame him if he did.
Will he spot out Ban? Nah. He's just gonna pick up Kairu, put him on the chair, probably a little bit closer.
Well done from Dongxuan here, already identifying that he needs to stay close to the cipher, and so he can bring his victims to the ciphers he needs to protect. So good job from him there. Nothing we shouldn't expect from him though. He's a very strong hunter though. He's gonna know this stuff like the back of his hand.
Yeah, he's dominating so far. Like he's just coming in, circling the ciphers, and if you force the cipher, well, let's just say the humidity is gonna rise. You're probably gonna get injured. But wait, Mercenary is not affected by the... Oh, a little bit of spot there, miss.
Yeah,
was like, okay.
A little bit. Slight mistake there, if only. Dude, something I want to bring up here, Nello, is that have you paid attention to how on point his dashes have been. Like, he's been dashing, and have you noticed how, like, sometimes he's dashing between something that, like, how did that not block his dash? Like, a rocket chair didn't block his dash, like a random pull, like, right there. He's always on point. Like, no matter how far away the obstacle is, he's just... Exactly. He's got plenty of dashes to spare, always staying on point. Never messing up a dash, no matter how far he is, no matter how hard it is to aim, he seems to nail it every single time. The consistency from Dongxuan definitely makes him one of the best players in the game alone. That's Dongxuan for you.
That's the champion. Yeah, that's the champion of COA 6 team, the hunter for COA 6.
Something, a very underrated aspect of Identity 5. No one really talks about this. Everyone is always like, oh, amazing plays, pal stuns, all stuff like that. But one of the most ignored aspects of the game is just consistent gameplay that doesn't lose you time, that is efficient, that may not necessarily gain you stuff, but you do lose if you don't. You lose out on time if you don't go for it. And that's what Dongxuan is maximizing here. Maximizing that maximum gameplay, and it's gonna barely allow him to get multiple kills here. The hit on the mercenary, for example, earlier caused the Cypher to never get finished, and that was a beautiful dodge there. Like, just these barely hitting dashes, the barely hitting well, that barely hit the mercenary.
Why are they forcing it? I don't know why the Embalmer is still forcing this Cypher.
Well, I mean, what else are you gonna do here if you were them? No, like, you don't have a choice.
You have another Cypher. You might as well do the other one. You know what I mean?
don't know. I don't think there's enough time because then Merchant goes down for free. I think this is more worth it. I think they can at least get one person out. 53 is not high enough, at least in my experience.
It's not gonna be one person out. Like, this result, this is not gonna be a one person out.
I don't think so, but I mean, Embalmer has been on chair once, and Mercenary has 0 bets, so I mean, chances are low.
He can just drop him, see? He can just drop him. Oh, but why drop him in the middle of the pallet? Why?
Yeah.
You're opening opportunities. What? Oh my god.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Not even like a desperate fight, so there was no reason to stack up like multiple stuns there. It's not like there's a stunner on the team. Keep in mind, look at how well Dongxuan is like positioning himself so that the Harpoon is always behind the Survivor and not him in front of the Harpoon. He's always trying to position the Survivor between him and the Harpoon and not have the Survivor ahead of both of them. And look at that.
Oh my god.
Clean blink there. What can I say? I mean, blinks are one of the easier things to nail in the game, so it'd be surprising if he didn't hit it. But still, though, just being patient there, just being like, hey, why? I don't have to do anything. I'm just gonna blink you and then save the Harpoon just to go after the Survivor. And it's like this little consistent stuff that like you don't think of it, but this stuff adds up, and it makes for hunters like Dongxuan who are like, wow, how does he keep up with Cyphers? It's because he's doing these little bits of things that's like saving his ability and then using it more efficiently.
Oh my god. The other gate is being done as we are talking about it. Oh
yeah, this is not over. Wait, he is actually legitimately gonna get the gate open. Oh no, Dongxuan! No, don't get run over by Tram.
No. And the Merc as well. If the Merc gets up and climbs towards the dungeon, that's gonna be it. That's gonna be over. So looks like Dongxuan will finally have to settle for
doesn't have self-heal. Except he doesn't have self-heal.
That's why, yeah.
It's really far. You guys remember why Mercenary doesn't have his self-heal? I'll tell you why, because Dongxuan was so accurate earlier with his earlier dashes that it allowed him to get that critical blow on the Mercenary that he's forced to pick himself up later. And I mean, this little stuff like this makes it a lot easier for your end game to go. Granted, I feel like he'd be happier with a 4-man there, but still, all things considered, that was a great showcase of just consistency, a lesson about consistency. Just making good moves and not wasting your abilities when you don't need to use them at the certain time.
Yeah, I think the only thing there that was kind of off was him bring the Survivor in between the pallets and giving that free pallet stun, right? So I'm like, okay, that's not gonna help you, right?
That seemed like a mistake there for sure. I think he thought he had a little bit more time probably to just walk past the pallet, and unfortunately that did not happen. A little miscalculation there, it happens. So if it weren't for that, he probably would have gone in 4-man. Just like you were saying, Nello, the chances of them getting 1% is really low, and then that one mistake ended up costing him because you follow that up with a recovery to escape balloons, then fall by a stun, and then while the time Mercenary's just setting up the gates, now you have to go after Mercenary. You don't have time to not go after Mercenary now.
That's true.
Speaking of which, I was also like expecting a chair there, but if you were looking around, all the chairs in the middle were used. So
That's true.
I feel like
it was, How do you put this? Yeah.
I
maybe
wonder
that's
why not go to like a different chair that's like still in the direction of Mercenary, like Dancing Geisha. There's a Dancing Geisha chair around that cipher. He could have chaired there if that cipher spawned there, which, I mean, I'm pretty sure that's always sponsored. I feel like there was a way to chair there and still follow the Mercenary, but again, who am I to judge? Dong Xuan did an amazing job keeping up with that match. And yeah. No, I know you love watching this dude. I mean, it's amazing what he can do. It's just stuff that you wouldn't think about. Stuff that you're like, oh, I should do that. And then now you are way more efficient just by not doing stuff or doing something that just makes it way better.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of unfortunate that because it was a slow 4K, right? It looks like a 4K. It looks like a potential 4K. But hey, that might be the saving grace that AWG needs in this round, because it is an upgrade from the last game where they get one person out instead of the last game where none of them made it out, right? So yeah, good job to AWG survivors surviving the Naiad of Dongshan. So I guess it's up to the AWG Hunter to make things happen here and then, because if they don't get 3 survivors out, well, let's just say FPX.ZQ is going to take this 2-0 again. It's a high bar, right?
We're gonna see another one.
Yeah.
It's gonna be tough. It is a high standard. And you know what? Dong Xuan, I mean, it's always gonna be a tough match. I wonder if ZQ is gonna take this call this just because of Dong Xuan's performance. And then the survivors as well, they're good. Like, don't underestimate them. The survivors are also doing good. It's like more like, can the survivors just tie? And if they do that, they could go for like the ancient before you strat, where before you would always like go stuff like mechanic and just tie, and then sprint through it would reliably 4-man, and they didn't need to do a lot of the work because they already had one side do really well. So just like the nice thing about this game is that if one of your sides does really well, you can kind of take it back and like guarantee yourself a certain like thing, certain like whatever you want. Like let's say you just want to tie to guarantee a win or something like that. So earlier you brought up, Nello, about getting that like consistently getting those 4-mans and 3-mans, but Naiad is more of like a tie hunter there, and that seems like the route Dong Xuan took, but that doesn't mean he can't win with the hunter. I feel like just from what I've seen and experienced from seeing teams play, it seems that as much as it is nice to get another like 4-person elimination, I find that just playing it safe and assuming your teammates will also play it safe, it seems to be a more reliable strategy, because then how is the survivors going to beat an ant? They're not going to be an ant. It's almost impossible. How is the hunter going to be old mechanic when mechanic could do a whole cipher just from sitting on chair? You're not going to beat that. And so while times have changed with mechanic, it's still someone remained with hunter, and like there's always this thing to think about. So Naiad kind of one of those hunters, but has winning potential, and Dong Xuan took it. And he won with her, so nice job. And it's going to secure their lead even more. If not, a tie would have been good too. But that being said, if we look at the win condition now for AWG's Hunter, actually, speaking of which, subbing out. Sorry, Nello, you wanna speak?
Yukakina.
All right, I'll keep on going then. This Hunter, instead of playing Opera, goes with Wax Artist Bomb. These are more like round 2, round 3 picks. These are like the specialty hunters, if you would call them that. These are the hunters who are like, they don't specialize in Opera, all right, so they're not like a round 1 hunter, but instead they spend a lot of time perfecting Wax Artist or Bomb or something like that. Although, again, in my experience, I find that if you're really good at Opera, you tend to be really good at, like, if you're really good at a certain S tier hunter and you are perfected them, I feel like you can perfect a lot of the other hunters. But the only thing is missing is that you just need the time to do it. And these players, they might not have had the time, so that's where these subs come in. And the subs are super clutching it out, or could clutch it out with their specialty hunters like Waxers, like Bonbon. Waxers is gonna be good here. Gonna be good here on Ever Sleeping Town. Not a lot of places to counter Wax Artist. And Bonbon, I'm not so sure about Bonbon. He's not bad either. Can force a tie. But Nello, they don't want a tie. They need to at least get through. He needs to get at least 3 people, the hunter, just to match them, just to match what the wreckage that Dong Xuan has done earlier to match them out. So they're gonna need a winning hunter, and Waxers is probably better at it. that doesn't mean that he doesn't have more hunters though. So we will have to wait and see. In the meantime, let's take a look at the videos here. Dude, someone is freaking out like crazy. Sans from ZQ. Right? That's Sans, I believe, if I read the name correctly.
Yeah,
Sans,
right.
yeah. I'm like thinking that someone named themselves after Undertale character. But
Yeah.
no, that's crazy. Love to see
Yeah.
people have so much emotion on live video. Firefighter
For
coming out, AWG support.
Yeah.
Well, nice
I
to see,
mean-
nice to see.
Definitely nice to see fans coming out. Even back then when there was COVID and COA was, we couldn't run COA, we couldn't run any of the events offline. We had to resort to online. So yeah, it's nice to see people coming out again, and the world slowly turning back to normal. And yeah, having live audiences is definitely a plus bonus for the teams that are in the stadium now. If you're wondering where
Absolutely.
this is, it's at Hangzhou studio in China. Right. So
So
right
not
now-
Shanghai, not Shanghai. Usually it's been Shanghai, but this year it's
it's not.
different.
Yeah. Well, it's not this time. It's Hangzhou, and well, the scenes, the beautiful scenes, the beautiful shots that they've taken for the teams and the casters and the talents. Well, maybe that's why they decided to do it this time. But nonetheless, location is important, but the fans are even more important, and that's what we all are here for. Those of us here in the online live stream, hopefully you guys are still up and about, still fired up, because we are still in this together, guys. FPX.
It's always unfortunate. Yes. It's always unfortunate that these English streams have to happen at literal 12 a.m. Eastern to sometimes literally last stream. I finished at 7:30 a.m. and I didn't even get a chance to watch how long Ellie and Poch had to go for, but something's telling me 9:30 a.m. Even 10 a.m. That is a long day. That is a long time for people to be up and watching the stream. So people who are still out here watching and supporting the stream and cheering on your favorite teams, thank you for being here. Because dude, this is tough
Yeah.
to be out here at literal 4 a.m. right now for me, 5 a.m. in Eastern, 3 a.m. in Mountain. Why am I talking about Mountain region? No one lives there.
Probably.
Yeah.
I don't know. Probably someone.
Handful of people. Someone. At least one
Yeah.
person.
For reals. But again, I would like to just reiterate what Saiki said. Thank you for being here. And for those of you who have been here since the beginning, shout outs to you guys. You guys are amazing. And without further ado, guys, we are coming to a potential last game for this matchup between
It could
FPX.ZQ
be.
versus AWG,
Again,
because well, if they get anything less, if Yuka Hina gets anything less than a 3K, that's it. There's no BO3. FPX.ZQ is going to take this 2-0. So, Saiki, looking at the band pick selection, looks like they're taking out his opera singer. What do you think we can expect from Yuka Hina? You think we're going to see a Wax Artist, Bonbon, a Nightwatch?
Wax Artist is going to be amazing here. Always
Amazing
such a
here.
good take on Ever Sleeping. It's so hard to argue not going Wax Artist on a map like Ever Sleeping, like Chinatown, like Moonlit. Even Gamekeeper works so well on Moonlit. So can you imagine how much better something like Wax Artist would do, being able to consistently shoot Wax from so far with so much of it? Absolutely insane. Let's take a look at the team comp here. Let's take a look at the bans. Maybe the bans can reveal something. Seer and Priestess are just standard bans though. Dancer, that doesn't seem like a Wax Artist pick, because Wax Artist will easily shoot right over, and the slowdown's not a big problem for him. Man, I love that Thief MO. And then Toy Merchant could be a problem for Wax Artist, although you tend to end up shooting her out of the sky if you're really, really good at playing the game, or just with Wax Artist in general. What I will say here though is looking at the survivors, Nello, we got first two picks were Cheerleader, Airplanist. For those unaware, there is a very nice combo with Cheerleader where Airplanist uses his jetpack, and it's really good value. But if you combine it with a Cheerleader Brute wheel, okay, so this is a toss-up. They might have not picked a build to counter wheel. They may have all be running flywheel. We'll see here. Tie turners would hurt as well, because they're not gonna have like, man, ever since flywheel came out, no, it's become tough for wheel. So we'll see here. We'll definitely see.
In the hands of a pro, I guess you can somehow still manage to make it work. But you're right. We can never judge what's gonna happen next. We can't predict it. But one thing is for sure, we have to expect a 3K and above for Team AWG. Yeah, and that's the baseline. Whereas Team FPX.ZQ, thanks to Dongxuan's effort with the Naya 3K, well, a draw will cut it, right? A draw against the Breaking Wheel will cut it. But Breaking Wheel, don't get me wrong, Breaking Wheel is still dangerous. Flywheel or not, it's still super dangerous. I've seen
One of the most annoying
times.
hunters in the game.
Right? We've seen it so many times. Like the slugging strategy in the end, the peepers in the end, when you have full presence, you don't share, and that's the scary part. You don't share, you just keep slugging them, peepered up. That's really hard to come back from. And this is not a big map, right?
It's so obnoxious, but I'm also kind of happy to see Wheel every once in a while. You know, Wheel is nice to watch every once in a while with the NASCAR speeds. It's just, you know, I didn't even realize this, but an even better winning character, I didn't even talk about this because we didn't see it, but an even better winning character here, Nello, is Wheel, because same idea. Like with Waxart, it's very open areas. The pallet areas aren't that gray. It's very easy to throw traps over the pallets just as Waxart can shoot over the pallets. The difference is there's a couple areas and a couple like routes you can take. Just walking around the building will counter Waxart if he's not close to you. And that's really annoying. So he still has a downside. Wheel, no. Super fast to catch up to you, and you need a window. And my gosh, Nello, all the windows on this map are garbage except Graveyard. So we will see here. This is going to be... I'm sorry. This is going to be like the absolute deal breaker here. We will see. I'm your commentator, Saki, with Nello going into the potentially last match. Not necessarily. He has a good shot here.
He does. I mean, cheerleader. In open space, it's really hard to land a spike onto someone. Yeah, you see? Okay, you can go fast. It's fine. But you see, look at the dodges. Finally,
he barely got spiked. It's like amazing that even counted as a spike. Ooh, but now the broken windows are coming out. I believe that was a broken windows boost, correct? No, it wasn't. It was a flywheel. There's no boost at all. Yeah. So this is gonna be tough. He could get double spikes here, and it literally wouldn't matter. But my gosh, Nello.
Yeah,
yes, you saw that.
He's just saving his speed boost for when he gets out of wheel form, because each time you force out the breaking wheel off the wheel form, you win.
That's such a risky route to take going up the stairs. If this was like Dongxuan would have already been ready to throw a trap up there to prevent that.
The bling?
Like little things like that. Yeah, I think so.
Nice. Oh my god, what a god, Yukakina! He guessed the bling and he flywheeled in advance, but that couldn't help him anymore. Especially when he's
But look at this. Look at what that counts. That actually counted. Did you see that, Nello? He fell down and the spike hit counted from the extended spikes just from falling. My goodness.
Yeah, technically you shouldn't get hit. Especially when the wheel has no presence and no extended spike, right? But I feel like it's gonna buy enough time for the cheerleader. Oh, the heal. Okay, nice. Beautiful heal and the
forward.
Oh my god. That's a crazy support coming in.
Oh, exactly. It just flywheeled this. Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
Nello, are you seeing this?
I am, and that's why I'm in shock. Like, bro, the timings, the execution, the technicalities. Yukakina has still not shared a single survivor. Okay, maybe now would be the time. Okay, to be with the speed boost and the forward.
I'm amazed that trap didn't hit the roof there. Look at the forward. Good job from the forward, getting the traps out the way for his teammate. That is exactly what you want to do there as a harassing
shooting now as well. Yeah, getting some buffs as well. Cheering. Okay, Sans, very cheeky. Zibi, and the stun coming. You're gonna go with the stun. Oh my god!
Man.
I missed.
Yeah, I mean, that was close. That was looking a little bit sketchy, but he still got it. Oh, man. Oh, man. Nello.
Look at this.
You don't see forward that often, but if it's exactly wheel, oh my gosh, forward is probably one of the best picks they could have had here. Every time you come out of wheel, it's just a free stun for the forward, and that's what we've been seeing every time. Well done to ZQ for identifying that, too.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? You reveal the blink early through the window, and that's why the forward can comfortably come and know, like, okay, you do not have excitement. I can safely support from here, and I think that might be the reason why Yukakina has failed to get one person yet. Legacy is around, but it doesn't really matter. It is an aeroplanist. He has a dash. The dash, is he gonna use it? No? Why are you not using the dash? What?
You know what? I mean, he could just be saving because he knows it doesn't matter. He knows that the Cypher's gonna be up, but it's a little risky because what if the Breaking Wheel goes for the Cyphers and things could fall apart? You know, Nello, you know how annoying Breaking Wheel is because even if you have a good start, it's very similar to Dream Witch where next thing you know, he's slugging everybody and it's gonna be really annoying. And if you get to a situation where everyone's going down, he does not get run over by Tyram, thankfully. If you get in a situation like that, things can get really, really dicey really, really fast. But like right here we go. A little bit, doing it a little bit later than I expected. I feel like if you're gonna go after the Cypher.
Yeah. Careful, careful. He just recharged. He has a full stack. On human form, you're not gonna catch anyone. Oh wait, he still has one more. Is he not gonna use it?
Oh my god,
that is so crazy. My goodness. Yukakina has not shared a single survivor the entire game except for the aeroplanist, which I feel like if he actually used the jetpack, he would have bought even more time. I think that's the idea. Buy more time, right? And now the Cypher is already primed. I mean FPX.ZQ, they just need a draw, but at this rate, it seems like they're gonna get more than a draw. Yukakina back against the wall. He can snap, but it doesn't really matter because
doesn't matter. He's full health now. And my goodness, Nell, yes, you have said everything you've been saying is crazy. Look at that jetpack coming in clutch now. Well, now it's finally gonna see use. The only issue is that it's gonna be on cooldown until Cheerleader has something to say about it. Yeah, in fact, she already used it on him. Okay, but now Cheerleader might go down. Ooh, very aggressive. Trying to do the gate and then the
nice. Ooh. He can come through, he can climb through. Oh no, it's gonna be a 3-man escape.
He's gonna go down here, yep.
Yeah, it's gonna
I mean, don't get me wrong, AWG trying their best here, but when you have teammates working together that well, you're left in a checkmate situation. What are you supposed to do about the Ford? The Ford is in an open area. Ford has flywheel for your snap. Ford has literally best case scenario. It's almost like they were prepared for a wheel. Like Ford, very rare pick nowadays, but wow, was it a great pick when you know what you're up against. That was an amazing work of Forward. Forward, I feel like should have deserved the MVP, but Dongxuan, we all know Dongxuan, one of the best hunters. He's of course going to get MVP, but for survivors, that was amazing work from the Forward support there.
Just look at the reactions. It's like just another day at work. Like, hey, yeah, okay, we got this. We got this, guys. Yeah, let's think about what to eat for dinner.
Dude, that is such a mood, though. That is such a mood. I mean, it's an unfortunate reality, but it is the mood for such a strong team like ZQ. I mean, Dongxuan has only made it even stronger. A huge addition to their team. Absolutely. And yeah, now they're gonna go enjoy a nice
meal, probably. Right?
Nice meal. Like it's gonna be like afternoon over there. I don't know. Go check out like the local noodle shop. Maybe get some.
Yeah, it's probably the evenings already. Yeah, for them. Yeah. But yeah, all things said, I think you're right. They're probably very prepared for the breaking wheel. And not to mention, I feel like if he brought... Usually I would say, yeah, just go aggressive, go with the bling and stuff like that. But he's going with a very weird 3-6 build. 3-6, you know what I mean? Like, a very aggressive...
like a tie turner.
Yeah, no, like it means a trump card detention build. Like,
oh, you're talking about the hunter, okay.
Yeah, the hunter, like, it doesn't... I'm not really sure if that's the correct move, because... and the blink as well. If he brought excitement, maybe things would have been different. Or if he kept his blink a secret, right? Maybe the board wouldn't be so comfortable coming. Yeah.
I could see that too, no. There's like a whole another aspect of like, oh, he get a trade out. So it's kind of risky because I could take unnecessary damage and that could throw off the whole flow of the team because now we have to heal up. That means now we're not doing the ciphers. That means now we're also not supporting. So it's like we're doing neither now. So it's really important to identify your tray. And then once that safety net is ensured, then you're like, now we go in. Now we go in. Now we wreak havoc on the hunter. So that was really well played from both sides there. And I like the wheel there. That was like great idea.
It was a great idea. It just didn't go into fruition as much as we hoped for, unfortunately, for AWG's side.
Yeah,
yeah.
I mean, they definitely still have more matches to come. This is definitely not the end for AWG. Congratulations to FPX.ZQ securing their first win for the group stages. For AWG, they definitely still have 3 more games to go, so anything can happen throughout this period of time. There's still 8 more days, ladies and gentlemen, so this is not eliminations yet. Okay, so it's not eliminations yet. It's a round robin based. And, well, basically, they're fighting for the top 2 spots in each group with the most points. 4 points for winning, if I believe it's 1 or 2 points for a draw, and no points for losing. So yeah, there you have it. We'll see what's gonna happen next, but I believe we're gonna head into an interview very soon. So
indeed,
well, I'm excited to see who's gonna be doing the interview. Maybe
probably Dong Xuan. We're gonna have Dong Xuan on there.
Yeah,
but we don't know who the second person is. It might be the forward player. We'll see. We'll see.
Probably, yeah. But just to bring things back a little bit, that game just now, like, what are highlights for you? Like, in that game,
the match we just went against, the match we just saw with the broken wheel.
Any particular part you like?
I really like the beginning, like the movement from the cheerleader side, to just swerve out the way, in and out, and just even like second guessing the hunter, being like, oh, I'm going this way, oh, I'm going the other way, oh, now I'm going this way. So like faking that you are faking to go the other direction, like a double fake out. And so that little stuff helped her Kaya out tremendously. The only issue is that I feel like it could have gone badly if the hunter trapped up the stairs, and it costed him a blink on top of that. Like if the cheerleader ran in a straight line past Geisha House, there's no way he would be able to trap her because she's got that roof under her head. And so that's what I thought was gonna happen, but that did not happen. Exactly.
Well, for me, I would say it's all the flywheels going on. I think that's the highlight for me, right? You flywheel the traps.
Flywheel the snaps, traps. We didn't see
snaps
any
especially.
traps.
It's really hard. Yeah, the snaps for sure. It's so hard to flywheel the snaps, right?
We saw I think at least 2 like flywheel snaps, which was really nice. Nice thing is though, it was out in the open, so they could clearly see what's happening. That doesn't happen very often. If it's a map with like tall walls, that could actually ruin you, because now like, okay, well, when do I flywheel? You don't really know. But like you said, that animation time of the wheel also makes it a little bit hard to say for sure. Okay, when is it about to finish? When did he start it? It's not easy to see when he pulls his hand out when he's about to finish the snap. It's kind of hidden. It's kind of like Spider trying to start a swing. It's kind of hard to see when she's gonna start a swing, because it's kind of hidden in all her body parts. Very similar to Wheel in a way.
Yeah. There are some people in the chat as well mentioning, hey, maybe he should have went for the Wax Artist. Do you agree with that?
Maybe
the Wax Artist has better cypher controls, has better chase. You think?
I must still say that the Wheel would have been a good pick if it seemed like the opposing team wasn't aware of the Wheel. If he kept in like a back pocket, if no one knew he played Wheel, that would have been great. But because people knew he played Wheel, clearly ZQ knew he played Wheel. I mean, the forward, I feel like the forward alone was a reason not to play Wheel, so I see why people were saying that. The Wax Artist would have ensured a different form of attack. But guys, we have to remember that for every way we see 100 to go wrong, I see way more ways Wax Artist goes wrong on Ever Sleeping. And so there's harder ways to get messed up on Ever Sleeping as Wheel, as opposed to something like Wax Artist. Like if it was Wax Artist, we would have seen Cheerleader go around the corners of the buildings and then she can't get waxed off. And then we'd see the forward boosting away from the wax. We'd see the, I forgot who the other survivors were. Oh, it says right here. we'd have the airplanist going away. And like the only good one would have been Psychologist to chase. And even then, Psychologist can utilize the tips I said before. Any survivor can counter Waxers as long as you have the right idea and the right area and enough distance and the right persona. And that's the thing. That's the thing. Seeing as they went Flywheel, they were really heavy in the wheel department. So honestly, you guys have a point here. Like if he went Waxers, he would have been lucky in that case. But it's unfortunate because he can't possibly know what builds they're going to run. So maybe he got unlucky this time, but in another universe where they went Broken Windows, they wouldn't have that luxury to do that. Although I will say the early game kite was still really, really solid. And The forward, the harass was really, really solid. Were the flywheels necessary? Technically not, because they would have lived. They were really impressive still, and they just ensure that there's no way he's gonna come back. But yeah, I could definitely see the wax
points, though. Yeah, just look at the points. It was just 7,000 detection points for the breaking wheel, which shows to you how little he could have done in that with the support and harassments of the forward, right? And ultimately, the score is going to speak for itself. 7-2 in favor of ZQ in best of 1. 6-2 in favor of ZQ again, making it a total of 13-4. I mean, this is gonna be quite hard. It's gonna be really hard for AXM to swallow, you know, in this game, right? Yeah, it's definitely gonna be a little bit hard for AWG to swallow, but
the biggest thing is to just. Yes, you're probably about to finish my thought.
This is not the only game that they can play. They have 3 more games. I think they should.
Exactly, and they need to keep their morale high for those upcoming games. And I have no doubt that what they just faced today, oh man, that's just the beginning. This is just like the very beginning. And they got the worst out the way, I'd say. Like Dong Xuan, one of the hardest hunters to face against. I think it only gets easier from here. Is the good news for them, at least in this group. So that's the good news.
Yeah.
But yeah, guys.
That's definitely the good news.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, just overall, I could see the wax hairs, I could see the wheel, I could see both. But man, if only like the wheel was a little bit like more accurate with the hits on the survivors, if they guessed a little bit better where they're gonna go, and all that stuff. Because there were a lot of times where the wheel was like poking around on the pole, trying to realign themselves, and it made things super awkward. So like little things like that can be like optimized a little bit better, but like little stuff, and it's just gonna take some time getting used to and all that stuff. But still, very, very, very talented hunters here playing, and it's still, I'd love to see the breaking wheel. I love the idea, like I said, it's just unfortunate that it didn't go the way they wanted.
Yeah, you would think that the traits, different trait might play a little bit of role there, right? Like might make a little bit more impact. But yeah, I mean, I share your sentiments. I definitely love seeing the wheel as well. We have a meme. I have a meme for the wheels as well, where all the casters' faces are in the Wheel Brothers, right? On the faces of the Wheel Brothers. And it's a fun thing to do. And to answer a question from the audience itself, are they paid to go to China? Yes, technically, NetEase is very generous. Besides the generous prize pool amount, they also paid for all the teams that are coming to China for the tournament, for the boarding, for their flights and whatever. And as you can see, they take care of their players and the teams very well. So props to NetEase for that. Shout outs to NetEase. And of course, yeah, that's just a lot of things going on here. Exciting news, and one exciting news to come here. As you can see in front of your screen, ladies and gentlemen, the big boss, FPX.ZQ Dong Xuan, the MVP of the game, and very deserving, right? 4K, 3Ks.
Absolutely. One of the best players out there in history, in IDV history. If there was a Hall of Fame, he'd be in it. Dong Xuan himself. Very impressive here. Average remaining ciphers. Can we just talk about that 1.5 average remaining ciphers? Usually this number is below 1, and it's still, it's amazing that it's not just above 1, it's like almost up to 2, which is insane. But guys, here we go. We're going to be going into the interview with Dong Xuan and Sans. There we go.
Yeah, they're introducing themselves now.
恭喜你们获得了本场比赛的胜利。打完之后有没有长舒一口气
？Congratulations.
就还好吧，就毕竟赢了。
How do you feel after the tournament? Yeah, feel okay. Yeah, I feel happy with the results.
挺开心的。今天玩到前锋开心吗？
开心。
开心。那先问到
今天玩到前锋开心吗？ It means are you happy playing the forward today?
选择的时候没有拿到说比较稳定的救人位，而是选择了一手前锋。当时有没有想过说我要带兴奋去防一下，或者说尝试去突破一下
？Now they're talking about the in-game situation for the match.
正常打就好了。
就正常打，按照歌剧的节奏来走。那感觉到
He's just
后面
saying,
的话，
I'm just playing as usual. Big boss
是不是
words.
稍微有一点大胆，想要去尝试追一下调香师？那一波会不会担心说人被无伤掏下来？
就距离挺远了吧，就稍微追一下，然后也能来得及回去。
就是对于这个把控，包括他们救人的时机，整个的心理把握还是比较准的。
taking the risk to chase and get the double down. Are you worried that you might lose a survivor? He said, no problem. I finally managed to get that survivor in the end, so all's good.
会让他变得更强吗？
就还好吧，毕竟鱼女之前也带张狂。
毕竟之前鱼女也带张狂。那今天的话，其实整个鱼女这个水气包的真的太准了。当时有没有想过说，哎，2波收差可能就秒掉了对面的古董商？
就没想到吧，然后就对面可能会经验欠缺一些。
可能这一边还是你经验更加老道，玩的更多一些。那到了后面的话，还是有一波
Did you expect to get that down so fast with just like the 2 harpoon plays?
想问一下，你当时在
You know what I mean? Like the burst. Because he was just nailing them with the burst. So he said, oh, maybe they're still need a bit more experience in facing this. But he's saying it in a very humble way because the hostess was saying that he has more experience, right? In this department.
因为他需要去多抓。
感觉是不能。
感觉是不能。今天选择放刀了。
选择了前锋，
然后包括与天赋也带的是飞轮。那想问一下，当时有没有考虑说，如果队内的这个石小心里比较被克制的点去被追了，大家要怎么办？
去撞啊！
去撞。那今天不管虽然说药将没有被
Doesn't
追，
matter what situation it is, I'll definitely go and run the breaking wheel. That's basically what he wants to do as a forward.
躲了悲观，而且是2波，真的非常非常的帅。对于今天前锋的表现来评价一下，打个分，你会打几分？
啊？
给你的前锋打1个分，你会打几分
？Please give an evaluation for your forward play today. So he said he yeah, okay, 6 out of 10.
非常的溜。那想问一下，当时
That's his performance.
Dang, is that an underestimate?
6 out of 10. That's
real rating right there.
Man, that would make me 0.5.
就是活了，然后剩下的就让我们3岁自己去操作。
Very simple responses, right? No.
比较早有在为开门战做准备，当时是什么样的一个情况？
去摸箱子。
去摸箱子，为什么要摸箱子呢？
打得不错，奖励一下。
打得不错，奖励一下，就是奖励留前锋，对吧？今天真的发挥非常非常出色，最后一局可以说是大工程了。
I think he was just being funny and cheeky. He's like, okay, why are you still trying to search in as the forward? Why are you still searching for something in the chest? Like, okay, just for satisfaction, just to reward myself or something.
Just for BM, as I like to say.
I don't know, man.
Bad manners. Bad manners. Doing it because it doesn't matter.
还有屏幕前那么多支持你们的观众粉丝说的。
就明天这个时候再见。
Messages.
明天这个点还要守在我们的屏幕
Messages for
前
your
来到
fans.
现场。
Okay, tomorrow's matches. Let's meet again.
谢谢。
谢谢大家一直以来对于他们的支
Thank
持。
you. Oh my God, look at the responses. It's just one word responses. Thank you. Anything for your fans? Thank you.
With that being said, guys, I believe that'll be all for today. Stay tuned for the next match where we will have Ellie commentating for you next. That being GR versus GG. Don't miss that. Oh, yes, GR versus GG. Do not miss that out. Take care, everybody.
Saiki, what time is it at your place?
4:30. We're finishing early today.
4:30 p.m.
4:30 a.m.
a.m. Are you sleeping?
Yeah. Well, dude, as soon as I lay down in bed, yeah, I'm gonna be sleepy. But cause let me think. Cause I got up I got up for school at like 8 a.m. right on Thursday, right, and we started Thursday. So I basically set up the whole night.
じゃあ1-2ゲーだ1-2ゲーはいける。这把自闭大概率就是倒在奖的，应该是一直不出来了。加油加油，没关系，还一个不让前锋。闪现的闪现的，闪现的是吗 ？OK。真的。能跟吗？吃到吃到吃到，爬过来爬过来爬过来。刚一刀好了，好多前锋已经好了，边关已经好了。我说咱们都会来。我先向你撞一波呗。我先向他变的时候你撞一波呗。咱们收。我在2楼上2楼可以帮你扛一刀。刘伯斌别打死跑。一个上挂飞了。我想一下，你看你现在留加速吧，你可以死，我觉得你可以死。行，那我留了，留2个，留1个吧，至少留1个，可以交1个，然后那个前锋靠过来。
Yo, what is up everybody, and welcome back to the final matchup of day 2. We have myself commentating along with Elio, the snazzy sunglasses man himself. How you doing, Elio? How are you doing today?
You know, I currently have
break?
I currently got a cough drop right now because I'm trying to like not die. But for the most part, yeah, pretty good. I've actually managed to, after we finished the last match, I was like super tired and I was like, you know what? I think I'm going to take a nap before the next match. And like, you know, that's a really bad idea because every time I take a nap before a match, I'm always late. And then it's just like, it's a whole cascade of catastrophe. So I decided not to take a nap, right? And instead I uploaded a TikTok and Instagram video and that gave me more energy. And now I'm back and we're here for the last match. And even though I'm like, feel sick and tired, it's all good because I got my TikTok and Instagram energy. So
get that dose of dopamine from uploading on TikTok and Instagram. That's how it works, which is actually not that untrue. If you keep yourself busy, it's going to be harder for your body to fall asleep, which is why I'm working on 48 hours of not sleeping and I'm still like this. Someone help me, please. The moment I fall asleep, I'm dead for the next 10 hours. How am I going to make my haircut appointment tomorrow at 3 p.m.?
I literally asked,
no one knows.
I literally asked Psyche, I was like, Psyche, how do you have this much energy? Like, I don't understand. Like, I was explaining, I was like, when I get tired, I go into low power. You know what? Okay, so you guys know how if you have an iPhone, it goes into low power mode when the battery's low? That's me. I went into low power mode, right? But Psyche doesn't do that. He just stays on 100% battery somehow. So
I stay on 100% battery. I just lose my brain slowly. Maybe it's because I never talk with people. I'm a loner. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a loner. I go to school. I don't talk with anyone. I just do my work. I leave. And you know, I'm a bit of a hypocrite because I be going around my biochemistry major along with my chemistry buddies, who I don't know. I'm just saying classmates. The more better word would be to say classmates. And you say a joke or something like that. I say the occasional joke or something like that in any class, and they got no humor. They got the soul sucked right out of them because of chemistry. And it's so sad to see.
Americans.
But that's besides the point.
In a nutshell. Yeah. Anyways, getting into the match here. We're getting into our match rosters. We do have GG versus GR. A very exciting match ahead of us. GG, of course, one of the strongest teams out of China. And GR, a team that's been strong in the past. Fallen off a bit, came back, still good. But again, this will be a very good matchup between these two teams. I think this will be probably the most exciting match we've seen thus far out of the matches today. So let's get into this one. This is the two mainland China region teams, GG versus GR.
Absolutely, and I'm getting goosebumps from this one, Ellie, because I'm remembering that these two teams are both COAVII champions. GR more often than GG, but that does not discredit the work of GR. GR won so many COAVIBs. They won COAVIB 1, I believe. They won COAVIB 2. They won COAVIB 3. They won a lot of COAVIBs in a row to the point that I was shocked that someone besides GR won. And I'm looking, who was it? It was GG that broke their record. That GG takes, well, maybe GG didn't make them lose because I wasn't watching.
It was a Japanese team.
No, but in the end, GG took their spot, kind of like claiming the world WWE, like the wrestling belt or something like that. If anyone watches wrestling, claiming the belt from the other person and becoming the new champion. And so it's amazing to see all these people lined up here, ready to go against each other. Finally, though may not necessarily have any like revenge business with each other, it's something gonna be empowering for GG to take down GR, and it will be empowering for GR to take down GG. Both incredible players, both incredible champions. But has GR stood the test of time? It's been a hot minute since their last win, and GG along with them, it's been a couple COAVIBs. There has been Wolves, I believe, right? Wolves has the one who won, right? Ellie, I think.
Wolves has, yeah, they did win, yeah.
There's been Dow 5 after that, which was the previous year's win, which we had on Shui on.
Okay, wait. We have, let's see, GR first 3, and then the other 3 years were GG. Was it GG? It's GG, Dou, and Wolves, right? I think something like that. So, yeah. And then this year, wonder who it's going to be. Maybe somebody new. I don't know. We're going to find out.
We'll see.
But
either way,
based off
these
of Golden
teams
Apples
to make it up there. Sorry. Go on.
All right. Okay, we'll look at the interview first, and we'll get back to that in a second.
对阵GR战队最想对阵的选手应该是他们吧，所以他们比较难处理的点应该就是他们人类的配合比较好，然后我们这边应该就是用我们人类去突破对面的监管者。这想跟他们说的是，因为上次 IVS 无心的前锋给我很深的印象，希望这次我还能看到他的前锋。
我是中国大陆赛区 GR 战队的监管者选手咪咪，能和全球的选手一起参加小组赛、线下赛，非常期待。我们的目标是小组赛前3出线到淘汰赛阶段。我们在小组赛还是比较有信心的，因为我们都很信任队友，不利队友。GG 的皮皮虾是一个图转人的选手，然后他也是偏向操作型的。
There you go. Oh.
Hello guys, that's us.
Is that you?
It's me. That's me,
us.
Ellie. How you doing, Ellie? You look a little
There we
bit
go.
different today.
Oh, yeah.
But guys, there we go. There were the interviews there. Both teams highly respect each other. We have, I believe, oh man, their names are so similar. But one of them was reminiscent of the other team's forward, and like they were like, wow, that left a deep impression on me. That left something inside of me. And then the other team is like talking about how confident they are. They're confident they can get top 3. I believe it was GR who said that. So GR is confident they can get top 3, and not only that, but if you guys caught there, they said that PPX.ZQ has converted to Survivor. Used to be a very, very good Hunter player, and now playing Survivor. And if you guys saw, I don't know if you guys have been watching the intros before the tourney starts, but he actually recorded like a whole 2-minute video about his story, and it's all about just exploring new options. He's really looking for a challenge, so I'm interested to see how he does, especially like seeing Hunters to Survivors, and you're still in Call of Abyss. You got to play at both sides in Call of Abyss. That is incredible, at least for my perspective. Anyway,
Here we have GG18, GG Shaba. No data for the win rate, but escape rate 59%, and you can see the rest of the statistics, unfortunately. A lot of no data is going into this event, and I think this is throwing a lot of teams off. But looking into the last player here, this is, of course, PP Shah. No data on the win rate again, but a 46% escape rate with 70 seconds of average containment time and 134 average decoding, with average rescues of 0.36. Containment time only 70 seconds, considering that this is a tournament team that is considered to be quite low. But PP Shah, we'll see what he's able to do here, if he's able to turn things around. And, you know, put GG in a good spot. I think going into this matchup, both teams, of course, being very strong, but GG definitely, I think, favored in this one. GR being a slight underdog in this matchup. Based off of the Golden Apple predictions, GG would come out on top here. But we will have to see. We do have N1E. Okay.
That's actually a word in Polish. It means no. N-I-E. Nie means no. Possibly
Right, so
Polish
we're just-
reference? Okay, definitely not.
They're probably Polish, like, yeah.
Definitely. No doubt about it. Like 0.001%. Super cute. The coach here for GR helping out his Hunter. We see this a lot where the coach is side by side with the Hunter player, with the Survivor player. We don't talk about this a lot, but like right here, here's the coach for GG, BH, helping them out. And usually the coaches are here helping out their players, and it's like not only just a good way of like getting advice, but it's just a nice, comfortable moral support. And it's really nice to have that extra moral support there, that extra comfort. That's who these people are in suits. That's who the people who are bowing to each other right before the match starts. Kind of as like a symbol of respect out here in the region of China. And yeah, can't wait to see what they bring here. And it seems like the map is Red Church. GG, I believe, yep, GG picked this map, and they're gonna be, GR is gonna be picking Hunter first. All right, so whoever picks map, the other team gets to pick the faction. That's how this works. And yeah, interesting, we see Leo's memory banned. So one of the more popular map picks these days. Very ironic, because I remember a long time ago, I'd be asking Ellie or whoever that was, like, why isn't Leo's memory a good pick? And they're like, they had all these reasons, and the main reason was like, oh, it's basically just like a second hospital, right? And look at this, now we're seeing Leo's memory all over. Why? What's your new explanation, Ellie? What's your explanation to fix your old explanation?
Well, Leo's memory is good because characters such as Opera Singer actually are fine playing on Leo's memory. because Factory Loop is not as strong against Opera Singer as it would be against some other type of hunter, right? For example, so Opera Singer obviously is advantageous in those narrow areas, right? You can also put shadows around. So essentially, if you put a shadow maybe near the God Palette, you dash around in some way, the Hunter Star goes the other way, you teleport to the shadow. So many ways in which Opera Singer can cut off kiting roads there. But looks like we're gonna have Red Church, of course, as the first map here. So Red Church also good for Opera Singer. A lot of narrow areas, a lot of easy dash points, and I think we'll see that. Of course, Opera Singer. What do you think, Psyche? Possibly yes.
I mean, let's not kid ourselves. It's a Gardner ban. It's an anti-Korean ban. Is that GG? I don't understand this being. La Chancla is coming out. Yeah. But anyway,
I don't know.
We got, yeah, exactly. Who else is it gonna be? Opera Singer is the most likely pick. I mean, we saw one person go Wax Artist instead of Opera. In like when they went. I forgot who it was, but it was CAD going against another team, and they had decent success going Wax Artist, even on one of Wax Artist's less good maps. Not to say that it should be replicated. It's obviously more recommended to be going Opera Singer, since she's just harder to deal with, harder to counter. Wow, we're seeing a Seer here. I don't think we saw a Seer one time today. Maybe we saw it in the Omni versus HHGB, I think the team name was called.
HHDG.
Yep, no, HHDG. So I'm not sure if we saw Seer today, but this is the first time I'm seeing Seer in the third matchup I'm watching here. So exciting. He's such an OG survivor. Gotten a lot of nuts over the years. Excited to see the combination with Perfumer. Man, I remember these two were hand in hand. You would never see a Perfumer without a Seer, mostly because Seer was just so good you'd always see Seer. But whenever someone went Perfumer, it was just extra combo. Perfumer was at the time one of the best artists.
But then Seer started to get banned. So then Perfumer had to play without Seer. But Psyche was the best Perfumer in the world, so it did not affect him, and he continued to play Perfumer up until the modern day. Yeah. Even against Bon Bon.
Perfumer was still one of the best kiters for a long, long time. Long time.
Psyche, what about Psyche, I recall in one stream you said that Perfumer is strong against Anne.
That was before she was able to cancel the abilities. So now what you end up happening is,
now you're screwed.
Even if you, that's why it doesn't really work anymore. But back then, it was all right still, because if you ever see the Anne jump to you, you'd always be confident. I mean, there's gonna be a problem with that too. I'm gonna mention, you'd always be confident that when you see a jump, it's gonna be on top of you, and so you just perfume right before it happens. If you're right next to a pallet, the perfume lasts longer than the cat stun takes, so you can literally drop the pallet in time without getting hit. If you do get hit, you can perfume back. That's why I said it was good. The problem with that is that you grab a cat, instead of her jumping to you, she removes it. She removes your ability, and there's nothing you can do. Now there's no perfume, you're taking a hit for free. All right, that does absolutely nothing. The other problem is that, shoot.
We don't have to worry about that. It's an Opera Singer. We'll revisit that a little bit later. We actually have Female Dancer, and Female Dancer is a character that we don't actually see being used that much in round one, due to the fact that Opera Singer, in theory, would struggle against slow boxes, but in reality, not so much. Opera Singer can break pallets relatively quick, and can catch up to the Survivor pretty fast as well. So a lot of the time, a lot of Dancer players, or a lot of the time, we see a lot of teams shy away from Dancer in round one, just due to the fact where it's not quite as strong as people think. But here we go. Getting into the first half of the first round, this is the GR Hunter versus the GG Survivors, the fourth match of day 2 of the Call of Best 7 group stage. My name is Elio, joined with Psyche, and we will bring you the live commentary for this exciting Call of Best 7 matchup.
And going right into it, well, not yet. I feel like Ellie kind of called it a little bit too early, but there we go. We see Wildling here. Hard kill for Opera Singer. If he can get his speed up and if he can find something to jump over, it can definitely be annoying for that Opera Singer. But we'll see how this goes. First option is going to be the Dancer. Just like with Ellie said with the music box, is going to be effective at slowing her down, but it's kind of going to be like a break situation and then just move on. But right here, she could actually go around the pallet. So that was a smart move from GR, but unfortunately, Dancer's already one step ahead and gonna avoid a hit entirely, gonna force her to break the box. Looks like she is gonna take a hit here, though.
Oh, no, but the Seer Owl
is something else.
Yeah, that's a really big Seer Owl as well. Not only are you absorbing that first hit, You're also making it so the survivor still remains at full health, allows him to set up another slow box. Blink is not going to be able to secure the down, obviously, because of the Seer Owl. And that just extends, again, delaying the inevitable against this Hunter is super important. We'll be able to get the first hit here onto the female dancer. Followed up with a pallet stun. But yeah, I mean, in reality, this... Oh, they're actually going to blink through this.
Yeah, that's not too good for the dancer anymore because of that blink. Yikes.
Yeah. Unless she can somehow get a pallet stun here. This could be Mike with the pallet here. Goes for the swing. Unable to get against the pallet drop. And is going to just take down the pallet with the pallet break here. We're going to see the Perfumer try to body block. And that is actually crucial. Can Perfumer actually make it this pallet? Perfume's back as well.
Perfume's back.
What a series of events for the survivors. Now the blink is expended. The dancer has both these pallets to work with. And the Cypher machines are already winding down here to a potential 3 Cypher kite. Oh, but gets hit through the pallet.
Great mind game from the Opera right there. That was very nice. But yeah, here we go, guys. That was really nice. I like my stream froze for a little bit there, but it seemed like the opera singer swung and then didn't hit anything. Was a little bit scared to hit the Perfumer. That'd be really bad. Hit the Perfumer anyway because she thought the Perfume was done. And would you look at that? The Perfume lasts so long, so many seconds.
3 Cyphers down here.
3 Cyphers is nasty against opera singer. That's gonna be a huge deal. Indeed.
And additionally, Wildling actually is going to be able to make the rescue. So Wildling can actually pop and go save. Let's see if they can get off the board before getting hit. You want to get off the board before getting hit, so it's only a 30-second cooldown instead of a 60-second. Let's see if the Wildling's going to do that. He's actually not going to do that. He's just going to take the board hit. Interesting. Maybe, I guess the idea is that he wants to remain at full health, right? So he could potentially rescue a second time. That could be the logic there. Yeah.
But chances are the Hunter is going to immediately hit you anyway after that, knowing that they can easily kill the person off a chair anyway, which is something that I'm surprised we didn't see in this case. Maybe it doesn't matter then. Maybe they're not interested in the Wildling at all. Maybe they just want to play safe and just get this one dancer down. They already have it. They already have something going on. But look at the Cyphers, guys. This was such a clean game. The combination of just Sierra and Dancer is just solo kiting. Man, I love watching solo kite stuff. The amount that you can do just by yourself. Oh man, you don't see this enough nowadays, especially with such strong hunters. But when you see it, man, it goes to show the strength in their fundamentals is amazing.
We're going to see the teleport back to the chair here. Cypher Machine not just primed yet, but almost. He's going to try to go for the farm onto the dancer, but I think the Cypher Machine will be ready. Wildling can actually just wait until everything's primed. It is now ready. He can go for the save here. Hits the hit, not a terror shock. A nice rescue from the Wildling. Wildling can go ahead and just leave, get to the exit gate, and the Cypher Machine will be ready. Now, the Hunter does still have their trade available, so we're going to see them try to get it down as quickly as possible and teleport to the gate to potentially get a tie. But if the Dancer can make this church window, I think the survivors will be in a great position. But no, Dancer's not going to make it. You see the speed of the opera singer here. Will they go for the chair? Will they go for the teleport? Going to go for the teleport here. Really trying to push for a tie.
Unfortunate here that she didn't make that, just barely. If only she knew that, she would have just chosen something else, of course, but now it's going to cost him big time. I believe the shadow disappeared off the dancer is the good news. The bad news is that it's opera singer and she's just going to go across the map. Look at this beautiful work of just jumping from bench to bench here. We saw this earlier with different hunters, other hunters performing the exact same thing. And what is this glitch?
The dungeon's at graveyard, so if Seer can self-heal and potentially get to dungeon, that could be, no, ma'am, yeah, I don't think so. Unfortunately, Seer only at 90% is going to be able to get back up here, but vaults into the Hunter. That's going to be the down, and we actually see a tie from what looks like a losing position here. I guess there is a possibility that the survivors push for this. Perfumer has Tide Turner Psyche, so there is a chance that Perfumer can go for rescue once the tension has expired, and they could open that exit gate at 60%.
It's possible. I wouldn't put it past them. As long as the Perfumer just stays hidden here and not get chased, Wildling could take the blame, he could take the attention, and he could definitely be a distraction for that nice tinnitus mark that the Hunter is desperately using to try to find the Perfumer right now. Question is, will he be successful at it? How long is he going to choose to wait? He has to hurry up soon.
I
guess it really doesn't matter, to be fair.
Oh, he's not going to drive to the basement. He's not going to try to take him far away. He's actually going to chair on the exit gate. And with the tension being out in 18 seconds, Perfumer could easily make a rescue here with Tide Turner. We're going to see him changing targets to the Wildling. Wildling needs to be really careful that he does not get down 10 seconds. So he's going to teleport back. Perfumer just needs to wait out to tension. If Perfumer waits out to tension, I think with 40% remaining on that gate, Tide Turner should be enough to go for the win.
I like the patience here. Even though the tension's about to run out, look at how she kept that distance, because she knows if she gets seen. Look how fast Opera Singer would have killed her if she was any closer. That is why that Perfumer was so far away. Even though it seemed like the tension was about to run out, that's why she stayed so far away. Because otherwise,
no perfume here.
That would have been
and
nice.
He's gonna teleport,
nice.
but it doesn't matter. Still makes it. Wildlink's gonna push the X against 70.
This is a 3-man.
80.
That's
yeah,
a 3-man.
That's the point of. That's what I was talking about before with the tide turner. I was literally saying
but
that.
Now it's for sure a 3-man now. Well done. Okay, wait. Okay,
Three survivors out the gate. GG saving that touchdown up into the end game with the Perfumer, and that is going to allow them to get a 3-1 against the Opera Singer here. Excellent job from GG. Again, we see some of these teams going for the extra tide turner on one of these hiding characters, such as a Perfumer, and in this case, that was the perfect thing that they needed to. I was trying to think of a better word than thing, but perfect thingy
Object.
they needed to win the game. Yeah.
Perfect idea. Perfect plan.
Perfect idea. Perfect recipe.
That was a
success.
Point is, I feel like a little bit better to finish off that chair just to be more aware. The thing is, they weren't expecting the tide turn. Hunter wasn't expecting the tide turn. Now that they see the game is over, and now that they're looking at the best, they're like, I should have just chaired away. It would have been that simple. Yeah. And like even just letting her struggle free and just immediately knocking her down just to get her as deep in basement as possible. That's really all it takes. Would 20 seconds be enough to reach the gate? In my experience, no. You die just in front of the gate.
And the thing is, it's an Opera Singer, so even if the Seer struggles free before making it to basement, the Opera's still going to down the Seer immediately after they struggle free, right? They're not going to be able to get anywhere. With some Hunters, obviously you can get away, but with an Opera Singer, you're not going anywhere. The Opera Singer's going to down you within the next 2 seconds. You're going to struggle free, she's going to be back up, and she's going to down you within 2 seconds. Then you're going to be able to get basement. You can chair in the back chair of basement at that point, and there's nothing the survivors can do to make it to the exit gate. So
exactly,
why bother chairing reception at all, right? Because there's really no point. Just drag the survivor to basement.
Pretty much. Like you said, Ellie, there's really no reason not to do it. It's more of like, oh, well, now that I know I should have done it, and now he's going to be like, man, there's no reason not to do it. Because that's the thing. He had the time to spare. He's not going to get more than one person. He's just guarding his well, he's not going to get more than a second person. He's just guarding his second kill. That's all he really wanted to. If he can get a quickie third kill right there while the tension was still up, he would have taken it, of course. That's why he was being so big on patrolling the area. And unfortunately for him, it was over the moment he started training there. It was over the moment the survivors were like, hey, we should definitely split up. Why should we still be standing at the gate? Which, by the way, that's something to go back to itself, that Perfumer was already long gone from the gate. I see a lot of people with Tide Turner or with some ability that can change the game. They're still sitting in gate, and then because they get pushed out, because they have nowhere else to run, the Hunter is like literally blocking the exit gate. They're narrowing them in. They have to leave at that point. But Perfumer left the gate purposefully early, planning this ahead of time, so well done to them. A little bit risky, not like Mercenary, where like Mercenary can easily get his way back to gate, or like Wildling or like Gravekeeper, or First Officer, these survivors can easily get back to gate if something goes wrong. But with Perfumer, there's not much to lose anyway, because he has to go pick up that Seer, and that's exactly what happened. So well done from the survivors there to get that identification, to make that plan ahead of time, to have the foresight of doing that. And it has allowed them to get that 3-person escape that they honestly deserved. They honestly deserved that 3-person escape, and it was just an unfortunate thing that happened in the middle of the match. But they brought it back, and that is always so nice to see for survivors who are like, okay, well, we're ahead, oh no, we're behind, and then we're back up to it again. So really great work. Beautifully done. What can I say?
Yeah, absolutely. Excellent job there. Getting that early lead is very important here as well, especially against Opera Singer. Every time our team is able to win against Opera Singer, that is a huge, that is not like a normal victory. That's like an extra victory in and of itself, considering that Opera Singer, not one of those Hunters that you can beat every day. So
pretty
good job. Yeah, excellent job from GG here. This is exactly the position they want to be in. And I think moving forward into the second half of this round, they have a huge advantage and a great position to win this first round at least. But yeah, looks like we're going to get into the next round here. We have the GR survivors coming out here. GR AK, win rate of 33%, which means they are winning 1/3 of the games, escape rate of 60%, And
a lot of novelist players. We see like novelists in their like favorite character section a lot.
Novelist kind of good. I don't know, Psyche.
Novelist rising up. I always like thinking, is this gonna be the change for novelist? It seems like really solid but really niche. But maybe it's better than I think. Maybe it's not just to like switch over. Like I was thinking like maybe you could put the hunter behind like a powder window that you don't want to be on. Like let's say the hunter's slowly cornering you. And you just wish you could switch spots with them so that way they're the ones stuck in the corner and you have freedom to run out in the open and away from where they're trying to corner you. Like that would be awesome. Like no other survivor would be able to do that. But just using it just to get free speed bonus, that's a great use of it too. And that alone has been doing fine. Will it get you consistently 3 separate kites? Probably not, especially if you go against like something like Violinist or Ripper, like off meta garbage like that. It makes it really annoying. Just because they have that freedom to attack you from a distance. Every time you reach anything, they're gonna threaten you, and you really need something better than that. Although I will say, with Novelist, he's still got potential to switch spots and make it annoying for the hunter. And one by one, GR here, going down the list of GR players. I believe we have one more player here, and we got GR Hart, the rescuer of the team. Man, they love to put, I don't know what it is this NetEase's doing, or is this every team agreeing to always put the rescuer on the 4th seat on the table? I swear this has been happening every single time, over and over again. It's always mercenary first officer sitting at the 4th seat. Is this planned, Ellie?
I don't think so. Probably. I think it's a coincidence.
Probably not, right? It's a coincidence. Crazy coincidence though.
But anyways, onto the hunter side. No data for Xiaoma here, but definitely a well-known hunter. 4 elimination rate of 27, average eliminations of 2.35. But of course, Xiaoma has been around this GG team for a very long period of time and is one of the stronger hunters. I remember back when Xiaoma used to be the substitute hunter and was never really that strong for a while. Actually struggled a lot, and then over time has improved. One of the most improved hunters, I would say, from the Chinese mainland division over the last few years.
Yeah, he's gonna get the most improved hunter award, just like the most improved commentator award. Gonna be arriving very soon. There was a good video on that I was watching as the tournament was starting. Here we go. We got the coach here, GR Blue, as always, walking around. He seems a little bit nervous. Definitely like had a group, I believe, right? Definitely a little bit of a awkward start there for GR, but they could definitely bring it back. GR is a talented team after all. And here we go, same with GG. GG definitely looks a little bit more confident here, but definitely still serious, still stoic as always. But yeah, you could always see it a little bit in the expressions of these players and the way they walk around, the way they hold themselves together, the way just they act. You can tell how are they feeling inside their minds. As much as you want to try to keep that poker face, there's always like these rushes of ideas going in through your head, going in and out. It's so hard to play at a competitive level. I know myself, I've made some really stupid mistakes that I would never make if I was just playing rank. I'd be like, oh, just a regular day, doing my regular thing, and suddenly the easiest things to do suddenly become so hard. So it is so impressive to see these people compete at this level. Although, to be fair, they've probably been in a lot more tournaments than I have, so they definitely get easier. It gets easier the more you play in a tournament, I will say, because rank was stressing. Like, it would stress me out too. The more you play rank, the more it's like, okay, well, it's basically like my version of quick match. Ellie, what are your thoughts on this? What do you think like the mindset has? How do you manage your mindset? Because I always have trouble with that.
Well, you mean as a tournament player? Or
yeah, basically, pretty much.
Yeah, so I would say obviously when you go into a ranked match, it's very easy to just sit there and do nothing and just kind of just like not really care. Every time you play rank, you kind of just like don't. Obviously, you're trying to win, and when you lose a game, it's really frustrating, and you have to go blame your teammates because you're not really an IDV player.
I would say that, Ellie. I had a very different experience in rank. I'd be working with teams. I have multiple people inviting over. We talk it out, and like. I'm always focused, laser focused.
Let me tell you this, Psyche. You're just a different breed, Psyche. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah. 90% of NAU players who play rank don't really care, and when they do lose, then they care, and then they blame their teammates. That's basically the whole strategy of NAU. But Psyche, you're a little bit Maybe you're not really from NAU, Psyche. Maybe you're an imposter.
Maybe
I
I'm
don't
not.
know.
Nowadays, it's more frustrating because I don't have people to play with. So it's like, what do I even have to play rank for anymore? I really just played it with people I knew because that was what I loved about playing the game, working as a team together. And so when I match with like randoms, I, as a result, am less motivated to play well. And I'm not laser focused because I'm thinking about why did this person die in literally 5 seconds? And then because I'm focused about them dying in 5 seconds, I'm like, well, shoot, now I just made a mistake that I should have never made. Or something like that. And so it's kind of like a domino effect, but if you stay laser focused, you can make rank match your tournament match. I think it's like a big misconception, like, oh, you can only get better through tournaments by practicing like a tournament. Not at all. Not at all, because if there's anything you can learn from rank, it is just doing consistent good plays. Something that I always say with Dongxuan, just being consistent. And that's where you practice.
I think the idea of it's not that you only learn how to play in terms of playing tournaments and playing matches against other teams. It's that I think you learn the mental aspect in terms of like avoiding anxiety and stress when playing. Because in rank, I don't really feel stressed, obviously, at all. I kind of just I feel chill. But then when you get into a tournament, you feel like more stressed because in rank, if you lose a game, you just go to another one. If you lose in a tournament, you're done, right? You don't have another chance. So basically, and also you have a lot of people watching. So basically, I think the best way to get over that anxiety is practice against other teams, practice playing in as many smaller tournaments as possible so you can adjust and adapt to that tournament situation and build that mentality of being able to play in a tournament without having the anxiety or stress of playing on a bigger stage. But I will say you can also, in terms of game sense and things that you can apply to your gameplay, you can definitely learn through rank matches.
Maybe it's a mindset thing because when I play with teams, any teams I've played, for me, it's basically like a rank match, just more in-depth and more complex, like built like a tournament. But I don't know why. I don't know what it is. Maybe I turn the practices also into rank matches in my head because when I go into actual tournament match, I'm still nervous. So maybe I shouldn't be thinking about it like that. Maybe I should really be like, oh my God, if I lose, I lose for good. But like, it's hard. It's hard to keep that mindset all the time. Because some days I'm be like, I don't feel like playing practice. I feel like going to sleep or something like that. And if I had a real tournament, I know I would not be feeling that. It doesn't matter how sleepy I'd be. I'm like, oh my God, we can't lose, we can't lose, we can't lose. And I feel like that's where it goes wrong. The moment you say we can't lose, you're already setting yourself up for disaster just because you're worried that you're gonna lose. Maybe that's the real solution.
The mindset, it's not about you can't lose. Losing is not an option. That's the mindset. Losing is not an option. I'll work.
No, I'm saying that like.
No. Hey, hold on.
I guess you're right. I guess I am saying that.
Like the motto of life. Okay, losing is not an option. All work, no play. The grind don't stop. What else? Am I forgetting? I don't know. I think there's one more I'm not thinking of. But
I'm gonna need more than some cliches.
Take everything competitively. Not everything. Take a lot of things competitively. Don't do a job. Wait, what is it? Don't do a job.
What are you gonna say next? Never give up, never back down, never what?
No, I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna say that. No, there's one thing that my mom always used to tell me when I was a kid. Oh, if you're gonna do a job, do it right. That's right.
I
work
see.
no place like you.
Well, anyway, heading back into the match. I think they picked Mercenary last there, even though I wonder why the Mercenary. I guess the first officer must have been banned. That's the only reason I'd see Mercenary against an opera singer, because in my experience, Mercenary is very tough to use against opera singer. But here we go. Typical coordinator, typical perfumer. These do well against opera singer and a hunter who has a hard time doing multiple damage quickly. Thing about opera singer versus perfumer is that she could do the damage quickly, but then we got the cheerleader restarting the perfume. So that's exactly the combination we see here. Any special builds we got here? Yes, we do. Perfumer with Tie Turner. You see this more often now that you have hunters like opera singer. When you have hunters like opera singer, you don't really see yourself living to the exit gate popping, so you're like, okay, well, I may as well not even bring borrowed time. So they like put it on the characters that they expect to get chased. That's the idea here. But anyway, we're going into the second half of round 1. GG as the hunter versus GR. Psyche, me as your commentator along with Ellie, and we're gonna get started. Starting off with GR getting chased, the support character, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's gonna go straight for the cheerleader here. We see what Shama can do in this back gate area. Has not had to use any speed boost yet, but we're gonna see the first one get utilized right here, trying to grit to the God Palette, potentially transitioning towards Graveyard. Gonna use the second one as well to make it to this window here. Yeah, for Shama, just gonna drop a shadow clone over near the window here so AC cannot vault. And it's gonna force him into Graveyard. Gonna use a shadow to get a little closer here. Gets the hit before the pallet. Obviously, you don't want to.
If only that pallet wasn't dropped. Oh,
yeah,
she might have made it behind that. Oh, that's unfortunate. We will see here. Cheerleader going off to reception now. This is a very awkward place to kite. I understand why. We know that she doesn't want to die by a Cypher. Now, normally, I'm not a big fan of dying just to not die by someone's Cypher because then you guys don't get deco progress either and you guys don't gain much from that either, to be fair. But this is Opera Singer. It's not like anywhere you kite would really make that much of a difference, at least for her character. So it's like a character-specific thing sometimes, but in terms of this area, she would just shred through these pallets and quickly kill her. So Cheerleader's like, okay, just leave the area. And we're going to take the bullet here. And we're going to at least make sure we are going to be able to keep doing the Cypher. That's the, like, not a big fan of dying just to not die on someone's Cyphers because then you just die somewhere else and that's not good either. But in this case, she was going to die no matter what. So
that's a pretty fast down. That's a pretty fast down though onto the Cheerleader. Oh, but a free rescue here. He's going to have to teleport back. Coordinator here, essentially to use the flare gun. Could go for the blink, goes for the blink, does not hit the Cheerleader, and Coordinator's going to be able to shoot here. And that's actually really big for the survivors because Coordinator's going to allow distance here with the flare gun. Cheerleader's going to get to Graveyard as well with no blink available too. Shama might have to change targets to the Coordinator, which is exactly what he's going to do. And this is really not good for the Hunter side. You know, you're losing out on your first down. And you're also chasing a survivor that would have slow decoding anyway, so he's gonna flywheel that swing and does finally get the down. But yeah, if there's any chance for GR to work out of that relatively short first kite, it would be with this situation.
Honestly, one thing I'm noticing with these Opera Singer matches is you always got like one person who like finishes their ciphers way faster than the other people. Even if it's not a slow decoder, it's always like other people finishing slower just because they have to rotate. And the thing about that situation is that's good for the Hunter in one way, but it's also bad in another way. It means that if you ever lose your target, oh my gosh, are you in a lot of trouble? Because now they may not have multiple ciphers popped, but they do have multiple ciphers with progress, and that's definitely going to hurt you later down the line. Good news for GG though, Jean, is that they don't have a fifth cipher, and they really need that fifth cipher. And look at the Coordinator with the discipline here, not swinging. Almost, I wonder why she decided to leave there. If running out in the open is just gonna cause her to hit. I guess she doesn't want to die by any like good ciphers supposedly. Like I don't know. There's no really good ciphers to die by though. To not die by though. It doesn't seem like they really had anything close to where she was. She could have just kept kiting, I think. What do you think, Ellen?
Shama's holding on to abnormal. So I think.
Oh, I didn't even know this.
Was that his starting free? That is a big abnormal. That's an 80% cipher. Yeah, that's an 80% cipher abnormal. So now the chance for the survivors to actually win this game is now removed a little bit here. So we're gonna see. He needs to watch out for the Perfumer. Perfumer's gonna come in for the rescue here. Does have Tide Turner to work with, but now the cipher machines are not gonna be primed because of that abnormal play. So Perfumer's gonna get the save. Gonna try to farm. Does farm the Coordinator. And I don't think the Cypher will be ready. So Shaman definitely can secure a potential tie at this point in time. We're going to see AK is just going to last here at this pallet until Tide Turner runs out. They're going to pop the Cyphers pretty soon, but yeah, obviously it's not going to be ready in time here because of that abnormal. That was really crucial.
That was a really clutch abnormal, and she started with abnormal because if you guys look in the bottom right corner, Trump card is still lit up. That means you can still use Trump card. Just like with self-heal, that it doesn't like disappear, it's Tide Turn, doesn't like gray out until you use it. So he still has the Trump card here. He still has the deadliness of the, I'm assuming he was hoping someone was going to be near the shadow, and then there's really nothing good nearby. It was almost like a waste of time to go back here. He needs to check the gate. It'd be unlikely for someone to be.
This is a 3 escape. It's a 3 escape. Dungeon's top broken. This is going to be a tied first round here. 3 survivors out as the mercenary escapes through the dungeon and top broken here. And actually, GR is able to still get a 3 survivor endgame here. Not really sure what Xiaoma was really doing at the end. I feel like you just go straight for back 8. I think he would have had enough time, right? if I'm not mistaken, but he teleported back.
I feel like he would have had enough time. I don't know what happened there at the end. I was more confused. Like, why would you go back? I didn't even have time to think about like the other survivors, but there was really nothing good there. I wonder what his thought process behind that was. Maybe he was like worried that maybe someone's already setting up for dungeon because he knew where dungeon was. So I could see the thought process there. It's just kind of awkward because you don't necessarily know someone's going to be there. It's better to go after someone that just recently popped a Cypher, I would say. But I mean, then again, I'm not the hunter who's playing here. But yeah, overall, really solid match. We saw back-to-back. People are in a tie position, and the survivors come back. They make it so that it is now a winning position. And we saw that 2 times in a row. This time with a satisfying dungeon escape. The mercenary, even with taking a hit, they're so hard to kill, so hard to deal with. There's almost nothing you can do as a hunter. Opera Singer is probably the best one to deal with him, and she couldn't even catch up because, well, I guess it's because she didn't walk straight to execute admittedly, but even if she did, he would owl pat to the dungeon. He would take a hit if he needs to, and he would escape. So super good stuff. Mercenary just being in the right place at the right time. Every once in a while, it messes up the hunter so bad. There's very little that they're going to be able to do. But yeah, it means that we will be going into round 3 today. This is going to be the first round 3 matchup. Everything else has been round 2 over, round 2 over, round 2 over. Finally, we have no one winning in the first round, just a tie. Well, just tie in points. They both won the round, so no one comes out on top. But yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, so it's going to be 4-4 for this first round. As you see the results on the screen here, it was so the first kite was from the cheerleader, which was only, well, it says 84 seconds, but it was pretty short kite overall. But the coordinator is a good character, and that coordinator can essentially force the hunter in some situations to change targets or lose the first survivor that they downed, right? Because you can go for the flare gun after the rescue, gives the survivor a ton of distance, and sometimes forces the hunter to change targets, which in this case is exactly what they needed to go for the win, right? So that it was a very crucial play. And that's why Coordinator is actually just a really good character in general, because Coordinator can really shift games. You can turn a quick down into a more favorable position for the survivor side.
Exactly. Say what you want about Coordinator. I'll always talk a little bit trash about Coordinator because she used to be my most used survivor I've ever played in the game. I used to say she was better than Mercenary for over a year straight. Until Blood Queen came out, and it's like you can never play Coordinator in rank because now you don't know who your opponent is. They could easily go Blood Queen. You're in a lot of trouble then. But one thing I will always stand by with Coordinator that Mercenary will never be able to do, although Mercenary is way better at just living in general, which is what you need nowadays more than Coordinator's rebound. Coordinator will always be the best chair rebounder in this game. There's no doubt about it. You could play forward, you could play batter, but their stuns will never compare. It's expensive to play as forward. You use 1/3 of your ability as batter just to do that, and it's never going to be as long. Flare gun, you dump all your eggs in one basket, which is not a great thing to do, but when the time comes, it sometimes saves games. And it saves games a lot of the times if the person knows how to rebound kite, which nowadays, if you play in rank, people don't really know how to do that. But in this situation, even just running in a straight line is already good enough, and that was amazing. I'd love to see Coordinator get the value that she did right there in that situation.
Run in a straight line. Yeah, that's a good strategy. Yeah, if it's a rip or foggy lane, just run in a straight line, you know. If it's a gamekeeper hook, just run it. If it's a wax artist, just run in a straight line. You know, it's fine.
Well, okay, well, it's an opera singer, not as simple as that. But I mean, I be seeing people, yeah, you're right, run in a straight line when it's gamekeeper. I'm like, why are you running in a straight line? You're right. So not
there's
always.
Some hunters where running a straight line is okay. Some hunters where it's not. Exactly. And so, for those of you who are wondering, make sure you know which hunters to run in a straight line and which hunters not to. Because some hunters, if you run in a straight line, you're probably dying instantly. Yeah.
Yeah, what a positive note to leave off of, Elliot. I really love this.
Exactly. Yeah.
This is amazing.
This is very okay. Since we're slightly off topic here, Psyche, I had a question. I noticed before the match you went to get a water bottle, right? And let me ask you this, Psyche. Do you drink tap water?
No, I never drink out of the faucet. Never.
Psyche, do you know that in the United States of America, tap water is actually drinkable? I don't know if you know
I did. I mean, I give it to my cat. I give it to my dog. They survive. So, they're still alive.
Psyche, are you saying? Okay, well, we're gonna look at the highlights.
We have a montage here. We have to do this later.
我依旧，我现在还在修。不是，我修过奶，我修过奶，我一点没投，一点没投，导出哪里面都行，我走。
C套，我们拼个技能，这个技能有机会拼。
对。
Oh, and we got some fan art here. Looks like the conversation is gonna have to wait later. Looks like for GR, it's the only part I'm able to understand here. For the Hunter, N1E or Nye is what I'm gonna say because it reminds me of the word in Polish, Nye. Beautiful art. What can I say? People are doing a good job. And I believe this has to do with the competition for while COAVII is going on. How if you, I don't know how it works, but if someone could win if you do this art basically, or show the way you support Identify, and you could check it out and follow IDV on it on their socials, and you can learn more about it that way. We got Cacao here from GG. Both sides you're getting some love. We got GR, GG. Once again, hashtag COAVII7. I believe that says support. Pretty sure that says support. I'm not 100% sure. But from what Nello Mello said, the hashtag is hashtag COAVII7 support. So go find them there. But yeah, Ali, hold up. Okay, which survivor is this? I was wondering which survivor this is, or is this just Cacao? Maybe it's just Cacao. I'm probably pronouncing the name wrong. Cacao.
You are.
Cacao. Cacao. We're making chocolate here now.
Good job. Yeah, it's fine. Anyways, yeah, I'm not really sure if this is supposed to be like a survivor character.
I think it's just supposed to be the player.
Yeah, or it could be a painter, because if I never know what it is, it's probably a painter. It's usually what happens. But anyways, into our last one here, we have one for N1E.
Oh, I already did this
in
one.
Polish. Oh yeah, we have the no in Polish.
No in Polish, yeah. I wonder if that's actually how you pronounce it. I wonder.
Yeah.
Yeah. It says "nya" twice there. Yeah, "nya." It's like yeah, but
okay, what am I doing, dude? What am I doing?
Speaking Polish, that's what he's doing.
So everyone who is watching, you just learned a Polish lesson. "Nya," right? Is no in Polish.
No.
Right,
It means no.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, there we go.
It's like "nya." It's like the kid who gets hit by a basket.
I definitely don't think it's that.
All right, you were saying something about tap water?
Oh yeah, Psyche. So why don't you drink tap water?
Well, usually I don't drink water in the first place. What did you just say? Oh, yo, brush check?
We're doing a hair check right now. Yeah.
Hold up. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just brushing.
Psyche, what your hair is so like
puffy. Yes. Yeah. It's gonna be fixed soon. Don't worry. Gonna go bye. But anyway, why don't I drink tap water? I don't drink water in the first place. And then you're probably wondering, like, how are you alive?
That's slightly unhealthy, I would say.
That's slightly unhealthy. Well, I just drink milk every day, or maybe I'll drink from the water fountain at school. That's the only time I drink water. Which I guess when I'm going to school, I do drink it a lot because I don't bring anything to drink. I really at home, I just keep drinking the milk, and I just really like to drink milk. We have a character switch here, a player switch here, switching out full-on survivor side into XMX. There we go. So this is a rescuer player. So did they replace a rescuer with a rescuer in this case? Because they already had one rescuer here. Or am I thinking of GR sitting at the edge of the sea?
I think you're thinking of GR.
I might be thinking of GR. Okay, well, unfortunately, my data table here has GR and GG in random spots. Like, GR is just in between these other teams. Hold up, we gotta find him.
I'm pretty sure it was the other team, but yeah. Anyways, looking into the crowd, we do have some fan support here. We see they're actually using an iPad, so that means they support Psyche's iPad.
I knew you were gonna say that.
IDV, yeah. Which, by the way, I also use an iPad, not a regular iPad. I use an iPad Mini. I think iPad Mini is the perfect balance between a reasonably sized screen and also it's not too big, it's not too small. It's just right, you know. It's just right. It's just the right size.
Fair enough. Each to their own preference. I get it.
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah.
So yeah. I'm sorry, Ellie, but I don't drink water. I be drinking milk. I sometimes drink juice every once in a while, but it's like mostly milk. Yeah, I guess tea. I drink tea.
What is it? The one tea that you had that has like the sugar?
Arizona.
In it?
Arizona.
Yeah.
There you go, Arizona. So I'll drink like the tea that my mom, if my mom ever buys that, or like some other juice that she buys, I always drink that. But no, I almost never drink water. The only reason I'm drinking water right now is because I got super lazy and I don't feel like preparing myself 3 cups of tea today. So we got ourselves a water bottle today. It's also because, I mean, it's a good question, Ellie. I don't know why our family doesn't drink from the tap water. I don't know anyone who drinks from the tap water.
I do occasionally.
You do occasionally? All right, fair enough.
If I need water in a quick instance, I'll just get tap water. I mean, it's really it's sanitary. It's fine. I don't see the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know enough about it to confidently say, oh, it's bad to drink. I don't know anything about it, actually. The only thing I know is that in Chicago, I forgot the chemical. It has to do something with, man, everyone's going to like hop on because I said something about chemical and chemistry. But something about calcium it makes the water white. And so if you look at like water around Chicago, which is where I'm at right now, it has a lot of calcium in it. Calcium something, not just calcium, obviously, because that would just be toxic. But it's combined with something else. Like it's basically like a white rock, makes the water white, and then it's like doesn't look too healthy, so.
We'll revisit that in a minute. Getting to our band picks here, we do have the Seer and the Coordinators. The first 2 bands for N1E here. Opera Singer, of course, is going to be the band. Will be the Hunter band here. It looks like Antiquarian and the Patient here. So Antiquarian, obviously a character that a lot of these teams will pick up early on here, and it looks like yeah, Patient as well. So I wonder what N13 or N1E will be going. Nia will be going with here. What did you say? N1E? We'll be going with here for the next round in terms of Hunter selection. Of course, Dancer and Wildling off the table. Looks like they're actually going to go Gravekeeper. So prioritizing Gravekeeper over First Officer could be something like Anne, potentially. Some character, yeah, some character that maybe Officer would not be as good against.
Hey, yo, people bowing down to some player on their iPad screen. That's crazy. All right, and we're going to have PPXIA picking their last survivor. Well, Pishao. They might not necessarily play the survivor, so. Sha?
PP Sha.
PP Sha. Gotcha. All right, so don't take this.
Think about it like this. Like IA is makes a ya, right? And then X in Chinese is like a SH sound, like sh, like sha, PP Sha.
Shush. So if I want to say shush in Chinese, it would have to be XUX. Shush.
That's not how.
Or would it be shush?
That's not.
There was an attempt.
That's not a word in Chinese. Anyways,
there was an attempt.
Emergency Gardener. Emergency Gardener is the last character here. Yeah, I wonder what N1E's gonna end up with here on Arms Factory. So looking at this team composition, pretty solid overall. With Opera Singer off the table, Gardener's a little bit curious, considering that Gardener is typically used just for the Opera Singer. But I don't know. Antiquarian obviously is a good pickup. It will be banned in the later rounds, as it was in the first 2 here. Selected in the first 2 characters. Let's see what the Hunter
is. It is curious indeed. I'm not sure what is gonna happen here. I'm from Australia now, but anyway. Yeah, I don't know. The Gardener is interesting. We could see like some rocket ship support. Like if the Gardener is nearby, it's possible. It saves a little bit of time, but it has to be worth it because you have to remember you're not doing a cipher either while you're doing that. That could waste more time than it helps, all things considered. So we'll see here, Naiad, an interesting pick. It's more of like a tie character. You don't like see this character being picked for wins mainly. But she is really annoying to deal with. If you don't have the right area, if you don't have like the right survivor, kind of like Anne in a way, except I would say Naiad has more win potential, definitely a lot more mobility. Like we saw earlier, people play Naiad. If you can nail the accuracy of the dashes from a far range and just never hit an obstacle on your way with a dash, always, what's the word I'm looking for? Like pixel perfect. There we go, pixel perfect. Aiming the dashes, never crashing into things. Like I'm always crashing into things with the dash. And if you get that, you can get some insane mobility with Naiad, and you could get yourself a win, stop people from getting out of gates last second. A little bit better than Anne, but Anne of course is more reliable, I would say. And here we go. This is a pretty typical spawn, not spawning in the corners because of the cipher block.
not spawning in corners because of the issues it causes with transition, makes it more difficult to waste Hunter's time just by walking in a straight line. You don't really get that option if you spawn in a corner. And typically the corners have the good area, so you don't even want to leave the corner, which means you're losing even more transition time because you're forced to just wait and let the Hunter come to you. So Insolence, Blink, this is a typical Naya run build you see nowadays. Just played safe. The dash is a huge difference maker with Naya nowadays. But yeah, here we go. Going into the first match, me and Ellie, Psyche and Ellie, commentating round 2, first half. We got GR and GG. Let's see what happens.
So you're gonna go straight over towards sandbags. Immediately finding the Patient here. Patient, pretty effective kiter against Naiad if used properly. Also has Flywheel to work with too, so definitely prepared for this Naiad kite. Patient's gonna want to use this pallet and then go right towards sandbags so they don't interrupt the Survivor decoding at factory. Looks like that is gonna be the case here. Just gonna continue to loop around here though. Potentially kiting through 2 ciphers. Factory and middle 3 pallet both have Survivors.
Is he gonna hook through the hole?
Go to factory. Yeah,
nice. Nice, that was super clean. We like to see that. Might switch targets here. I love this lag.
Through the barrels.
Right through the barrels. Jinx?
Oh, miss! Okay. Miss stun there from the Antiquarian, and that's actually going to be a big misstep considering that Antiquarian usually a pretty effective kiter against Naiad. Once they pull back the trident, you can just stun them and they can't hit you. But now, that's not going to be the case. That first hit is already down. Blink is now available. Insolence is available as well. We're going to see another stun. Another miss.
Once again.
Walking into the rock.
That was definitely a great start that the Patient, but then that ending made it a lot weaker now for the Survivors. It was unfortunate for sure, because that's the thing with Antiquarian. If you're barely off, you're gonna be looking at that like, how did that not count as a stun? And I'm sure PP Xiao, or however it was pronounced, is questioning that right now, because that first stun, I'm amazed that that wall wasn't close enough to count as a stun. That ripped off him so much that he wasn't even ready to do a second stun. He was just like, what? I'm getting hit right now? And after that, he didn't have anything to stun into a wall. So that's the important thing with Anti. You really got to stay by a wall close enough, at least, so that the Naiad will get pushed into it. And like Ellie said, disarm her, but that did not happen. So yeah,
I was not able to get the disarm off. So
wow. Okay, so we're not even gonna see a rescue here before half. Are we gonna see a rescue at all here?
Looks like Gripkeeper is gonna come for an after half save here. Gonna build up a lot of water. Grape could just take the 100% water shovel hit. Oh, doesn't really? I feel like Grape could have just let the water get to 100 and taken the hit, right? And then gone for the rescue.
Yeah, but that you can do that, and then for 5 seconds you can't get water on you, which is a big deal. Something that you know, I don't want to say people forget about, but oh my god, did he just swing and miss?
Oh,
did he just swing
the
harpoon and miss?
He missed.
That's awful. So the Hunter literally just circled him and he swung and missed, unfortunately. It's almost, man, if that was on purpose, that is some extreme talent and predictability from Nye right here, from GR Hunter. That is insane. Absolutely crazy to think about. And Gravekeeper is going to be going down. Antiquarian is going to be on chair. Now, sometimes it's okay if the rescuer takes double hit. Let's say you're like down to 1 cipher. Oh, it's all right, because we can have someone else fill that cipher in while someone else rescues for the second time. But here's the problem. We don't have someone dying on the chair the second time because we're already dead. Gravekeeper needs to be helping out on ciphers. And if the Gravekeeper is not helping out on ciphers, then people have to help him out. And then that's even more people not decoding. And it causes a domino effect, all because of that unfortunate rescue that happened tonight. Is a tough Hunter though. She's really tough Hunter to rescue from, all things considered. So yeah, we will see how things go here. We got, wow, this is a great start already. In fact, this might be an immediate down. No, okay, great reaction time from the Gardener there, immediately leaving Shed from the closest exit possible. Gonna still live with 10% water remaining, slowly dragging it down, but man, Naiad is only a matter of time away before she gets that hit in, before she gets that something in. Wow, so if only the harpoon was positioned a little bit better, it could have blocked that window, then she could be gaining water, but no. Unfortunately, no, just like his name, Nie, in Polish, means no. But
I don't think
I'll stop.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely not. That's definitely not a reference.
Yeah, we're gonna see the Gardener is gonna get down here. Still 3 ciphers remaining, but 2 of them are about to be finished here, and the last one at 54%. So Sarvis could still tie here. Gravekeeper already expanded the Tide Turner, but does have a shovel to work with. So we're gonna see the pop. Patient trying to pop the Cypher Machine, not able to do so. It's 93% of the way done here. And I'm just going to go ahead and water it off. And Gravekeeper, I think, is going to go for after half rescue, potentially. Patient's going to pop and actually
take damage.
Could have actually flywheel,
Yeah.
but I guess, nope. He's just going to rush to the last Cypher Machine now.
He's hooking down in the bottom left corner. He's just hooking. Looks like he's just priority. He's just getting that Cypher done. Smart. Very smart from the Survivor here to be prioritizing that. But unfortunately, Gravekeeper's found already? What happened here? Yikes.
Yeah, Gravekeeper does get
really
found a
needed to
little
last
bit.
as long as possible.
Yeah, they get fined too early here. We're going to see Knight trying to water up this area. Tries to get the dash. Does get the first dash here, but the Trident, the pullback was actually outside the range here. Gravekeeper is not going to take any water hits at all here. Excellent job from the Grave to make this rescue.
Well done.
Cypher Machine 75 here. Needs to make sure that the Gardener doesn't go down. Pull back the Trident. Hits the bubble.
Oh,
That's a
she's
really
alive.
big bubble. And that's actually going to mean, I think, that the Gardener can kite until the Cypher Machine is going to be primed. That is a huge bubble play from the Gardener here. We're going to see Nia's going to try to either hit or water. Gonna water. She can just vault the window. Go for the pop.
Wait,
go
but
for the
she's
vault.
right next to the window.
Does she
Yeah.
make it? Yeah, she's going to be fine here.
Of course she makes it. Easily makes it. Wow, so all she needs to do now is the last 20
And the
seconds.
dungeon's
And look
here.
at that. The gate's already being opened. Dungeon is here. You're right. You're right.
And has
Ali, this
flywheel
will go
and
their way.
has flywheel. Could also potentially get a bubble here. Gonna try to go for the pallet. Trying to build up the bubble. Needs the
she's
flywheel
on
to water.
cooldown. I'm
She
not
has
sure.
flywheel, but she does have flywheel, right? So she could needs the flywheel this way here. Oh, flywheel's a bit early. Misses the
What? What?
Misses the blink. It swings through the Survivor.
How did that not count? I almost feel like I'm playing the match now. I'm speechless. What just happened? How? She blinked past the Gardener. That's literally what happened. Like she waited for the flywheel, then
The Trident went through the Gardener's face. I don't understand how that even.
Yo, Dash, can we get a replay on that? Could you guys?
No,
could you guys
it'll
read
show up on
that?
the stream. I'm gonna wait for the stream to catch up, and we'll look at it. That I believe,
Oh.
from what I recall, that went through the Gardener's, like literally just went.
That
like-
went through her skull and she's still alive. Man, that's
That is
ridiculous.
crazy.
I don't know what to say. Listen, the Hunter got ripped off. I need to see the Hunter's reaction. Now we gotta go see the Hunter's reaction after this, but
I would have quit the game.
what is this? You would have
I
quit the
would've
game.
quit the
I would have just like
Indefinitely.
just the freaking phone on the table. What is this? A mana rematch. That is a scam. I'm reading the chat now. I'm waiting. Like something about having a delay.
We gotta wait for the stream to
It's
catch
just
up. But
like
yeah,
they
that-
don't even know yet.
You guys don't even know what's going
yet.
on. We're in the future. You guys are in the past, bro. Y'all don't even know what's about to happen.
Look, everyone's cheering on
Yeah.
Gardener. You won't even know how much this night is gonna get scammed by the Gardener.
They don't even know what's about to happen. Yeah, it's actually crazy. We're just looking at the chat right now, and people are like, Gardener's now
It's
getting
hard to
shared.
tie exact quotes. Wait until you see what happens.
Wait till you see what happens. Yeah, that's insane.
Gosh.
Wow.
Well, while we wait, let's think about what happened there. I don't understand it. Again, the only thing I can think of is maybe she blinked barely too early where it's still kind of the hit on the flywheel. That's the only thing I can think of, but there's no way she flywheeled so early, Ellie. You saw that. You saw that. So again, we're gonna look back, but it looks like it's either in the wrong direction. And to be fair, how did that happen though? Because Knight's harpoon is pretty wide. It has a pretty wide hitbox. So I don't see how that would happen.
Yeah, that's why it doesn't really make sense. You know, maybe if it was something like I don't know, who has a not wide hitbox? Maybe if it was the left side of a photographer, right? Is that right? The left side.
Really? I didn't know that little thing. I was thinking more like opera singer.
Isn't photographer? Okay, photographer holds the sword in which hand? The left hand, right?
Yeah, he's left-handed.
And then when he swings, he has a really large hitbox on the right side. He covers that whole
Is that
area,
really
but then
the
the
way it
left side,
works?
yeah, it is. And then the left side is really, so he covers basically like from here to like here, but then like this little area over here is like not covered by the swing. It's really weird.
I thought it was
I don't
just
really know
directly in
explain it.
front of him, like a box in front of him. That's the way I pictured it all the time.
No, that's a little weird.
We're getting to the part, Elliot.
I've been forced into playing enough photo on stream where I've actually strangely know what photo is Okay, let's look at this replay here. Yeah, no way. There's just no way.
So
There's
basically,
no way.
So he was in front of her, and the Garner was barely on his left, and it didn't count as a hit. But she was literally on his left. They were hugging each other. They were practically hugging each other, and it didn't count as a hit, which I can believe that. But that is literally a pixel difference between getting hit there and getting knocked down there. And I could see the Hunter's reaction. He was literally like, he was jaw dropped. And like as it was happening, even when it was over, he's still like, that was a scam. What can I say? Let's read the chat now. 18 carried. What are you talking about? What was that hitbox would be the better question. Okay, but no, he played really well there. It's just the ending. It's like, okay, he flywheeled early. All right, that's it. That should be the end of the kite. All right, he messed up the flywheel. That should be it. No, it wasn't it. I don't know. I don't know what happened. Ellie's looking at his phone. He's probably reading all the comments right now. He's like,
I was looking at
Ellie,
the
read one
replay.
out.
I'm looking at the,
oh,
the
okay.
replay. That just doesn't even make sense. Like, I mean, like, I get maybe he's slightly too far to the left, but I feel like that should register. I don't know. That's
So
crazy.
I know people in the chat will always say stuff like, "Oh, how did that not count as a hit?" or "How did that not count as what is this broken hitbox?" Usually when people say that and I look at it, it's like, okay, that's normal. I do that all the time with Survivor when I'm like baiting the hunter to swing and just walk barely out of range. Like, but that was different. That was built different. That was actual ripoff, and it happens sometimes.
Yeah, that was. I don't even know how to explain it. I feel like that should have registered as a hit. Also, the Naiad even got stuck after missing the swing. The Naiad got stuck for a second as well and couldn't move too. That was a little. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, Psyche.
I feel like maybe he like tried to hold and then his finger was just going crazy. He didn't grab the joystick in time. I could see it. That was a ripoff. This is not a one-person kill for GR. I don't mean to sound biased here, but to be fair, that was ridiculous. That was ridiculous to not have that count as a hit in that moment. This definitely should have been a tie. And then they would have been, at least GR would have been in a much better situation. Now they're walking out with a loss on their hands. A 2-point advantage now goes to GG. 2-point profit, but technically 3-point difference, and then a 1-point lead. I mean, it's a huge loss. It's a huge loss overall. It's just a little bit. Might cost them 2 points is a big deal in this game. Maybe not in like things like basketball, because you look at basketball and they're like constantly going back and forth, shooting hoops on each other's side. But I mean, in Identity 5, you look at Identity 5, like those 2 points are worth gold right there. So I'm a little bit worried for GR here. I don't remember who's in the lead now. Ellie, do you remember who's in the lead? Ellie's probably still looking at that replay. He's like sending it on his Instagram.
GG is now in the lead with that 3 escape. So Shama's going to try to play for a tie here. GG is now up 2 points after that 3-1 situation.
Oh yeah, you're right, because they tied the first rounds. Okay, so round 1, nothing really happened. We had wins from both sides, so no one really amounted to anything much. It's basically everyone's at the same amount of points. Basically, could be 0 points, may as well be. And now, because of that win, GG is now in a much better spot, and then GR is walking out of there like, seriously? Now we got a win to match that? And so that's unfortunate. They have a couple global bans here. Perfumer, Cheerleader. While the Perfumer is not that big, the Cheerleader might cause some issues later down the line. Now, Arms Factory, it's not like on Arms Factory you're gonna have like that amazing spots to play Aeroplanist on. But Aeroplanist would still be a good survivor regardless with Cheerleader combined, so it's a shame to not have the combination together. But you can definitely still play Aeroplanist on your own. You don't need to play him with a Cheerleader. But Explorer Dancer is going to be the first pick. This is interesting. Explorer ban. That's really odd. Hold up, let me check what he plays. Is it just like Hunter's? Why would this be? Nightwatch Guard 26. Okay, all right. Banning the Dancer, banning the Explorer. Maybe a bomb on here. I mean, it's a fat chance.
Well, we've seen Shama play Bon a lot actually, so that could definitely be an option. Never mind, I'm just dumb. Thank you, Ellie.
And yeah, no problem. So that definitely could be an option here. So yeah, Shama also has things like Bloody Queen, could also be a potential possibility, and could be a potential possibility. So yeah, looks like we're gonna see Coordinator definitely in preparation of the Bonbon. Seer is there because obviously Seer is good against things like Bloody Queen. Airplane is pretty good in general. So yeah.
Definitely, for sure. I mean, they may as well take the good start. This is a pretty ancient Survivor lineup. The only one that's not ancient is what's his name? Is Aeroplanist, and then everything else could be like Season 3 Survivor and earlier. That's when Seer released, at least. Season 3, I believe, right? Am I going crazy? Season 3.
I did
same
not play
season
Season
as
3, so I would not know.
Dang. Ellie, to me, you're like an ancient player. How did you not play since Season 1?
I know, everybody thinks I'm an ancient player, but I actually didn't begin until Season 8 was my first season. And my first competitive season was actually Season 11. So I actually did not play. So I played Season 8, Season 9. I did not play at all Season 10. And then I started playing competitively, or at least like rank grinding in Season 11. So I didn't actually start playing this game seriously until Season 11. And a lot of people are so surprised. They're like, oh, I thought you were like Season 1 player. But I'm like, no, I'm Season 11. I'm actually not.
Well,
yeah.
I must be a fool here. I'm the only one who's a fool here because he went Bomba here. And if you look at his next bands, Patient, First Officer, those are pretty big Survivor counters to Bomba. Patient especially. First Officer, I'm not as big of a fan of because you don't exactly want to be going down, so I don't really like the idea of just getting a guaranteed rescue off just to die afterwards. It really depends on the situation. If you just needed a rescue with Hyde and then you guys have the Cyrus pop, it's a different story. Coordinator though, gonna be literally one of the best stars against Bomban. If not, in terms of just Coordinator matchups, what is the best hunter you could go against? I always say Bomban because Bomban has no great long range ability. Bomban has no speed ability. Once you shoot a Bomban, it's not like he can control other abilities that are going on. He needs to combine them together. So when he drops one bomb, you can see that, you can shoot him. Now that bomb is wasted because he wasn't able to follow up with it. So Bomban is a combo hunter, and what breaks combos better than a flare gun? What can I say? Pretty standard spawn here though. Once again, not spawning in corners so that they don't get cipher blocked very easily. They're also guaranteeing themselves transition time because in the places they spawn, besides Mercenary, in every place that these survivors spawn, it's not a great place to kite. So what they're going to do is they're going to transition out of there to a different good kiting area. What that does is like, well, Psyche, what's the point of that then? The point is that the hunter has to walk after them, and that's wasting time while everyone else is decoding. And before your kite even starts, your teammates already decoded, and all you did was just walk. So that's the idea. There is a really huge advantage, and it's anytime I see people not take advantage of it in rank, it's a huge disadvantage. And so that's at least what I've learned from my experience. But of course, I could be wrong in the future. But for now, this is what we're dealing with, and here we go. We got GG Bonbon, typical Bonbon match going against GR. Let's see this, Ellie.
It looks like we're gonna see that Shama is immediately going for the Seer here. We'll be seeking out a tie for this round, considering that the survivors were able to get 3 escape. Already gonna change targets. Actually, just gonna leave the Seer, gonna go towards front gate. This is the location of AK the Coordinator, so a less ideal target, but at least you get one of those rescuers out of the way, so that could definitely be optimal here. Yeah, just gonna take down these pallets. Coordinator kite in this area as much as possible. Trying to break line of sight. Oh, Bonbon maybe leaving? Nope.
Maybe dropping
actually
these
losing
pallets
sight
a
of the
little bit too
Coordinator.
early. Okay, well,
He actually loses sight of the coordinator, so it does buy some time here. We're going to see the first bomb here. Is able to get that first ship onto the Coordinator. Has a lot of bombs ready here. There's the second one. That one's not going to hit. Does not have excitement, so Coordinator is going to wait to use the flare gun maybe right about now. Yeah, there it is.
Clean, well done. He had nowhere to hide behind. He could have, I guess, gone backwards to try to hide behind that corner, but it was just too far away.
Yep.
But yeah. Nice blink there. It is gonna, normally the blinks are, oh, okay. I'm not sure if there's like a slight miscommunication there. There was probably a slight miscommunication there, all things considered. But that's your owl will, okay, just disappear. Or did he get damaged? I'm not sure. Either way, running out in the open, I don't know about that. I felt like if you're gonna die, at least make him use abilities. Because look at
this is the #1 downside with Bonbon is if people don't give you basic hits. Like, look at that. He was running out of bombs. He had like 1 bomb left when he killed that coordinator. So if that coordinator just stayed by the window, it would have bombed more time for sure. But we'll see here. It's not over yet. They did get a decent amount of severs, but not as much as they would have wanted to make this rescue worth it. That being said, though, they could still go for it. And yeah, we'll look back more on the match later. But for now, we're focusing on right now. And yeah, right now, coordinator is going to be going past half, it looks like, Ellie.
That is going to be the case here. Yeah, I mean, they don't obviously have a safe rescuer. Mercenary is a good rescue character, but not safe against Bonbon by any means. So it looks like we're going to see Mercenary is staying near middle, potentially feeding Tinnitus. Will he attempt a rescue at all here, or is he just going to sell this survivor, maybe try to play for an endgame dungeon kite? Mercenary and Airplane is both very strong in the late game for kiting. Seer not so much though, but it looks like we're gonna see, yeah, Mercenary just gonna continue to feed Tinnitus. I don't think is gonna even attempt any rescue at this point.
And I say that. Wait,
what?
Why?
He goes for that save,
for it anyway.
I guess he thought the Bonbon wasn't gonna pay attention or wasn't looking, and it was a huge risk play that does not pay off. And now all of a sudden, what looked like would be a tie game, maybe could be a potential winning game. We're going to see the control box. He is able to avoid all these, though, at least, yeah. So I guess it still will be tied. But this really significantly weakens their end game potential as well.
I mean, I see the potential, because if she does manage to rebound, I mean, the Severs are not that far behind. It's just like you said, Ellie, you know, it's not that hard to now go after Mercenary at any point in this game. So we will see, it's just gonna be all about, can they nail this rescue? You know, something else to think about here, guys, is it's not just Mercenary going down and like, oh, we're gonna rescue him and then pop. It's not that simple. This is Bonbon we're talking about. So things could go wrong really fast. So that definitely costed them. But now that Mercenary is gonna go down, where normally if he didn't go for it, he definitely would have been winning.
Also, the other thing is Shoma just needs a tie anyway, so he's perfectly fine with this situation. He's able to chip the Mercenary down. He's just going to hold blink. If they're going to pop, he's going to blink and secure the down just like that. That's going to be the tie game for sure. I guess there's a chance he could try to stop the X gate from being open, but I think he's just going to hold on to this tied game here and win the round for GG. Trying to move over 70%.
It's not that far off.
80%, 90%. No, they're going to make it.
It's so close, but oh well. It's all right. He, like Ellie said, he really only needed a tie here. And all things considered, that was a great, a decent game for the Hunter. He just really he got what he wanted. That's really the most important thing. All about COAVII. Ties matter a lot in this game, so do not underestimate the power of a tie.
They do matter a lot, especially in a situation where your team was able to get a 3 escape. So definitely really important. GG taking this, well, pretty lucky 3 escape, but GG taking this victory in the second round here. This is going to put him up 1-0 in terms of rounds. So yeah, again, we talked about this matchup. GG, obviously, this will be a very close match between these two teams, but GG definitely being the favorite team here. You can see so far that's exactly what it appears to be showing.
I mean, whether that be the support or just RNGesus himself coming down from the heavens and raining, hello, today will be your lucky day to avoid this blink. Whatever it may be, they're definitely getting away with it for now, because that means that GG is walking away with a win in round 2, and they're gonna be. Here's the thing: it's still up to points, and in reality, GG is only up 2 points. But if they just keep tying, then that's it. That's over for GR, and they're going to lose to a really sad blink. That really shouldn't have happened the way it did. But we will see here. I mean, who knows? The thing about it is that it's a very lucky... Sometimes this game does have lucky moments, and just as bad of a thing could happen to the next survivor, to GG next. So we'll see. It's not over till it's over. We'll see. Ellie, yeah, I always think that you're sitting on like a sponge. Your chair looks like a sponge or like a block of cheese.
It's a block of cheese. No, it's a block of cheese.
No.
It is a block of cheese. Look, do you see this, Psyche? Look, do you see the block of cheese? Go
it's just a chair with leopard trim, but it looks like a sponge to me.
No, it's actually a giant sponge.
You use that to clean your bathrooms?
Yeah.
Damn, that's efficient.
I use it for commentation. So
All right, guys, but here we go.
Saving money, you know.
Saving money, live better, Walmart. And here we go. We got coordinator, typical, like these weren't super long kites. But here's the thing. What this kite doesn't show is the amount of time the coordinator wasted just hiding. And so it seems like the kite wasn't that great. It seems like a losing kite, but in reality, that was a tie and potentially even a win. Had there been like, okay, well, let's say he saved those pallets, because there is such thing in this game where if you have too much distance, well, like you guys saw there, the coordinator dropped all the pallets. He had slow pallet breaking. The pallets didn't do anything for him because he just has to stand behind the wall and see what the hunter's next move is. So if you have too much distance, there's a certain point where you have to stop and see where the hunter's going next, because if you don't, you have a 50% chance of running right into them if you're not waiting to see what side of the wall they're walking around. So that's what the coordinator did. That is the right move. The only problem is that she kind of used her resources in a situation she didn't need them, and then that hurt her later on, especially like when she went back to that same area. I had a feeling that was going to happen, that of course she's going to go back to the same area, and she really needed those pallets when they were all gone, and she used them all early on. So a little bit of like a lesson about holding on to your resources while you still have them. Maybe just using the windows, those 2 windows in the back. No one ever uses them, but those are really solid if you just need to go in a straight line to avoid bombs. The bomb is just trying to put on like a pallet or something that they think that you might be camping. So that could work well too. But either way, yeah, this could definitely still go either way. It's a 2-point difference, so we will see. But yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, so definitely a possibility for GR to make this comeback. But so far, GG looking pretty strong. The survivors in the first round were almost able to get a win against the opera singer. And honestly, GR has only barely managed to kind of hold on to this game thus far. Because if you think about it, GG almost had a 3 escape in the first round, and then GR only barely managed to get a 3 escape. No, wait. Yeah. No, GR had a solidified 3 escape. GG had a solidified 3 escape. GR only managed to barely get the 3 escape with the dungeon at the end after the abnormal play. And then in the next round here, that was a pretty convincing tie from Shama, and then the survivors, well, I guess that was a bit unfortunate for the Hunter side with the blink. But overall, I think GG definitely looks like they're playing better than GR in reality. But we're gonna look at the highlights here for this second round.
大本椅子那边，打在建筑后，大房那个闪开，你闪开，你不让去蹲。走了，在往里面走了。提升好了的。看我，看了，谁给了？我修大房去了，去修，交个喷去。OK。倒中场，留不了，打吧你，下不了。 打吧，就一波。到时候我还是直接。好高啊！别搞我！开小门。
And there we go. Those are some pretty major highlights that we just saw. It really is what made the game the way it shaped itself. And yeah, just getting what you want, just getting that tie, what you need is all you really need, pretty much. Simple as that. Wise words, what can I say? And guys, here we go. We have, this is a extremely detailed piece of art right here of the Bloodbath skin for Blood Queen. Man, I remember All For One would always wear this skin every time he played in rank. Brings back memories for sure. If you guys want to compete in this competition, send your art or your cosplays or anything artistic to Identify, and you could win I think it was a Ellie keychain, I think it was, and some essences. Just write hashtag COAVII. It was a Ellie, like Eli. Sorry, Seer.
Or like a Seer.
Seer, Tiger.
Say Seer.
Yeah.
I'm not too familiar with the names, you know. So.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to give me the character names, not the lore names.
Ellie.
So,
a lot of people know by Ellie. Here's another great piece of artwork here. This one has PP Xiao. I mean, I already forgot how to say it. Along with GG in the description. So obviously supporter for GG. And if you guys want to submit your own art or check out some other art, go ahead and type COAVII7 support. Are you scratching yourself with a back scratcher?
That's correct. You ever seen that?
Man.
You ever seen that one clip where it's like Spectra or something? I don't actually remember what that was from, but I just remember that. I don't actually know.
All right.
Who was that? I don't know. Anyways, I had an itch. Don't worry about it.
I got you.
I think
Alright,
the sponge is making my back itchy. So
the sponge, it's like soaking it up, it all up. All right. That being said, guys, we are down to round 3. This could be potentially the last round. Most likely it's going to be the last round, but we will see. It is possible for GG to lose this round, and well, it would have to be losing by points, and the points would have to be tied exactly for us to go into round 4. Chances are it's not going to go into that. So what are we looking for here? What's the win condition for our teams? Well, first we have to see what the first match is, but what are we looking at right now with the points, Ellie?
GG is just looking for a tie for this round. If GG is able to tie this round or win, then they will be the victors. And then for, looks like we're going to see Fulan's going to be subbed out.
So
XMX is subbed out. Yeah, so Fulan's going back in for the third round. Okay, win condition essentially is if GG ties this round or wins this round, they're the victors. GR has to win the round no matter what. They have to win the round. If they win the round by 2 points, then it's tied. Everything's tied up. If they win by more than 2 points, they're the victors. So GR has to win the round, where GG only has to tie the round. That's the condition here.
Not exactly forgiving conditions, because even if you get that win, it's not over yet. All you did was really just tie it again. So for all they know, GG could take it back and just get their own 1-person escape. And well, it would have to be more than the other team gains. So one team escape, 1-person escape would not be enough. They would then lose. So even if they get like a win after GG, like let's say GR gets a win right here, just to match GG from last time, and then we got the other team matching back again with another win, and then it's over. So they have to do well both rounds. It's not going to be an option to drop a round this time. All the previous rounds, this is like the one annoyance with tournaments that I have. If you had a lot of rounds where everyone was playing really well, like round 1, everyone was playing super well as Survivor on both sides, and it just sucks that essentially nothing happened round 1. If you really wanted to, you could skip round 1 and nothing would be different. The only difference is that now it's up to points rather than whoever wins the round. That's the only difference round 1 made.
I think someone asked if this is the finals. I'm not sure they were talking about it. This is definitely not even remotely close to the finals. So
no, we are really far away, dude. If you asked me, Taiki, how long are you gonna be here? Oh man, we're not even halfway done, and we got 12 more days left. 16 more days left. There's a break between the brackets and the groups. That is so much time.
There's 10 days plus 4 days. There's a lot of days. Yeah.
There is a lot of days.
We are in day 2 of 14. So that's
day 2 of 14.
Yeah.
Exactly.
There you go.
And guess how many teams get eliminated by the 14th day? Only 4 out of 20 teams. There's still 16 teams. Now, granted, the next stage is going to be eliminating much faster. But from what I saw on the schedule, it's like the bracket stage is going to have, I think, like a few days break in between the group and the bracket. And so that's just adding extra days. And so we got a long while to go. We are nowhere close. This is more like, I like to look at this more like the fun portion of the tournament. You know, you lose one, it's all right. As long as you win a single match in your group, you don't get eliminated, pretty much. The only way you get eliminated is if you lose every single match. Because if you think about it, if you have 5 teams in your group, then there's going to be one team that wins all 4 matches. There's going to be one team that wins 3 and loses 1. There's going to be a team that wins 2 and loses 2. There's going to be a team that wins 1 and then loses 3, because for every win there must be a loss, and in the end someone is going to lose all 4 and be eliminated. So that's really the only scary person, the only scary thing. Yes. What's the question?
You know what? I'll ask you the question after we get into this.
Gotcha.
Into this. Yeah. Anyways,
in the meantime, yes, go ahead.
Fan picks. We do have entomologist and psychologist as the first 2 here. Gravekeeper as the third option. Looks like coordinator will be the final ban here for N1E, and the novelist as well here. So pretty interesting choice with the novelist. Opera singer and Dream Witch both off the table here, which means the Naiad is now open and available for N13. Let's see if that's something they're going to opt to go with, or if they're going to go with a different character. Yeah, with Mercenary off the table, forced to go into Gravekeeper instead here.
Not a terrible pick.
Yeah, not terrible.
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh,
Yeah, I thought you had more to say. And yeah, Nayad
Sorry.
here. Once again, we're gonna see. I believe we already saw GR Hunter go Nayad already. In fact, yep, that was the match he got ripped off. Yeah, I remember that. Remember that, NetEase? No, you don't remember that. We're ignoring that. Okay, I'm just messing around. But jokes aside, this is like there's a lot of places where Nayad herself can move around with her dashes. I wouldn't be surprised if he's taking insolence again. It would be a huge deal if you could get dashes early on as Nayad. It makes a huge impact on your kite because if you don't have the dash on the first chase, it's a lot easier for Survivor to like, even window boosts are really good at just splitting apart from the Hunter. So really typical spawns here. I feel like this is like the main reason you don't really see Moonlit anymore. Moonlit used to be one of the most popular maps in tournaments. Ever since they added spawn selection, no one goes Moonlit anymore, it seems. And it's because of these like busted spawns. You always have someone spawning in each corner in the top right and then bottom left. And normally I say, all right, don't spawn in corners because it ruins transition time. So then why is it okay here, Psyche? Because there's a roller coaster. So what you do is instead of like moving across the map, you're moving just in the same spot, and there's no way the Hunter can cut you off. So really, transition is not about moving on the map. Transition is more about moving away from the Hunter so that they can't cut you off. And when it comes to Fort Stop especially, you can walk in a direction that the Hunter cannot follow you, and they just have to go after you. They can't cut you off. They just have to follow your footsteps, and it's literally that simple. Very unfortunate. Ever since they added that spawn selection for Moonlit, it's been unfortunate for Hunters. But yeah, here we go. Going into the final, potentially final round of the first half. With me is LAO, and we will be commentating with you guys. Let's see what happens.
Looks like we're going to see Entomologist chase first instead of that Psychologist at first stop. Entomologist is going to rotate all the way to this other side of the map here. Going to make sure the bees don't go down. It's going to use this pallet and the 2 pallets in the window here. This is a pretty good kiting area to locate at. But then I just going to maybe loop off this area with the trident there.
Let's see here. I like the idea here. He's looking around for someone else. So, I mean, I suppose it is an unfortunate area for Nayad. It is one of the better areas on Moonlit in general. So if he can find an easier target, which it seems like the Hunter just had this keen sense of knowing where the target was. Look at this, guys. Okay, looks like Novels didn't realize he blocked off this area. So on paper, it looked like it was a good play because it's like, okay, he's doing the play where you walk past the harpoon and you essentially negate
Flywheel's
that
100 water there and gets the
Great
switch.
flywheel.
That's going to give him a stupid swing into the pallet here. That is a really big play. He's going to have to use a blink for the first hit. I think that's perfectly fine for the Novelist, considering they're able to avoid the 100 water and force out the train in the process.
Exactly, precisely. And that Novelist would have been stuck in that area had he not had that book. So in this situation, the book was amazing. I don't know why he's still staying in the same areas, though. At least he should at least go to an area where the bees will be good and out of the water. But now neither is really happening. He got caught in the water. The bees are not really doing much. He has another book, so then actually the bees now do really well. So thankfully he got that book. Without that book, I don't know what would have happened. Probably not good results. Can he survive here? No! Look at how close he was.
Yeah,
he
just
almost
barely.
escaped the water.
And while this does seem like a very good first type, because the Entomologist was supporting her Cypher machine, I believe is only 40% of the way done here. So that means the Cyphers are actually not quite far enough for a win, even though typically this would be the case. Looks like we're going to see... And actually, the Entomologist support ended up not mattering too much, right? So I think in reality, if Entomologist had pushed the Cypher a little bit more instead of harassing that much, the Cypher might have been almost prime.
Indeed. But it's like this little stuff is gonna matter in the long run. So while it may not seem big right now, it will make a huge difference later. Well played from the Gravekeeper. They're purposely taking the water damage so that he's not getting water for the next 5 seconds. Little neat mechanic for those of you who don't know this, but when you take water damage, you can't take more water for the next 5 seconds. So Gravekeeper abused that fact. And now we're gonna have PP Shah. I forgot how to pronounce the name. Dying in the corner here. Just to increase the amount of time it takes to chair. A very underrated aspect of Identity 5 is go die in a corner so that it takes so long for the hunter to chair. The only bad part is the basement is right here. So
yeah, that's
they
unfortunate.
Need to go for the rescue though. Wait, do they? No, GG's in the winning position here. GG is the one who's winning. They can go for a tie.
They don't necessarily have to. Yeah, they don't necessarily have to go for the rescue. Although this does look like a winning. If there wasn't a basement here, I feel like they could easily win this game. But now that because there's basement and no tie turner, it seems unlikely. But they're still going to attempt to save. Looks like here comes Psychologist. Gravekeeper, I think, is going to follow shortly behind.
It's really we got a double rescue here. Double the body block, I figure, because they don't need the extra deco. They already have someone on the side. All right, he's gonna need like a Terror Shock or something. Okay, managed to rescue the Novice at like 98%. That was really close. Gonna swap here just to reposition himself, just to make it easier to not get cornered, I guess.
Novelist, flywheels, the flywheels. Cypher Machine 95, they have to force heal here. The water is not. Oh, man. Gonna pop. He misses that. He hits the shovel. He hits the Gravekeeper shovel.
He hit the shovel?
That is a crucial game-changing play here. That means the Survivors can easily get a 3 escape now. Novelist is going to go down, but the Hunter does not have trump card. They have Insolence and Detention, which means all 3 Survivors can make it out the 4-stop exit gate. That was a game-changing play. If the Knight hits anything other than the shovel.
Hold the phone,
He could have gotten a tie, but now that's not going to be the play here. All 3 Survivors pushing that 4-stop exit gate.
Hold the phone. I mean, look at them. They're literally holding the phone. What just happened? That was insanely lucky. Because how could they possibly know where he's going to swing? Hunter's also just swinging in a direction of trying to hit someone. They just needed to hit one person. Some of you guys may be like wondering, why did they choose to pop there? Why not wait for a hit? Like, was that a mistake? No, it was on purpose, because if they don't pop there, what's going to end up happening is the Knight will circle the Survivor. Every time you walk, you leave behind a puddle, and just walking, you could finish puddles and you could put 50% on Survivors. So then the goal is she's gonna try to damage them, maybe even kill them off if necessary, and then just pick up the Survivors she needs. And Survivors, knowing this, they're like, okay, we have better luck popping and just having one person die. And not only did the plan work, because it was better than not doing anything, but it hit the shovel of all things. The shovel took the hit, so no one died. Just a free recovery. It's like a flare gun bullet in basement. That was amazing value. I mean, what can I say? Ellie, just beautiful job from the Survivors there, identifying it. A little bit lucky on the shovel, I will say, but still nonetheless well played identification.
Yeah, and now what this does essentially is this makes it so the Survivors of GR are gonna have to get a 4 escape, because keep in mind, GG gets a tie for this round, they will be the victors, right? So even if the GR gets a 3 Survivor escape, that's not enough. GR now has to 4 escape here if they want to win. So basically, this is the condition at this point. If GR 4 escapes, they win. They win the whole series. If GG if they get anything other than a 4 escape, GG wins.
Because correct me if I'm wrong, but right now they are at a when I say they, I mean GR. GR is at a 4-point disadvantage. All right, so there's no way that they could possibly tie this anymore. Because if they get 4 people escape, they get 5 points, so they just win. But if they get 3 people, then they only get 3 points, and they just lose. Not only that, but
if they get 3 people, they get 2 points.
It's a 2-point profit. Yeah. So there's no way that there's any way to tie this, to even break it up to go into a round 4. This ends now, basically. That's the best way to put it. I don't know. If I was this Hunter, I'd be feeling, I don't know. Because last game, that was really upsetting on the Arms Factory match. And then this one, I feel like definitely very well played from the Gravekeeper to be like, ooh, let me go in a shovel here. But it's also hard to tell. It's hard to tell when the shovel's going to get hit as Hunter. Like even as Gravekeeper, it's hard to tell. As the Hunter, it's hard to tell. So a little bit unfortunate that happened, and not enough, unfortunately, to get more than one person.
Yeah, absolutely. That Gravekeeper play was super crucial. There was 3 Survivors there. There was the Gravekeeper and Shovel, and then there was the Psychologist and the Novelist, all standing on top of each other, essentially. So if the Knight hits anyone that's not the Grave, I think Knight could probably just tie, because you just chase the next Survivor, blink them. But because they hit Gravekeeper, yeah, that made it enough for them to make it to the exit gate.
Almost impossible to come back from that situation. Everyone's going to be running out for their lives. They already have someone opening the gate. It's not like you even have a second to get your bearings in. I always see people ask me, like, or not ask me, but say, like, does gate decoding speed need a nerf? Are gates opening too fast? Is it ridiculous for the Hunter to be expected to go like on a map like Moonlit or Lakeside to
be expected to reach the gate. Is that even realistic? Like, they have to run Trump. They have to play a hunter who can do that instantly, and if they're not, then they're screwed. If you're Violinist with no Trumps card and no teleport, you're screwed. You're messed up, and it's a big problem. But it's a debate that I'm not sure of, honestly. I would say no. I'm always leaning towards no, because you have to work hard for those 5 ciphers, and these survivors certainly had to work for those 5 ciphers. It was so close. I feel like it's only natural that the gate opens at the speed it does, but who am I to say? I've been playing the game for so long, I'm just used to what I've been playing.
Yeah.
But yeah. Ellie, what are you going to do after this? Because this is going to be the last section. This is going to be the end of the stream. Once we finish this last match, we're going to have the interview. And yeah.
Yeah, I'm
what time is it for you? 4 a.m. I think?
4:16 a.m. Yeah.
4:16.
I'm at like 1% battery, so.
Dang. Gotta get that charger around you, Ellie, before it's too late. But yeah. Like I said, like we said here earlier, guys, 4-person GR wins, 3 or less GG wins. And GG definitely proved themselves with that last match. It was a really clutch last match. So yeah, slowly but surely rising their way to the top, making it even less likely for GR. It's so confusing. GR to win this tournament, this group stage, I should say, not the whole tournament.
Yeah, definitely not the whole tournament, but yeah, I mean, going into this match, we thought GG was going to have the advantage, be the favorite team here, and they definitely are looking like they're going to come out as the favorite team in this matchup overall. And yeah, I mean, winning the second round. I mean, obviously, I will say N1E, the hunter, has gotten pretty unlucky, right? The body block there at the end, you know, he has essentially a 1 in 3 chance of hitting the grave, and that 1 in 3 chance ended up happening, which is not ideal for him. The Gardener, Blink missing, not ideal. You know, so
that one is
things
infinitely unlucky. There's no percent for that. That was like impossible. That should not have happened.
Yeah, exactly.
And so just these two things combined, it's just an unlucky series of events. I mean, you see this every once in a while in tournaments. I've had this happen to myself where I remember back in Fusion, I still remember this to this day. One of our teammates pounced on the clerk, and when they pounced on the clerk was stunned on their side, okay? And then she was recording them, and she finishes the recording. And then, okay, so what happens is they can't vault the pallet because she finished a recording of someone dropping the pallet, stunning them. All right, so they try to move left. They can't. They try to move right. They can't. They just get body blocked and killed to death, and it lost us the whole tournament. It lost us the whole tournament after that, and I still remember that to this day. But stuff like that has no business happening. That was like a genuine crazy glitch. But like this is like, okay, debatable. All right, maybe you should know your hitbox better, skill issue or something like that. But in reality, stuff like that, it's like, dang, that really sucks. Like, it only could have gone a little bit better. But regardless, we will be moving on to the last match, and there's not much they can do about it now. They have to just get 4 people out. I'm curious to see what they come up with for 4 people escapes. It's always a difficult one. Moonlit as well, Ellie. I mean, there's 5 dungeon spots. It's going to be very difficult just even finding the dungeon sometimes. Sometimes you might even have a chance to find a dungeon because you'll go check like 3 spots and you still might not find it. So like at best you're left with a 50-50 guess on where dungeon is. The map is really split apart. If you're on one side of Moonlit, it's almost impossible to get to the other side. Like, let's say you're stuck on one side and dungeon's on the other. Crossing the bridges are a death sentence, usually. It's very hard to find an opportunity where you have a speed boost or an item to use, especially that late in the game. Especially with Hunter with that much presence. Especially like how many Hunters could stop you as you cross the bridge. Just not good at all. So yeah, we're going to be going into round 3, second half. Let's see what we got here. GR Heart, Xiao Miao, Miao 5, AC and AK. All right, we're going to see Seer Priestess.
Yeah, Seer Priestess ban. They're going to ban Gamekeeper and Opera Singer, which means that Shama has Bonbon and Bloody Queen, so you can definitely use one of those hunters, or Geisha, any one of those hunters to go for a 1 kill. Looks like we're going to see Mercenary and Novelist first here. And yeah, maybe we'll see an Embalmer as well. Sometimes we see Embalmer be the character that survivors will opt to use to try to go for a 4 escape.
Honestly, not a bad idea. Always like just a survivor that forces the hunter to be like, okay, well, do I run teleport now? Do I have to run trump card? Because here's the thing about what makes Embalmer so good. In a situation like this, where the hunter just needs 1 kill, the hunter is more tempted to be like, okay, well, I'm just gonna take insolence, I'm just gonna take fast power breaking, and I'm just gonna take blink. I don't care about the tension. They might still be tempted to take the tension because, like, worst case scenario, they need to make sure that no one like rescues or is able to rescue. So they'll probably still take the tension, but they'll have like faster power breaking. They'll take insolence. They'll take tension to make sure no funny business happens with rescues and tides late game. Just to secure 1 person. But here's the thing: if you take a build like that, you die really badly to Embalmer in front of like a coffin, like in front of gate or something like that. You just have no mobility. So at that point, you have to pick a high mobility hunter, and you might not have that option if they ban something like Opera Singer and Dream Witch, but they're not banning Dream Witch this time. But just as an example. And look at this, Ellie.
We're gonna Little Girl and Lucky Guy. Yeah, that is interesting. Little Girl, in my opinion, is arguably one of the not good survivors in the game. Breaking Wheel from Shaman is really interesting. Breaking Wheel is not a hunter you think about. When you think of a hunter that needs to get 1 kill, you don't really think of Breaking Wheel. Breaking Wheel is a high-risk, high-reward character, right? Breaking Wheel runs the risk of a potential 4 escape because he does not have like really strong endgame chase to a point where it's like, okay, I'm just gonna mirror someone with a Bloody Queen mirror, or use an and cat to down someone with full presence and or something like that, right? Breaking Wheel is a character that can actually get 4 escape. So playing Breaking Wheel here is actually a little bit risky from Xiaoma, I would say.
I could see it. There's gonna be times where someone's gonna be at full health, and just snapping them is not gonna be enough. And so he's going to need a little bit more than that. I guess the benefit is that he's more versatile with his builds. He doesn't have to run detention. He could run more like...
I think he will.
Yeah, he probably will still, just so people don't do rescues on him. Just to guarantee no one gets away with anything. Yep. But yeah, Little Girl is like a big risk character here. Like, it's so sad to use Little Girl now. It's always been, because like you use the Little Girl as helper away, but you don't really know if you're getting any value out of it. For all you know, you might be making it worse, because you might be teleporting to someone where the hunter is literally chasing them. If that person chooses not to ping. Now, of course, it's not going to happen in tournaments, so Little Girl is going to be much stronger. But that being said, Little Girl herself, kind of mediocre kite. She's really relying on other teammates to do the kiting. Honestly, Ellie, if they're going to do Little Girl, why not go with Wildling? Is it because Wildling, you can't have Little Girl while Wildling is on Pig?
Maybe they're just worried about Breaking Wheel in general, because Wildling does get countered by Breaking Wheel. So because they do know that Shaman does play the Breaking Wheel, so I guess that might have been the thought process. But
yeah,
looks like Shaman's gonna go. We do have Trump card and detention and no insolence, so Shaman's actually gonna go towards the 2-story here, already getting a tip
I
onto the
literally
Little Girl.
said this. How did this happen still? I said that what if the Little Girl likes help versus someone who's literally gonna get chased? I'm like, that's not gonna happen in tournaments. They're gonna tell each other when they're gonna get chased. Yeah, so this is really unfortunate timing. It's gonna make the chances of coming back now a lot harder.
Spikes. Yeah, that's a really fast 2 spikes. Already a trap. Can they get the page off? Oh, that page is so crucial. And now they can combine with this next survivor. But no, they're actually gonna switch.
Oh my god.
The swing.
Wait, did he just fly with that? No, wait, did he just swing and miss at the novelist?
He just swung and missed.
No, he literally just swung and missed at the novelist, unfortunately. So he missed out that damage too.
Can the Little Girl just combine? I'm not sure what she was waiting for. Yeah, there we go. Now we're gonna see the combine.
Yeah, that's a good point. Finally, about time though. Honestly, I'm seeing the 4-win potential already. I mean, of course, it's too early to say, but there's excitement. I didn't even notice he had excitement. Oh, spicy. For who? For Novelist and Lucky Guy Flare, I suppose, and Novelist, I guess. So, okay. I like the idea. I respect it.
Little Girl still has Flywheel to work with here, so yeah, Little Girl still has Flywheel. The Cyber progress is not too good though. only 75, 54, and only 12 on the third one. So I think that's gonna be the biggest downside lack of Cypher progress. We're gonna see the trap onto the little girl gets that is actually the third trap onto the little girl that he's hit so far. And finally is able to actually get a hit with the trap here. And little girl will be going down for the first time onto the rocket chair.
If only he like charged his attack. If he charged his attack on the first trap, I feel like he would have hit her. Or just waited a little bit longer, but he couldn't because the page was getting in the way. I wonder if a charge attack would have reached. Well, you never see it, but it's not that bad. It's not like that bad of a charge attack compared to all the other hunters in the game. But here we go. There's a fine rescue from the lucky guy. It is a little bit earlier than we'd like it. We really need every second we can get here in GR's position here. That's what they're thinking to themselves right now. And I mean, if they can attach here, that would be amazing. Let's see if they can do it. Novelist is getting stacks up as we speak. That's like every little bit is gonna count here. Can he get that? Ooh, not gonna go for it. All right, understandable. It's not really his target.
Oh, not able to flywheel the staff there as well. Little girl's gonna be downed. And yeah, you notice how he hid behind the wall, right? So he couldn't. The survivor cannot see when he's going for the snap animation. So good job from the hunter to acknowledge that. We're gonna see getting a spike on Lucky. Lucky Guy's gonna have to save quickly here, or at least he's gonna have to bait until the hunter gets that wheel form, which is right now. We're gonna see him get out here, gets the trap. It's gonna hit the Lucky Guy. Lucky Guy's gonna get down, but little girl stays up, but still the ciphers are just nowhere near ready at this point.
She used the flywheel though, which was quite expensive because she didn't really get anything out of it. She's kind of in a she was in a situation where she just kind of had to use the flywheel just to play it safe. The page. Okay, he can get on. He can get on. Nice. Well played. Well played from the GG Hunter right here. That is really close. You can just barely get on that. Oh my goodness, just snapped out of the animation. That is huge. And that's going to be the one-person kill we needed. Hold up. Let's wait. I mean, there's nothing they could do. You only have one flare gun as Lucky Guy. And that's it. That's it, guys. We have the 1% elimination we needed for GG, but GG's of course gonna be getting as many points as possible because these points do matter later on in, I believe, the bracket stage, I think, right?
Yeah, these points are important to get as many as possible when it comes down to like the qualifying for the playoffs.
In terms of Cypher progress here, you harass that much, you support that much, and it's like, it was great value, don't get me wrong. But we also had the Lucky Guy come over, and then we really don't have enough ciphers going on. There's a certain point where once you support, no one's decoding, and your supporting it isn't actually doing anything. It's a delicate balance to maintain for sure. Just getting the balance right is the difficult part, and when to do it. I like the idea of the little girl though. The little girl got a lot of value there. I'm not gonna lie. That was actually pretty solid. Cool idea. I like that. But if you guys look carefully there, little girl didn't even have borrowed time. So how would she even live in the end without a harasser character? I'm not sure. But we won't get to see it. Lucky Guy taking a hit here. Gonna not chase after the Lucky Guy. Going for, this is like a play you do if you're not planning to go for a tie. If you want more than a tie, you let that person just bleed out. You go for other people. Let them use their self heals and eventually attrition them down until they got no resources remaining. That is the goal here. That is what we're going to see.
The blink gets the down onto the mercenary with the blink there. No attack recovery is needed, it looks like. And we're going to see the mercenary get placed onto the rocket chair. And yeah, again, obviously Shaman's already secured the victory for GG at this point. Yeah, just going to keep trying to tack onto this lead as much as possible. Lucky Guys can sit on the ground with no self-heal. Novelist is the last survivor needs to down. There's the snap, and that is the 4 elimination with 2 full ciphers, or not 2 full ciphers, but 2 ciphers remaining still. Excellent job. Yeah,
barely takes the last spike hit there. Not that it really matters much in the end there, but wow, the fact that the devs purposely like balanced breaking wheel in a way with where that full presence spike just barely still hits you. Man, that's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. So congrats to GG for taking the win out. A lot of like questionable things that happen here, like some lucky moments, some things that are like, yeah, that really shouldn't have happened. But overall, like really well played here from both sides. There were some really clean moments, just seeing the teamwork work together. That was a big part about these teams. Something that really separates these teams the pro teams from like the novice teams is that you see this way of working together. It just works so well. It flows together so well, and it's what really makes a team just function on the same brainwave, right, Ellie?
Yeah, the same. Yeah.
My God.
Oh no.
Listen, guys, I tried. But anyway,
I'm on like half
overall,
a percent right now. I'm gonna be honest with you.
it's all right. It's all good. Anything like you thought about this match? Any like closing moments that really that just stands out to you, Ellie?
Well, I do think that there was some unlucky situations for the 100 GR, but I guess in the long run it might not have mattered, considering that Shama did get a 4-kill here, which means that was an 8-1 victory in this round. So yeah, GG taking a convincing victory in the long run. That means the final score is...
It's a lot. It's
17 to something. Wait a minute. 4, 2, 6, 7. 17 to 7 should be the final score, I believe.
17 to 7. So 10-point lead. That is a pretty big deal, and it's gonna apply for the bracket stage later. At least that's what Ellie tells me. Right now, I have no idea how it will apply. Ellie, could you explain how these points like matter in the end later?
Yeah. So basically,
if you time to kill.
Basically, it depends on seeding, right? So you have to be in the top 3 to make playoffs. But if any teams are tied and have the same record in a group, then how do you determine which one is going to be the higher one, which one's going to be the lower one, if they have the same record? Well, then you use the overall points throughout all their matches, right? The overall difference between their points given up and points, that they were able to get, essentially.
So like the total that they had more than their other opponent, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. And so it's basically like a tiebreaker. It's unlikely to make a difference, but in case it happens, it's there.
It has happened before, so it definitely has happened before. So it's important that they're able to do that.
I wonder who was the first team to have a tie like that for the devs to be like, uh-oh, we didn't think this through. Or maybe they've always thought it.
I'm pretty sure they always, because that's something you have to consider. Obviously, that would definitely happen. So yeah, definitely something that, and obviously that happens in any sports as well. You got to have some sort of tiebreaker after, some way to break the tie after the records are the same or something like that. So yeah,
exactly. You always got to have some sort of tiebreaker. Today though, we didn't even have a chance for a tiebreaker. It was just a win or a lose situation, unfortunately. So no round 4. The game ends here. And very soon, I think we should see the point scoring for both sides here. 17 to 7 is what I think it is. At least that's what Ellie thinks. My thoughts are his thoughts, guys. But if we do the math here, there's a tie at the beginning, basically, more like 3-person escape for both sides. Then there was that really sketchy blink moment, and then there was another tie. And so really they were up by 2 points, and then they became up by another 2 points.
Wait, would that be 17 to 8 or 17 to 8? There it is.
17 to 8. So yeah, they should be up by 9 points because they were up by 2, then they went up by another 2, now they were up by 5 more. So it's a total of 9 that they should be up.
Yeah.
17 to 8. Final answer, Mr. Jeff. Take it or leave it. Give me 100% on the test. I passed math. There we go, guys. Good job, Elliot.
Passed basic arithmetic or whatever. Yeah.
You passed kindergarten math. Congratulations.
Yeah, I think that'd be more like first grade, wouldn't it? Because kindergarten isn't. In kindergarten, we just start with like 1 + 1 and stuff like that, right? But I don't know.
Listen, I don't remember anymore. But whatever I learned, it must have applied at some point because I wouldn't have learned later.
Exactly. We do have the match data here. This is going to be the final result, 5-0. Shama with the 4 elimination here. And yeah, you see definitely with an impressive performance. I wonder if Shama will be getting the best deduction, considering that he's able to get 2 ties and a 4 elimination. Very strong overall. That's an average of 3 eliminations per game. Wait, no, is that 4 + 2? 4, 2, 2 is 8. 8 divided by 3 is... What's 8 divided by 3?
21.
No, it's definitely not.
8 divided by 3.
What is it?
It is, hold up, 2.66666666666666666. Oh man, I'd be here all day. but we can't. We gotta stop the stream already. We gotta get this interview going, and it's gonna be very soon over. But yeah, guys. In the meantime, we appreciate all you guys who've been sticking around. What did you get?
2 2/3 elimination on average per game.
2 2/3 elimination, really solid. So on average, closer to a win than a tie, basically, which is really nice. Since you can't have 2/3 of a survivor. That's nice. Imagine you could cut a survivor in 2/3 and just be like, hey, this is my portion. You can keep your legs. I'll just take your body and your head.
Yeah.
Anyway. Damn. All right. But anyway, guys. Yeah. Thank you guys for the people who have been sticking around all this time. We still got a little bit longer. Don't go yet. But we're going to be ending off very soon. Definitely a lot of interesting matchups today. We got NAU playing. We got Korea playing. South Korea more specifically, right?
Yep.
The blue team cat is South Korea. And then we also saw Japan today. We saw mainland China. A lot of good most. I mean, right now we got GGGR. We have HHDG, which is like a newer team showing their prowess today. But of course, I'd like to also see them how they do against like other Chinese teams, and that'll be very exciting to see. So stay tuned for that, everybody. That one team HHDG. That one's an interesting one because that one is newly made and they are doing very well. So keep your eye on them. They're the wild card here. They're definitely the wild card. Along with in terms of the NAU, Omni is another one because we don't know as much about Omni as like we do about B4U. So if anything, they might have like the advantage of being like the newcomers basically. So kind of similar story for both of them, and they both faced each other. Ironic, right? Wild card versus wild card. You get a wild card in the end. Or is that how it works? Who knows? All right, guys. So yeah, Ellie, how you doing? You ready to go to sleep? You ready for bedtime?
Yeah, barely.
Ellie's barely keeping
awake.
His eyes open. He's barely sleeping on his like sponge chair.
Psyche can somehow keep staying awake after not sleeping, but I'm not really built like that. So for different people, it's different, I suppose. Yeah.
Maybe it's because you've been doing this for a while. You know, that could be a reason.
I think my first tournament where I had to stay up really late, I think it was okay, but over time it starts to.
Yeah, you get
time, I guess.
Yeah, it's like eventually it's like dang, how many more times am I gonna be able to afford to do this? Like that's a lot. Like well, first time, second time, third time, fourth time, and then you know the rest of the story.
Yeah, it's a long day of IDB for sure.
But yeah, let's take a look at the chat. There's a slight delay today for the chat, so we won't be able to watch everything that's going on in the chat. Thank you, chat, Ellie and Psyche. Thank you, Emily, for coming along. We got Kenya, the official. How do you get the commentator job? This is like a question for Ellie because Ellie, he had to start his own path. I really got a commentator job just from me having a connection to Ellie, and then Ellie threw me out to Nello and the other commentators, and then Nello was asking that he's, hey, could Psyche commentate? And then Nello comes to me like, hey, Psyche, I got you this role. You want to play? I'm like, dang, sure, absolutely, take it. So, oh, here we go. We still got more left. We got best seduction for GG. Oh man, I can't mess this up. Jean. Ellie, could you help me out with the name?
Jama.
Average remain. Xiaoma
means like pony or little horse or something in Chinese. Xiaoma.
Interesting.
Actually, I don't know if it's
this,
like
guys.
Well, when you say pony or little horse, it's pronounced like Xiaoma. But the thing is, like, I don't know if I don't know if that's actually his. You're not. No. So, never mind. It's like it's okay.
All right, here we go, guys. Going into the interview with Gigi. Let's see what they have to say.
大家好，我是鸡鸡枯草。大家好，我是
Hello everyone, I'm GG Kutsao.
欢迎枯草草，欢迎杨
I'm GG. Just introducing themselves.
那先来问一下两位好了，今天这一局其实是大家期待的比较久的，在我们 A 组大
the host is saying that before we do anything, make sure to go like and subscribe on Ellie and Psyche's YouTube channel.
对，第
actually
一场对战
joking.
因为我们是第2天最后一场，前面已经看了7局比赛嘛，就看着别人打得水深火热的，就是到自己的时候就很紧张，因为也很久没比赛了。然后第一场对的还是强队，我们就是赛前还是很紧张的。
但是其实感觉今天大家状态都还是不错。
So this, they were just replied that this is one of the most anticipated matches that they've been waiting for. So especially going against against another team, a very well-known team, a very strong team. So GG versus GR, mainland China versus mainland China.
汗流浃背了是吧？那先回到比赛吧。我们今天求生者这一边其实是完成了3局3炮。
And one of the players, they've been feeling nervous too. So the fact that they're still able to come out is amazing because one of their players hasn't been competing as often or in a while. So the fact that they were able to still pull this off, I guess if I'm talking as him, it's amazing.
那一波其实非常非常关键，而且也是逼出了对面的一个闪现嘛。那其实到后面开门战的
And
时候
now they're discussing the in-game situation of what was going on inside the games. How did they feel? What was going on? What were they thinking?
商量说想要去争这个左跑吗？
当时是因为18带有一个化险为夷，然后他就问有没有机会尝试一下。实际上他连一刀斩剩多久都不知道，他就只能问队友一刀那个挽留还剩多久。然后时间刚好能撑够，就是说撑够挽留，然后就想去尝试一下，因为大门也点很多了。然后就是互相吸引拉扯了一下，最后搏命那个化险为夷掏出来。 就3跑了。
虽然说不知道我们挽留还有多少时间，但是最后还是顺利的把人给掏下来了。那想问一下188，因为当时对面也是直接一个传送到了椅子，还是比较极限救下来的。那一波，如果你有没有想过没有救下来怎么办？很吓人。
So they explained right here that one of their thought processes was they take the risk and they need to carry out the plan to fully get the win here. And you know, risky business sometimes is necessary, so completely understandable.
对，因为26他的技能没有交嘛，所以26压力很大。
而且其实，在最后一波救援的时候，感觉很吓人，因为又是陷阱圈，2阶鱼女。当时小明会有什么样子的话跟你们说吗？他有很紧张吗？
他一句话没说，他估计想到了枯草的守墓人秘诀吧，所以他把人救下来了。
就是专心操作。那枯草我们最后是怎么样去商量这个亮机时间的？因为有想要说去压个起身嘛。
因为我正在输机，我对现场也不知道，我就只能心里暗暗帮他们祈祷，千万再撑2秒，再撑2秒。
千万不要输失，机子快压了。
对，还好就是他最后卡了个盾嘛，然后卡了个交互翻了窗，翻完窗就直接开。
是。就是
心慢慢就暖起来了，就感觉不会被4抓，能保个平。
心里暖暖的。那我想问一下，最后在188走了那个地窖之后，我们队内语音会是什么样子的？
很激动啊，因为。 就怎么都想不到他会走那个地窖吧？
是，
技能因为又是个2阶鱼女，她有这个半格状态，我觉得应该是一件几乎不可能的事情，但是老八做到了。
188做到了，给188比个大拇指，回去加餐，站在桌上吃饭。今天操作真的特别特别帅。那其实到了第3局，就是又是张狂鱼女，问一下枯草吧，就是在我们新张狂的一个加持下，你觉得鱼女给到你们的压力会比较大吗？
本来老版张狂就已经很适配鱼女了，但是现在新版张狂，就是他前期节奏就算不好，闪现开一刀，然后开出张狂，2个冲刺到你面前，1个冲刺到你面前都很难牵制。
是。
压力很大，但是还好不是我牵制。
还好不是你牵制的，反正受伤的不是你就可以了。那最后那一波地下室还是有点吓人的，因为是鱼女的地下室，而且没有化险为夷了。当时大家3个人会商量怎么样去扛刀走出那个地下室吗？枯草？
首先是第一目标肯定是先把人救下来再说，尽量把电机拖过。扛到1刀的话，因为小说家是有飞轮的，如果说能扛到1刀，是能一起能一块上去的。然后就是当时我不是一个铲子挖下去80多个水汽，我就逮着那个缝就钻过去了，就还好，完了还好我没倒地，万一倒地就要出事了。
而且那一波是扛到了非常关键的1刀。 3个人直接冲出了地下室，还是非常非常好的交流。那问一下188，当时我们的语音会是偏沉稳冷静的再去交流，还是说大家都很激动、七嘴八舌的？
啊，他们说啥了？我一个都记不得了。
一个都记不得，这说的太多了。符合我对成都 GG 的一些印象，大家真的是交流的非常非常的积极。那想问一下两位，刚才一直都有说到嘛，我们 A 组的形势还是比较严峻的，大家对于后面的比赛有没有什么想要说的？葡萄。
因为我们太久没比赛，不就是好久第一场比赛，然后其实我们还准备了很多别的东西，就是希望能好好打下一场比赛，就是每场都加油。
也可以期待一下队员会给我们带来什么样的惊喜，对不对？那188呢？
And we have just found out, at least from what they are responding here, that they have prepared strategies for the next few games here for the next few teams.
那也是再一次恭喜今天获胜的4支队伍。接下来让我们把画面交还给解说席。
And that they hope that they can carry out their plans for the next couple of matches and the plans they have to go out with it. But yes, guys, this I believe is the end. Ellie, any closing thoughts? This is the end, right? Anything else we should say here before we end things off?
No, just like thank you guys so much for watching today. Thank you for sticking with us through this long day of matches as well. And of course, we appreciate all the positive support. I know for me and Psyche, I don't actually know how Psyche keeps the energy up.
What's up, Luca?
Yeah, I'm like barely awake here, but I'm gonna get some sleep tonight. Be back tomorrow. Keep the grind going. Gonna keep the commentary going for you guys. Thank you guys so much for watching, and appreciate all the positive energy as well in the chat.
Take care, everybody. Have a good rest of your day or night.
And maybe we're not signing off yet, so I guess we're just gonna
Maybe
sit
not.
here. Okay.
No, now we wait. Hold up, maybe we'll get a message. Maybe like we have to. Maybe we're not ending yet though. Nothing though.
Well,
okay. we might have done it too early.
While we're waiting, I'm going to put these on. You know what I could do, Psyche, is I could wear these sunglasses and actually sleep, and no one would know because you can't see like my eyes, right? So I'm actually like asleep right now, and you don't even know it. Like, isn't that crazy? Like, I'm actually just sleep talking right now.
We gotta plan that out one of these days.
That's
where it's just
crazy.
like me talking and talking and talking and talking. No one's ever gonna say anything. They're gonna be like, "Yo, Ellie's so cool in the background. He's just absorbing it in." Absorbing it in through his dreams.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, so you know, tomorrow, of course, we will be back with more matches. This group stage does go on for the next. We have what, 8 more days, right? Group stage is 10 days. We've gone through the first 2 days now. We are going to still have 8 more days of group stage.
Wait, I
ahead of
thought
us.
group stage was 14 days.
No, you're tripping. It's 10 days.
Oops.
I think.
Well, anyway, let's take a look at who we have coming up tomorrow for you guys. Oops. Oh, never mind. Everybody take care.
No, I think we still are we still talking? I think we gotta talk about the results. Yeah.
Oh, these results go hard, guys. A lot of 2-round wins today. We didn't even get to a round 3. It was only until we finally went GG against GR, finally going against each other, and it ending in a round 3 domination for GG. That was a very, very intense matchup here. It was a little bit at in the middle of the match, but it was still intense and very well played from both sides. What else? What other like key moments could I think about? Dude, ZQ, I gotta say, Dong Shui always come out on top. It's absolutely amazing. And now we take a look at the ranking.
Ooh. Yeah, we do have, of course, in Group 1, GG and MRC with victories. They will be the first 2 seeds in their group thus far. Wolves and TE over in Group C. Group B, HHDG and FT with 2 victories. They will be the first 2 in their group. And in Group D, WBG and FPX.ZQ. Of course, tomorrow's matches, FT versus RC, should be a pretty exciting one. Axewave versus GH. Scars versus TE will be a good matchup as well. And Zeta Division versus DOU. Definitely gonna expect some good things from Team Zeta. So
definitely tune in for that one, guys. Zeta versus Dow5, especially because Dow5 recently had a lot of switches to their team. So I'm very curious how they were gonna do now. And Zeta just being a very dominant Japanese team. Can't wait to see what's gonna happen with them. But yeah.
We'll see what's gonna happen. In the meantime, guys, this will be at the same time, same place on the IDB channel, happening at 12 a.m. Eastern time zone, or if you live in the Chinese region, it would be 12 p.m. UTC +8, pretty sure. But yeah, guys,
UTC plus
that is gonna be,
I don't remember what.
Yeah, right.
UTC. It's UTC plus something. I don't know.
UTC +8. It's a 12-hour difference from Eastern to UTC +8. It should be.
Yeah.
Unless I'm getting the times wrong, but that should be all, guys.
It's the same time, basically the same time as today. That should be
pretty much. Definitely though, today was a very quick day. Like yesterday was insanely long. Ellie, when did you finish last night?
We finished past. So right now it's 4:50 a.m. It's almost 5 a.m. But yesterday we finished like past 7 a.m. I think, something like that. So
you finished past 7 a.m. Like I finished past. I finished at 7. So you guys must have gone till 9. We're going back to the ranking.
The rankings again. Okay.
I guess we didn't have time to look at it before. Because it wasn't updated. I was wondering like why HHDG was 0, 0, and 0. Okay, so now it's updated. Now we got like HHDG in Group B at the very top. Ellie, could you explain like what each number means? Like, so for us that can't read, like Japanese, or sorry, not Japanese, Chinese. Sorry.
Well, I think that it is in Japanese. It's not in Chinese, but basically, basically the one on the number on the far left should be the wins. The number on after that, I'm not sure. I can't read Japanese.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. So, some of the characters in Chinese and Japanese are the same, but some of them are different. It's hard to tell. If it was Chinese, maybe I could read it, but Japanese. You frozen? Oh, hello.
Oh, wait, I'm frozen.
Okay, we're good. No,
we were frozen earlier.
Oh, now we're frozen again. I don't know. Anyways,
yeah, I was frozen again. I think we're just freezing now. It's now winter. All right, guys.
Freezing in place.
Any like last things in chat going on? Chihaya, the Roland Simp is here. Say hi to Chihaya or Ellie.
Oh, what's up,
Chi? Got Soya Bean. Love crafting. It's crazy how a lot of you guys are still watching up until this time. It's anyone watching English is probably watching in North America, and this is a crazy time zone to be up. So yeah. And of course, Ellie had to come to the US at the worst time possible, so that he has to do all these Ellie middle.
Well, the thing is, either I come before or I go during the middle of the event, which means I'd have to miss a day or two because it's a very long trip. If I had to come before, that was the only way I could make it for all 10 days of group stage. So yeah, I had to come like right before, which means I was jet lagged. But then I'm starting to adjust my sleep schedule. But then I have to stay up all night for COA. So then, and then on top of that, I'm also going from a very hot climate in Thailand to a lot colder climate in California. So yeah, it's just yeah.
Crazy how it's so much different.
Yeah, really.
Just a tropical environment. You wouldn't expect it, but
crazy.
I wonder what causes it. Like you think the desert around you would make California hot, but
I think it's
maybe
the sun actually.
Yeah, you know what? Maybe.
I think the sun actually is what makes things hot. Actually.
Wow, that makes a lot of sense. Who would have thought? Like,
I know, right? Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, I had no idea. Now we finally know. We solved one of life's greatest mysteries right here on stream. You can find out more future streams like this. The future, I suppose.
No, but in California, it is mostly because of the ocean. The cold air gets kind of blown in from the ocean, and then that kind of makes the surrounding areas. If you live near the beach, then you definitely will experience some cold from the cold air from the ocean in California.
Is that not the same in Thailand, though? You still got that ocean union?
In Thailand, it is not the same.
Thailand.
No, in Thailand, it's just a lot hotter. It's very hot all the time. So, but anyways, we're going to sign up for now. Thank you guys so much for watching today. Again, we appreciate all your support and positivity in the chat. Don't forget to be back with us tomorrow for some more matches. And actually the next...
Yo.
吃了。
我模拟吗？怎么说？杀没有跌了。看情况。行，没事输了。等一下你们俩一起扛。
飞龙没人出来，这个定位太少。
被波到了。
你刚才有买吗？哦，也没有。
对，要走跟我说。要走就说。对，应该是控的。拉队员救吧，拉队员。我卡不了。卡特麦了，拉队员。我看是奥利比救。木有电吗？木没有。OK。中场加士，别死中场。小门两台了。闪开。开。我点门。两电塔，我进墓地。帅。没关系。不够。高。哎。来，还没先。好。前方男生一下。小孩つくばる。はい。いいぞ。现在开始找出一个上8飞了。我想一下，你现在留加速吧，你可以死，我觉得你可以死。行，那我留了，那我们就2个，留一个吧，至少留一个，可以交一个。然后那个前锋靠过来，前锋准备救人。死不了了。然后给吗？我说给。OK，好叫。4、3、2。我就在后边。我依旧。我说在台上再踢球一台够赢。我依旧。我现在还在修。对，我修过奶，我一定没抽了，一定没抽了。到中场这边都行，我走。快，这一刀，打一个技能，这个技能有机会拼。对 ，OK 吧 ？OK，闪现还有12秒。完了。没出闪。吃个闪吧，我应该是大本椅子那边。闭环多少？脑袋建筑火。闭环大房那个。闪开你不让你去蹲。翻盘。走了。在一关里面走了。提升好了的。看我。看了。谁给了？我修大房去了。去修，交个喷去。OK。到中场。不了，留不了，打把你，下面，就一波，到时候好了 ，OK， 好啊，别搞，开小门，你找机会开，右边，开，他杀你，杀我要，不能，你给我换位，行，换一下，走 ，OK， 慢慢打，可以。我可以帮你弹一下，弹，我闪现开刀，有，好，精神，这还有板子的，左跟夹，可以换就行了呀，可以扛一刀了，来2了，没有 ，OK，我往7.6呗，有没有？可以，换，我还要来回板6，我要不给你扛一刀啊？可以扛，2个出夜，他悲观，没有传吗？来得及吗？看试试，开，那边有传吗？他也上了，我给你扛，右边前右下，我给你扛你。他会捏下来的，捏下来的，没用的。